emotional landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering. We know what's so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
place I wanna go. 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santa Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room, 'cause we were born to achieve a dream. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love you for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love you for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love you for real? Why do you leave me into? Do you love you for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, give me that, give me that.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal, and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back.
path of sin. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, turn a gun down lost needle. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights, oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. It might say go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby.
just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it. I mean it, need the kind of love you give. I mean it, need it. I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Think about my body like the ocean. I know that the deeper that we go, the more I open. Emotional motion on me roller coaster. Round and round we go till we find the resolution. Some people need diamonds, some people need gold. I'm not materialistic, I just need your love. I don't wanna wait to figure out if you're the one. While you're on my mind, I think I'll call. I got a question. Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Someone who gon' love my body. Tell me, are you that somebody? 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 Baby, love me, 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 shine, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me. Are you
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal.
Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spread your arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself, this is still not the end. And pull it through now. And if the pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon, the time has come now. And it'll stop the time to quit, put yourself together, whoa. And let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
my backpack and the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going. I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and we fall our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering. We know what's so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me.
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago.
Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you...
嗨，来喽！各位亲爱的召唤师，欢迎来到本期观赛指南。这周开始虽然改为线上赛，但精彩不减。各位在特殊时期可一定要保护好自己的安全。
在外面撒欢的你，再强大也是假的，只有乖乖在家看比赛，健康的你才是真的。
在上周超棒的派对里，西部战队接连占东部。至于战况嘛，那我只能说直取中原，还于旧都，扬帆起航。本周观赛指南第一站，让我们先看看万众瞩目的微博哥。继 RNG 之后 ，TSRA 又给予了 WBG 沉痛的一击，已经无缘季后赛放手一搏的 IG， 此次对阵 WBG， 心中默念一句话：把他们全拖下水。周六的比赛里，在本赛季有着如此美妙开局的 EDG， 却在近期屡次碰壁。这回撞上状态火热，当然有时候也没有那么热，只输给 OMG 的 A 面对手握8个 MVP 的 Cube， 是时候验证一下乐意上的含金量了。再看看一路艰难的小凤凰，面对如日中天的 V5， 可否虎口夺食，为晋级季后赛抢下宝贵的1分？不过话说回来，就算 V5 这场比赛不出人意料的拿下了，粉丝们也收收味儿，不知道的还以为你们赢了世界冠军呢。等等，有没有一种可能，他们就是哦，对了，我们收到消息，周日 PLG 即将面对上古传说里赛季末最强战队老干爹，究竟是信我，我们一定赢，还是
你不要看我好好先生哦，我很难搞哦。
电子竞技便是永不言弃，请为我们欢呼！本赛季最后一期的观赛指南到此结束，
千万不要贪玩迷恋，
让我们下个赛季再见。
很难的啦，已经结束了。
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are back. We are coming into our final weekend of games. I am Ushin. I'm joined, as usual, by the fantastic Orcs. And we're going to be... What was that pose? I quickly looked down at my feed just for half a second. You're there what up? What's going on? Hey, how's it going?
I'm vibing. I'm ready, dude. You
were vibing pretty hard at a rehearsal, despite it being 5:30 in the morning.
True, man. I just have my tunes on. I'm bopping around. I'm having a good time. I cannot believe the final weekend. Obviously, we got some extra games that'll come after just due to
there's a little asterisk when the final weekend puts out.
But still, I mean, it's the final weekend even, right? Because those games aren't going to be on a weekend. So it's mad. This split has gone so fast. There's still so much in the air at the moment.
That's absolutely true. But before we get to that, let's talk about what happened yesterday. As we had a pretty standard bogged down affair of 2-0s across the board. It was Top Esports and Weibo getting the expected wins over their sadly not making playoffs counterparts.
Yeah, I talk a lot about days where I'm like, this might be a surprise, this might not have been. This was no surprise on either of those series. And it's kind of getting to that point where there's still stuff to be decided at the top end of the table. So vitally important that teams like Top Esports, Weibo, as they did here, secure those wins. And that was Top Esports' final series of the split. 11-5 will be that scoreline they finish on, and we get to see the standings where we can see still 7 teams locked into that playoffs. BLG, RA, FPX, and OMG are the ones competing to try and make their way in. Just a reminder that the OMG team did contract COVID, so that's why they have less games played, and there will be some catch-ups after this weekend just to get them up to speed. But still, things are up in the air, and I think the main thing is those top 7, a lot of movement possible between them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the funny thing is as well for OMG, they started off playing all of their games, and now they are going to be the last to finish. They almost had one series in a week for the last 3 or 4 weeks, as before unfortunately they had to isolate due to COVID-19. But today's matches, we are going to bring you the first match. It is RNG versus Ultra Prime, and then later on in the day, I believe it is going to be Munchables and Dagda bringing you the final 2 games. And honestly, those 2 games, RA, EDG, FPX V5, massive playoff implications.
Yeah, humongous, honestly. And the fact that we have 2 of those teams competing to just make it into playoffs, I think, is huge in that regard. But we can kind of hone in on the first game where there is stakes, right? I think the thing with RNG is there is still a lot of potential for them to actually lock in top 2. We have a little graphic of the standing just so you can look at. And Oshin, we went over this bit before. Do you want to highlight how exactly it'll pan out?
Yeah, absolutely. So how do RNG get top 2? Unfortunately, they can technically still get top 1, but they would need a couple of losses on the side of V5. So we'll look at the top 2, which still gives you straight into that double elimination. You've got your remaining games of Ultra Prime and OMG. They not only have to win both those games, they need one of those games to be a 2-0. That 2-0 will give them enough of a window to basically kind of equal out on game score with Weibo, and then Weibo would have to basically, kind of equal them out on game score. And even then, if we go all the way down to that, it'll go to head-to-head, which RNG win.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that is to guarantee top 2. If Weibo lose their last series, then we could see a situation where RNG get it without that condition. But obviously, you want to keep things in your own hand. And you may look at those series, Ultra Prime and OMG, look like easier opponents for RNG. But I'm going to highlight you to something. Out of those 7 teams we see there, right, who are locked in the playoffs, RNG has beaten every single one apart from V5, which sounds phenomenal going to playoffs, right? But they have lost series against RA, against WE, and against FPX. And that's the thing that's really confusing me. It feels like RNG, they are very comfortable, they prep well, they go up against the stronger teams and perform, but they've been a bit hit or miss otherwise. And that's why this series today and the series against OMG, obviously a lot of potential to lock in that top 2 if they can win these, but I'm still a bit skeptical of this lineup, despite the fact they've been performing so well.
I think the big thing is consistency, and for this team, it has been a little bit like the highs have been amazing. The lows have definitely left us questioning a lot about what this team can and cannot do, and it is still good to see. I still maintain they are probably our second best team in the league. If they were to get top 2 alongside V5, that's, in terms of how the season has went, that's a pretty standard way you would look at it when you only lose to V5. You know, you would just be behind them.
You know what, Asheen? WE aren't going to be in playoffs, right? So they don't have to worry about that one, with that being their most recent series loss, which is still crazy, right? Considering how high they are in the standings, and they got 2-0'd by WE.
Yeah, they got 2-0 by WE. I think it was a 2-0 by RA as well. And RA could, and FPX. So they could be, realistically, FPX haven't locked their playoff spot just yet. So RA could be the only playoff team, the only kryptonite for RNG. And if they put themselves all the way up to the top, they could be a very, very happy shappies to know that that's not going to be hitting them anytime soon. But come back into this series, we can talk about how this one's going to go. Again, RNG expected favorites into this one, but we got to look at the mid lane. We got to look at how these two mid lanes, Xiaohu versus Cryan. And I think you mentioned it yesterday when we were going through their assets just a little bit. It's like, you know, is Cryan the best mid in the LPL last year? He wasn't even the best mid in RNG.
Yeah, and I think Xiaohu's been proven that, right? Made the transition to the mid lane and has been super dominant. I think Cryan got a lot of flack last year. Obviously, he wasn't the most instrumental player in terms of mid lane prowess when we compared to Knight or Doinby at the time. But he performed a pretty solid role in the team, which was, you know, roam up towards top. They had those set plays that worked with Xiaohu. And I think he's been solid for Ultra Prime, right? Yes, they're not a top contender, but I think he's looked pretty good. But going up against Xiaohu, going up against your old team as well, your former teammate in the mid lane, because that's an even more rare thing, right? If you think about, you know, the Shy against Rookie, yes, it's old teammates, but they're in different roles. It's kind of rare that you end up facing your old teammate who you were on a roster with, and you're now going head to head in the mid lane, both of you playing that role. Pretty hype.
Yeah, it is pretty hype, and this was some of the small little things that we can expect. I will say for Cryan, it hasn't been the most stellar of seasons. We haven't seen him get out of lane probably as much as he wants to, but when he has gotten out of lane, it has been fantastic for the side of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and he's also had some key moments where, I mean, that's the thing, right? On RNG, they were a top team, and he looked like the weakest player on that top team, but on Ultra Prime, he is definitely one of the sort of big players for them alongside Elk, and there were moments like this where he got some huge clutch plays coming in to find themselves an advantage in this FPX battle. In fact, getting a quadra kill by the end of this clip, pretty massive.
I love that clip as well, because they just kind of ignore him, and he's just like, I'm the LeBlanc here. You can't just ignore me. But as we said, he's going up against his counterpart. He played for him in mid when Xiaohu was top, but Xiaohu has just been showing that he has not lost anything in terms of mid lane prowess, and he has been dominating there so far since he came back this split.
And honestly, I feel like he's been such a massive aspect of RNG's success, because they are so reliant on him not only performing well in the laning phase, being able to have that pressure to spread around, but in team fights as well, being a massive factor in finding these critical plays that really allow them to flourish. And more clips here, their series against EDG on the Galio, just coming in, landing the CC, getting the damage down. And I think RNG as a unit have been working pretty well in these team fights, but he's definitely a massive proponent of the success.
I think the big thing as well when we talk about Xiaohu is that it's not just that he himself is playing exceptionally well, it's how the team plays exceptionally well around him. We mentioned it a little bit about how Xiaohu, when he plays something like the Corki, we saw it against the RA series, it just wasn't the team wasn't doing anything. They were saying, look, we got to wait and scale. When he's on something like the Vex, they do go for these much more heavy engaged style teams. The Alistair and the Nara, you can see they're locked in as well. So there's a lot of different aspects that this RNG team focus around Xiaohu, and versus, you know, say the likes of other teams which kind of just use them as a utility for how they want to, you know, kind of push the game.
Yeah, what I love is that we've seen since 12.4 hit a bit of a move, you know, with Corki being nerfed. Victor, who is obviously a good melee matchup in terms, has dropped in priority. We've moved to a lot more mids to have that early activity, right? We have Ryze, who can roam well, TF is up there. But we also have mids like Vex, like LeBlanc, Syndra, that are pretty frequently picked. And I think it's so good for Xiaohu to have a meta where it's like, you know, we're playing these early impact mids. Now, we We have quickly got in at pick ban, Rise, first pick, no massive surprise there. And critically, no AD carries banned away. We've seen recently a fair few, you know, trimmed down. Zeri in particular, very high ban rate. Jinx often getting taken away as well. And RNG gonna lock Zeri. Be interested to see what they take here. Junglers often taken with the AD carries in this rotation, but they're concerned about something like a Nautilus, which sometimes we see picked into Zeri. They could take that here. And Ultra Prime will get a respond. Probably just going to pick up the Jinx for Elk, without doubt.
Oh, we'll see what they want to side of RNG want to go for. They're actually going to lock the Camille so early. I feel like they just kind of telegraphed and said, look, you've already picked the Rise. We're going to go with the Camille Galio combination on 3, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can technically take the Galio as a support here, but it would be so detrimental. It'll have such a horrible matchup into something like the Zeri, so they're really calling out Ultra Prime here.
Yeah, I also like it because that's something we've seen specifically used, I believe it was against RNG by EDG, where they picked like the Camille into the Zeri and just completely shut them out of the game. Like you cannot play in that situation when you sort of have that ultimate that you have no way of avoiding, right? Once you're locked in, you can't use mobility, can't avoid getting CC'd, getting locked down. And I think them picking it up obviously has the element of denial as well. On the other side, I expect the Jinx to come in for Elk, and he has been so massive for this Ultra Prime lineup. I feel like we've talked so much about Jinx and how often the lower ranked teams, they can get their hands on it, can really find a lot of upsets. And man, have we seen upsets this split in the LPL, but I think definitely it's his best performing champion. So a positive that Ultra Prime should be able to secure it.
Yeah, you swear he was playing in the LPL, and considering he's on Fnatic, there's been so many different upsets available to the side of LPL. But obviously we are coming out of chip pick and ban. Obviously an issue. We're going to discuss it once we have any info. We have no info as of the moment, but we will keep you guys updated as much as we possibly can. And coming into this one here, it is going to be about how big can RNG make a splash. It is about how much of a dominant victory we are expecting from them. And anything but does put a couple of more question marks over this team and their championship viability.
For sure. And I think as well, if they can get the top 2 spot, get to that next stage in playoffs to start off, would make such a massive difference, because as much if they've done well against the top end teams, consistency has been a question mark. And I feel like, you know, if you get deeper into the playoffs sort of schedule just by merit of your seeding, it gives you a lot more comfort and a lot more room to navigate. So obviously, I think at this point, you know, we've seen RNG perform what it matters. They need to perform now. They need to get this win. They need to get OMG's win, and one of them be a 2-0, and that will lock them into second. Nothing Weibo would be able to do about that. So badly important. And, you know, hopefully we get the draft back soon. I think something to talk about is that Camille early pickup. And the situation we have is Ultra Prime have 2 picks, right, before it goes to the next ban phase. One of them, I have no doubt in my mind, will be Jinx. They were hovering this in Zhao, but I kind of feel like if you're going to answer this Camille, right, you might want to do that now if you're concerned, if you're thinking, you know, maybe you want to invest in something like a Fiora, like a Jax. There are plenty of picks that can do well into the Camille, but, you know, you might find those trimmed down if you do not pick one of them up now.
I think that's the great thing, and this is what I love seeing with smart drafting strategies, is that we're saying, look, we're picking the top early, and everyone's like, but you're red side, you normally wait to the last pick. It's like, yes, and now you don't have a choice. You have to look to try and either pick in your AD carry or your jungle, or try and pick something in that top line. Otherwise, we're just going to ban away things that do well into it. The Jax obviously comes to mind, like we mentioned, and this is where the mini meta, as I love to call it, comes into play of, like, you know, we're going to force you into a situation where if you don't pick up these different things, you are actually in such a negative position because you decided, yes, the Rise is a super high priority for you, but it doesn't mean that we haven't got answers for it. It doesn't mean that we haven't got ways of punishing you by letting this massive pick get up. And things like the Zeri, Camille, very, very skirmish heavy as well. Very good at just jumping onto singular carries and getting that very, very big, you know, kind of setup for themselves before moving on to the next fight. But the side of Ultra Prime, they got to find an answer for it. I do like the Xin Zhao. I like the idea of, you know, disengage, getting yourself that early skirmishing power as well in the jungle. Obviously, we are going to see now what bans and what picks are going to be picked, or is kept, I should say, coming into the second, or the second attempt, shall we say, of pick and ban. But so far, so good from the side of Ultra Prime. I think, given the fact that they can go with the Jinx or the Aphelios, or hell, they can even go with the Kai'Sa. We have seen that go into the Zeri quite a few times with relative success to Tristana as well, so we can, you know, see what way they want to go for it. But there's plenty on board here for Ultra Prime, and this is a great test for them to see what they can go for. It looks like it was just a little bit maybe of a disconnection before they got back into the picks and bans, and now we're going to see which side of the matchups they want to take.
gotta be Jinx. Like, in my mind, it is 100% certainty that they're gonna take Jinx for Elk. And just as we're speaking about drafting strategy, actually, wait, it's RNG have changed. So we saw the Camille lock-in come in, actually. Looks like they did want the Galio. Critically, Ultra Prime hadn't actually locked their next pick, right? So at that point, RNG, it's not like they were able to change their pick, seeing what Ultra Prime had next. So that's why they're able to change that. And it looks like in this situation, Ultra Prime gonna go with that Jinx and that Xin Zhao. We talked a lot about the top dealing with the matchup. This actually suits RNG better because by picking that Camille in that third pick, we talked about Ultra Prime potentially wanting to respond to it. They don't get a chance now, right? They do have that Camille Galio combo, very potent. They're banning the Thresh. The next ban from RNG is going to certainly be Tahm Kench. Now for Ultra Prime, I feel like you can look at junglers, right? I feel like support is also an option, but probably junglers here. You have the Xin Zhao, things like the Hecarim are strong in general. You could also see the Trundle is something often picked in the Xin Zhao. They will open up with the Hecarim ban though.
Gonna open it up with that one there, try and just limit Wei. And honestly, Wei has been a bit of a silent carry for the side of RNG. Has been a player that started the season looked very out of sorts, very much something that wasn't looking fantastic, and has slowly but surely found himself back into the setup and back into the form that we know and love him for. We saw him in 2021 just linking up with Xiaohu so damn effectively, and it feels like finally we're getting this top tier jungler. He's never been a Tarzan, he's never been a Canyon, or hell, even a you know, any of the top tier of, you know, #1 in the world, but he's always been incredibly consistent, and it's great to see him getting back to that form.
100%. And I think him and Ming was such a powerful pairing as well. I think it's a critical thing. Now, we see the Jarvan band, which is another thing that syncs very well with this Galio. So just want to trim the pool there. Still a fair few options, and actually going to go for the Rek'Sai. So wanting that early pressure out of the pick, which I think kind of makes fair, right? You have a strong scaling top lane, you have a strong scaling AD carry. You want to be able to provide that AD pressure. And if you can lean towards either the side lanes, Rek'Sai frustrating to deal with, but obviously isn't going to scale as well, nearly as well as the Xin Zhao. Now for Ultra Prime, support is going to be a big thing. You know, Alistair makes sense in my mind. They've solved it there. It's point and click CC, which the Zeri can't, you know, outplay with the mobility, can't dodge. And also a good bodyguard, right? You can knock away the Camille if she does ult the Jinx. If you knock her out of her own Hextech ultimatum, then obviously the effect ends and Jinx can escape. And Ultra Prime just looking at the next pick, going for the Kennen. So again, you know, strong team fighting tool, and if everyone does dive onto Elk, you pop that ultimate, you can disrupt, hopefully keep your AD carry alive.
Honestly, it's gonna be so hard to try and keep Elk alive in these fights. If he does, though, there's not really a lot else outside of the initial engage you get from RNG. You go, and they are going full 5v5 right now into this composition. If they lock into this Rakan, that is basically just them saying, we are going forward, and we do not have a stop button. We do not have brakes. We have to go forward into this. They're actually gonna go for the Gragas. They still get that good engage, but a little bit of disengage in case they get caught out as well.
Yeah, generally picked up as just a good matchup into the Alistair, right? It's a bit of a fringe pick, but when we do see it come out, that's one of the reasons, because essentially when he tries to go in for his combo, you can just belly boop him, disrupt it. Not really much you can do to get on top of your AD carry if you're sort of standing on top of your Zeri. And it basically means you can just mitigate that CC, and Gala can play a bit more aggressive. Now, I do have the comps panning out. I do feel like RNG's dive potential absolutely there. It's going to come down a fair bit to execution when it comes to those team fights, right? Can they keep Elk alive is going to be the big question. But kind of before that, looking at the early win conditions, both junglers have a lot of agency. I will say, though, Rek'Sai ganks really hard to deal with, right? The fact you can tunnel over walls, very threatening. So I'm looking at RNG. You have this Rek'Sai, you have the Galio, who's going to be able to, at least in like level 1, be able to push to get prio. And I want to see from level 3 onwards, just trying to make things happen, get your side lanes ahead.
Yeah, I think that's the best way you put it. The first few levels, you know, getting the tunnels behind people, the extra kind of CC engage you get with things like the Camille and, of course, the Galio and those solo lanes is going to be a fantastic start for RNG. And it's about, for Ultra Prime, it's about surviving. It's about getting to a point where you know you can take these fights. The Jinx will scale exceptionally. You have decent engage with the Alistair comboed in with the Xin Zhao. So you have ways of keeping yourself survive. The only thing I could tell or see in my mind, funny enough, before we saw the Alistair locked in was I would have loved a Renata, just because this team and from RNG is just going to constantly run into you. I don't know if it would have worked perfectly, but I think this would have been like the perfect kind of example of how Renata can be absolutely abhorrently good in those with those takeover. Because I'm just gonna be honest with you, Ox, I haven't seen a good hostile takeover yet. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. It hasn't happened. So I'm gonna wait and see how this one all pans out. I'm gonna stop gushing over Renata as we jump onto the rift for game 1 of this best of 3, and we'll see how it all pans out. Like you said, RNG gonna have the early ganking power with that Rek'Sai. It's gonna be on Ultra Prime to see if they can survive it and get to those big level 6 power spikes.
Yeah, and I know it's not really like a conversation about this game. Oh, I'm actually gonna hold that thought completely because we could see Ming. He could just body slam over the wall.
Oh, Xiaohu gonna run in with the Predator.
Oh, bro.
No, he just needed to hold it for like half a second, and yeah, Xiaohu, we cursed him. We talked about him too positively.
Yeah, and actually that's kind of major because by going W level, that's why they take Zeri, the only AD carry where you can shoot at your teammates.
Actively BM them, being like, what the hell was that?
Yeah. Now, a critical thing with that is Xiaohu starting W level 1 means he's not going to be able to contest Pyro as easily. And really, for Cryan, you're kind of waiting for level 2, level 3, where Ryze can normally really control the lane. But you can see here, Xiaohu can't really step up too much. Saying that, he does get the taunt off, so Cryan maybe not handling things the best there. But either way, focus in the city game is going to be on those junglers, right? Particularly the Rek'Sai, once he hits level 3. So much gank potential, so much setup, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how the lanes end up developing in terms of where you can apply pressure. Bot lane, RNG bot lane really doing a lot here, and that's the thing with the Alistar compared to the Gragas. Gragas, your body slam is your dash, whereas Alistar doesn't have the headbutt level 1, can't really pose as much threat.
Yeah, and it's always going to be a little bit more favored in terms of the Zeri as well. You get those auto attacks out a little bit earlier. But once the level 2 hits, as you can see here, Alkenshausi recognizing they will have that headbutt pulverize combination very, very shortly. You combo that in with something like the Chompers. You're going to have a lot of single target CC to be able to lock down someone for an extended period of time, and these early levels make you you're just squishy. There's no other way to put it. You are just very, very squishy at these first few levels. So we'll see what they're able to do as Wei finds himself now into the mid lane. Xiaohu gonna have the Predator and immediately gonna try and find Cryan. Now he gets the taunt to the right spot. Even with the flash over the wall, we do see them flashing in. We're gonna see the junglers joining in. It's a 2v2 for the agents, but first blood to Xiaohu. He will lose his life, or will he?
No.
The knock up, never mind. The audacious charge just about comes back off of cooldown, and Wei will have to be satisfied with a 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, so ends up being a 1-for-1. First blood going to RNG does mean a minor gold advantage on that front. And what I will say is that I think the flash more valuable for Cryan, right? Because basically any point from now on for the next 5 minutes, Xiaohu can simply pop Predator, walk up on Cryan, and they can repeat that gank. So I'm looking away to potentially go for a play like that again, find the opportunity to punish Cryan once more. But good moves from Hacker to be there to cover his mid laner. If he wasn't there, it would have been pretty disadvantageous just to lose that 1-for-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the replay here just very, very quickly. And again, this is just the power of the Predator Galio, and there's not really a lot you could do. I don't know why Cryan... I feel like if he kept walking there instead of going for the Rune Prison, he should have been able to get himself out of the thing, but it would have been close.
I feel like one of the things, if he doesn't go for the Rune Prison, then Xiaohu just keeps running at him, right? It's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Either way, it just kind of shows the power of this Predator Galio against an immobile champion. You just walk at them, right? And speaking of walking at them, Xiaohu going for a little trip in the top lane. There is a ward in the river that will spot him. The question is, will Alias be able to get away in time?
Yes, he will. He'll be just fine. But yeah, like I'm loving this aggression coming out here from Xiaohu. He's already got his Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so he's saying, look, I'm just looking to get this cooldown, you know, my taunt off cooldown as quick as I possibly can. I'm looking to get out into the waves as much as I possibly can. And he's not even losing that much. Like, yes, he's technically down a level right now, but he's going to soak up all this farm. And this is kind of a similar situation to the Twisted Fate. You know, he's not really looking to dominate this lane. He's looking to affect other lanes.
I will say, though, I mean, because of that gank earlier, the wave was, like, pushed into him. He missed a lot of farm, right? He is substantially behind in CS. Like, the fact he got that first blood and he's still down in gold. Like, there is a cost to this. And obviously, you know, you don't pick Galio to, like, scale and farm up, but there's still value to being fed, right? And obviously, you will catch that bit of a wave and equalize a bit more, but he's still down. I think that's something to be said. So, you know, I kind of came into this expecting Xiaohu perhaps to be, you know, playing the matchup very aggressively, looking to... in terms of the player matchup, but really he is sort of gone for this Galio pick so that he can impact the map as much as possible and outmatch Cryan in his own game, right? We always praised Cryan when he was on RNG as being this roam-heavy player who would set up his team. Xiaohu trying to emanate that same sort of play style.
That's the big thing. Xiaohu has been known just to be good at pretty much all play styles he's ever tried to go for.
Pretty good.
He's all right. I still maintain he's probably the GOAT of the LPL, and, you know, I'll die on that hill. But it is going to be, you know, very interesting to see how RNG kind of deal with this Rise once the Rise gets that realm warp, which is just ticked over, and they have gotten themselves now. So you've got yourself 2 ultimates and 2 massive globals here. One will be able to react to the other, and it's going to be similar to what we talked about earlier. Those jungle picks. Oh, that word is a little sad, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't really be able to contest it anyway. It's whatever.
I know, but it's just.
Although maybe, honestly, the fact it's a control ward, it could just be that he was trying to sweep out the vision behind the pick. That is a common warden spot. I'm gonna, you know,
you giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Benefit of the doubt, yeah, I will in this situation. Really hard to say, but either way,
you're a nicer man than me. I'm just like, no, you failed me, then perish. But yeah, and first dragon goes to RNG, so they might not have the gold lead in the early stages. They are losing in the top side and the mid lane in terms of CS, but of course, in terms of the early dragon control, it is theirs to have, and luckily for them, there isn't going to be a Cloud Soul Rift, so they're happy enough to keep this stacking.
Yeah, and I think there's 2 things I kind of want to draw attention to. I'm saying this as Wei, so he did a good job of establishing vision around mid. They've been looking for this gank on Cryan. They're trying to find this window. Flash is coming up in not too much time. They kind of need to make this work now, or the window is going to have passed.
Yeah, they're going to look for it right now. Here we go. But just you can see Xiaohu not quite in position, and with those brown bags on Cryan, he does have fairly decent movement speed to try and just walk away from these things, and they're not going to commit their flash just yet to try and kill off Cryan. So opportunity not quite taken, but they won't lose anything because of it.
Well, that's the window closed, right? Cryan's flash is going to be up by the time you're going to be able to loop around for a next gank. And so that early play we saw, that was a 1-for-1. As I said, the main thing was like the return gank. If you can find that opportunity again, that's where you can really punish. It hasn't come. Cryan has his flash again. It's going to make making that play in the future harder. And as a result, you kind of missed that. And speaking of windows, we're now hit level 6, right? Way on this Rek'Sai, we talked about the ganking pressure this pick has pre-6. We got 1 gank. It was matched. That's it. And I feel like as a result, we kind of missed out on that pressure that we'd hope to see from Wei. And ultimately, I can say that's a success for Ultra Prime now. Bin's in a bit of an uncomfortable spot here on the top side, trying to push this wave in, and it does mean this potential setup. He's going to take his time and not push up too heavily. Wei is in the vicinity and might need to cover him, but essentially it's one of those situations where when a wave is pushing away from you, you need your jungler there to cover, because if you overextend for it, very easy just to get ganked and die.
Yeah, well, with the pressure you have on top side, we are going to see, Elk and Gala going to be in a little bit of a 1v1. There's the ultimate coming down. Look at the damage this Zeri has. The exhaust has to be put in. They even get the Super Mega Det Rocket. The flash and exhaust used, but Gala's going to go down in a 1-for-1. It's both solo kills to the 80 carries. Now you don't have those massive players here for this 4v4, because they're going to be miles away before they can join this, but it looks like Ultra Prime are going to be able to take this, because RNG do not feel comfortable going into that 4v4, especially with the Kennen on the right.
Yeah, I think a critical thing as well, Xiaoxi level 6, Ming isn't. Something often we're talking about is support being level 6 for that fight around the Herald. The fact that Xiaoxi is, he can just dive in, pop that ultimate, soak so much damage, and they don't have the Gragas cast to mitigate in terms of pressure now. He has some trouble.
Is he, though? Is Wei going to actually force him out away from the side of the things? Wei did take a very unfavorable trade, but knew he had been to keep him in check, so that's flash burnt by the Kennen, and that means those flash slicing Maelstrom's not going to be available just yet. Let's have a look at the replay here. This is just Gala. I feel like he got everything he should have gotten, and then he just goes a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, I mean, you could have taken it as a summoner advantage, but knew he could find the kill angle going in like this, and it's one of those situations where you're not getting that again. It's an even trade. Both traded all summoners, so it's kind of just a neutral play on the back of that. I think, you know, the technical correct play would be to not flash over the wall and keep the summon advantage. I can't fault him for going for the big moves, right?
You gotta go. You miss all the shots you don't take. Isn't that what you usually say?
Exactly. And, you know, here's an example of that spot where you often see
I was
wards
gonna
placed.
say, you know what, Hacker, getting value out of that ward from earlier. I'm sorry, I was not a believer. and I've been shown up now. No,
There you go.
Don't I look the fool?
Yeah, and it's actually very hard to clear that ward as a melee champion. Right? You kind of need your AD carry to come over and assist, because if you, for example, if the Gragas body slams over the wall to clear it, like there is so much opportunity just to get collapsed on and die.
Wait to see where they want to go with it, because they collapse on and die. We haven't seen any real Realm Warps or Heroes entrances just yet coming out from the two mid laners. Wei coming back into the mid lane. No teleport here for Cryan, so if he was to die, he would lose a little bit of farm, but it's still a rise, so he's still totally fine to kind of go for it. Oh, as I say that, he gets caught out just a little bit. He's going to have to flash back immediately. And they do get themselves a summoner. Yeah, Phase Rush, he's just so quick, man. I don't know what it is. It just feels like on Rise, he just gets it so much quicker, and he is so much quicker.
I think the thing is, because he's like one of those combo champions, he can very quickly proc it with, 3 abilities in quick succession. But also, he can proc his own movement speed, right, with his runes. So it's like a double combo. You get Phase Rush movement speed and proc your own, and you're just completely out of there. So a lot of strength in that regard. And I think a thing to be said for these mid laners, often when you see two roaming mids, like here we have the, wait, I'm going to hold the floor, we're seeing a bit of action.
They are going to see a bit of action. Shousey gets caught up and he's going to blow his own ultimate. So we're seeing little by little RNG. They're not gaining kills as such yet, but they are gaining pressure. Flash burnt in mid, the support losing his ultimate. That makes the Alistar very, very squishy. And now we can see Cryan in a little bit of trouble. They flash in, they get the knock up. They are going to get the taunt as well. And he will go down to Wei. You repeat the gank with no flash, you are going to die.
That's kind of what I was looking for earlier, right? Is they get a flash, they repeat it, they find the pressure. Didn't really find it pre-6, but they still find the opportunity here. Wei flashing in to secure it, and that means they still have Xiaohu's flash, so they can still potentially make a repeat gank later. But for now, they're going to use that pressure to pick up the second dragon. And just to go back to my point I was trying to set up earlier, often we see, like, when both teams have a roaming mid, right? If it's like TF, Galio, Rise, you kind of think, oh yeah, we're going to see tons of action, both teams just popping those cooldowns all the time, and we'll have fights in the side lanes. It seems like that would happen, and we're going to get a bit of that right now.
Here's the tried and tested combo, the Demacian Hex Gates of Death. The Xiao who picks it up. Does he go down? He does.
Yes, he does.
Ooh, that's unfortunate there. So a 1-for-1 trade. You got to feel like Ultra Prime not going to be too unhappy with that.
Yeah, ultimately, Xiaohu was already a bit lower, ends up taking tower aggro first, and just enough damage to take him down. You know, it ends up just not being favorable as a result for RNG. They commit that tool, and now Cryan has the advantage until Realm Warp. But just to finish my point I kept trying to set up, when both teams have those globals, it kind of holds the other accountable, right? You can't just freely go for those plays because you can be matched on it, right? And the critical thing over there was that Cryan was on a reset, so they can find it. But now, Ultra Prime are the ones with the pressure advantage, okay? They have the Realm Warp in pocket. They can be the ones to be proactive with play. They are just going to throw down that Herald mid, take the 2 plates, lower the tower down. And that means there's also pressure. If Xiaohu roams again, they could just lose their mid tier 1, right? You have to constantly be on edge as a result.
Unfortunately, though, for the side of Ultra Prime, Cryan was not in range to get any of that yummy plate gold. 3 plates did end up going over to Hacker, though, so got himself a nice little 480 gold bounty for himself. As we can see the ultimate coming in. This is just a delay backs, and is it going to hit? Yes, it is, and that's going to stop Gala from resetting. Not quite sure what he's going to be, kind of delayed from doing as such. No Rift Herald for a minute, no Dragon for 3.5. So
it's just annoying, right?
It is.
And the thing is,
really
the cooldown's so low, like it's already a quarter off, right? There's very little opportunity cost for that. But you delay tempo, and as you said, probably not going to make a huge difference here in this situation. But it just, if you repeatedly do that over the course of the game, you can actually find some windows. I've seen opportunities where supports have been hit when they're trying to reset for wards before an objective, like a minute before. And it's, I swear, it's so frustrating.
It is very, very tilting. But Zeri should be able to get himself out. Wei will know where Elk is. Maybe trying to see if they can go for it. Yep, they're going to try and commit to this. We're going to see there. They're going to try and get the flash and the exhaust out straight away. Cryan comes in with the Realm Warp, but Elk has gone down. They will trade out, though, the jungler for the AD carry. And now RNG are a little bit caught between a rock and a hard place. There is the Cannon ultimate all on top of the back line. As we can finally see Bin join this fight. But look at Gala free hitting now on this backside. The Zeri is just getting so much free reign as Bin needs to use the Hex ultimate to try and keep himself alive. Hacker just has to back away as look at Gala go. He's getting these resets. He's getting himself ramped up and ready to go. Shousey needs to try and back himself away, but you cannot run from this massive triple kill. Gala steps up huge.
And that's the problem, right? You invest your resources and don't have any left for the Zeri and Gala. I mean, this is why this champion's just so insane, right? If you're unchecked, you just ramp so hard. And initially, right, RNG, they find this pick on an Elk. It's a little bit messy, I'll be honest, right? I think the critical thing is Xiaohu. I think he was trying to channel a taunt for the Rise. I'm really not sure what went on there. But either way, a lot of tools invested by RNG. Great opportunity for Ultra Prime. But the problem is, they commit so heavily here, and they just disrespect the Zeri. And Zeri pops the ult early. Gala just ramping. Every single time connecting with these shots, you're just seeing more and more stacks added. And Bin comes in just to buy more time, essentially, for the Zeri to ramp. But it gets to the point where no ult available for the Kennen, no combo for the Alistar. Hacker's ult times out, and they just have nothing left. No gas in the tank to deal with this champion.
And the great thing about the Zeri is your auto attack is on your queue. You don't need to see them. You just gotta point in the direction of where you think they're gonna be. So triple kill over to Gala. That puts him massively ahead. He goes back, picks himself up a Tiamat, and that's going to be huge now for RNG. We will see the second Herald being taken by Ultra Prime and dropped off into the top side, as they do have a 3-man stack there, but they did lose tier 1 in the bot lane. They now have to deal with the pressure in the mid lane, and there's a couple of questions coming in now for Ultra Prime of how do you react to this. You're still technically ahead, but this Zeri is getting very big.
Yeah, they kind of need to get a tier 2 here to make this worth, right? One of the big things is they could have just thrown this mid and got the tier 1 mid, which is more important. They commit to the side lane because they want the gold, right? They get that tier 2, which is worth a fair bit. And so they will trade up overall in terms of gold, but RNG, pretty even, and they have 2 dragons in pocket, and the next one is about to spawn. If you look at the area, there is vision control completely in favor for RNG. So Ultra Prime going to find mid prior and move down. We see Xiaohu going for a reset. A lot of wards in the enemy jungle from TTP to. And remember, we set this up before the game. It's about killing Elk. He has no flash. It's about getting on him. It's about taking him out and then winning the subsequent team fight. And really for Ultra Prime, it's like playing the Peel game most of all.
Yeah, we can see there Gala just throwing in. Flashes away though as Shousey goes forward. Doesn't use his Unbreakable Will just yet as the dragon has spawned. Wei is in the pit. They finally have Xiaohu who TP'd in onto the backside, so he's going to try and find a flank as they go straight in. Shousey though loses almost all of his HP. Bing goes in but not quite able to find anything. The Everfrost completely whiffs. This is very disorganized here from the side of RNG. Gala's going to need to have to do it again. There's 1, there's 2, but he gets locked up there by the ruined prison and has to run away straight away. The rest of his team needs to do the rest of the damage as Hacker goes in. They're going to try and get a third one there onto Gala, who's still doing damage over the wall as Crine keeps himself and his team alive in this fight. He flashes in trying to find Wei, but he just can't find him. These health bars are so low. The flash Everfrost into the taunt and sniped down with the Prey Seeker. RNG with a very scrappy engage, but at the end of it all, they get the kills and they get soul points.
And honestly, it felt like RNG were just bullying their former mid laner there. It felt like Cryin permanently trying to find these low HP targets and they're just running circles around him. It's a pretty messy fight initially from the side of RNG, right? We see the engage come through from Ultra Prime. Shousey gets blown up instantly, and then Wei's waiting for a window, and they kind of just sacrifice Bin. They're like, it's whatever, you're out of position, not going to go for it. But then Xiaohu gets a big taunt. Gala's still ramping. The AoE gets those 2 kills, and then he only just escapes. And Cryin, he's like, I'm going to flash, I'm going to kill him, but knows he won't be able to catch him because of that extra movement he granted, right? So he backs away, starts looking to continue the fight on this front, and then again, he gets Wei so low, trying to find the kill. Once again, isn't able to find it because of the tunnel away. And it's these being able to traverse over the walls just make it so hard for a champion like Rise to catch you.
Just so frustrating. You can imagine looking at that fight, Ultra Prime thinking, cool, we just got Bin out of the way. We still had Elk available to us. Cryan's dealing out machine gun Rise damage, and it just doesn't, unfortunately, come together. That was another 3 kills going over to Gala as well. He is 7-1-1. Already got himself a Titanic Hydra. You're also looking down the barrel of a soul point now, or soul Dragon Soul here for RNG. So you just got to try and hope that the pieces fall together because the extra mobility is crippling me right now. RNG is getting out with the skin of their teeth.
And honestly, Ocean Soul, pretty good here for RNG. I think a big thing is I often think the Ocean Soul is better when you have tankier members, right? Because if someone gets one shot, Ocean Soul does nothing. But if they take a bit of time to go down, then obviously you get a lot of value out of it. Gala is going to be tanky on the Zeri. That's a big thing with Zeri. You end up so bulky because the items you build already has 2 items that grant a fair bit of HP. So in those longer fights where you're ramping up, you're also sustaining quite effectively, and it's going to make things really difficult for Ultra Primes. It's a 2,000 gold deficit, but they have about 3 minutes to work out how to handle this next team fight. And the big thing is we praised Elk as being a massive factor for this team. I haven't really seen too much from him, right? Hasn't really been able to find those pop-off plays on the Jinx. And with Gala being so strong, you kind of need your Jinx to start getting those resets in the fight, start finding momentum.
Momentum is a big thing in the side of Ultra Prime. They need, as you say, just to get those resets, get themselves into a good position where El can just free fire. He is only down about 1,000 gold as we come up into the about 21-minute mark. So he's not even that far behind. Still keeping good toe in terms of items. He's got himself a second, so he's sitting there on the rapid-fire cannon. Xiaoxi in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to have to force to be popped his ultimate, but he's still being run down. The ignite is good. He tries to go in. Yes, he does get Gala. They will trade him back, but that's 100% worth for the side of Ultra Prime. 1,000 gold shutdown going over to crying Xiaoxi. That was beautiful.
100%, and it's just a bit overzealous from RNG, right? They had the red buff from Gala. They also had the ignite from Ming. They're like, we have enough true damage. But it's still a very extended takedown, the Alistair. And the fact is you give 1,000 gold shutdown over to the Rise, and you lose your mid lane tier 1 from it. So a definite reprieve that was needed for Ultra Prime there. 2 minutes until that Dragon, 2 minutes until that potential soul that we're looking towards. We'll get a replay first. And yeah, you know, they're like, we have the damage to burn Xiaoxi down. But he popped his ultimate, and it's really, a lot of it is that true damage from the red buff and that ignite that's just burning through. But just a great flash play coming out to catch out the Zeri. Just easily pick up a kill where Gala wasn't expecting it. And I think a critical thing is that Xiaoxi has the Ionians, right? And also has Inspiration. Because you remember the last time that Xiaoxi used his flash, it was to force Gala's flash, right? But because of those tools he has, because he has the Ionians and Cosmic Inspiration, his flash is up sooner. So he was able to find that play.
Big moment there, and again, it went over to someone who you pretty much wanted all going over towards. It goes over to Cryan, so he picks himself up.
Well, I would have liked if Elk was there to get a last time.
He wasn't there, but at least he didn't go over to Xiaoxi. That's my point. He went to a carry, and that's all that matters. But he has got himself his Fimbulwinter now, so he's pretty damn tanky coming into this one. Looks like RNG setting themselves up with a minute to go, or just under it till that dragon spawns. They still have themselves 1,000 gold lead. It was 2,000, but 1,000 gold shutdown will trade it off. Wei now with his Edge of Night should be able to keep himself safe and tunnel himself right out of any real danger. And now we wait to see. You do have full summoners on both AD carries, on both top lane and mid laners. The only one we're missing is on Xiaoxi, who obviously burned it just in that last play. So we'll have to see where this fight goes. And RNG, they're waiting to see what the side of Ultra Prime do. I feel like we need a flank coming out here from Allies. Allies needs to get himself on this cannon onto that backside to try and just lock down the Zeri.
And the problem is, it's like if you end up jumping on the Zeri and they end up jumping on your Jinx, the Jinx is definitely going to die. Zeri actually has a chance to outplay. And that's, I think, the concern. You can see Ultra Prime trying to group up, and it's really RNG looking for these angles of approach. Ultra Prime just trying to move forwards and being threatening on the sidelines. It really comes down to Gala, I feel, though. He's so fed right now, so strong. Does he live? Does he die? That will be the question for whether they come out ahead in this fight.
So tanky as well. And you see, again, with the Q being his auto attacks, he's able to just throw these out constantly. With the Titanic Hydra, he will just do serious amounts of damage. And Bin saying, look, if you're not willing to deal with mid, we are willing to take it. So you don't have to fight this if you're on the side of RNG. If you don't feel like you want it, you can just leave it up. You have 3 dragons. It looks like Ultra Prime are going to try and commit to it. Xiaoxi goes in. We are going to see the ultimate coming out from Zeri as they finally get the full damage down. As Cryan trying to do the damage here, but a 3-man taunt. As we can see, Elk goes golden. There's the flank, but is it good enough? Gala's kiting so damn well. They've got the Alistair, they've got the Jinx, and Gala's not quite done with this one. It's sold for the side of RNG, and all the kills they could possibly want. It ends up going triples for all the side of RNG. Another 3 kills to Gala, and that's going to be all she wrote, Ox.
Ocean Soul, and they're going to be able to pick the Baron up as well. Mid Tower 2 might be forfeit. Actually, Bin doesn't have the waves. He's going to head straight towards the Baron. But Gala, once again, they're not able to take him down. He's just too bulky, too tanky. They don't have the damage to shred through him. And then he's able to turn it around. And RNG get everything they want and more.
Even had to use the Zhonya's off of Xiaohu. The stopwatch from Wei. They had so much. Elk, if you're going to make a miracle steal, it's got to be now, but it's a little bit too little too late. They're going to forfeit up the Baron, the Soul. And honestly, this game feels like it's all in RNG's favor.
Yeah, I mean, you have to see the replay of the fight. So Ultra Prime commit heavily onto the dragon, and they look for this flank angle. But watch Xiaohu go straight on the Elk. This Jinx just doesn't get to play the game. And then look at the difference on the other side, right? Kenanul onto Gala, manages to flash out, and is actually tanky enough to withstand the damage. That's the critical thing, right? Still alive here, despite the fact you just had a Kennen and Xin Zhao in your face. And that's kind of the thing, right? You know, if RNG get onto your AD carry, onto the Jinx, that's it done. But even if you get onto Gala, he's so strong right now, he's so bulky, there's no guarantee you actually take him down. And as a result, RNG managing to come out ahead. And now in a position where with this Baron in hand, a lot of tower gold they can pick up, they can look to really snowball this lead.
Yeah, and look, how do you engage on this? You know, Gala's going to be able to walk up to these towers pretty damn easily. The one thing that we usually say about Azeri is that she doesn't have great siege. She is very relatively low range, but with the Baron now kind of buffering that, getting that negative off of you, you're not really going to be too dissatisfied for it. As Bin gets himself on the side push. Bin having a very quiet game, but not one that he hasn't been involved in either. He's been the big assist, shall we say, for Gala. Like you mentioned in that first triple kill fight for Gala on the Zeri, he has been the guy to just give more time to separate the side of Ultra Prime from taking him down. And this is what makes RNG so damn scary. It's not just Xiaohu in the mid lane. They have multiple threats in multiple lanes. And I feel like Gala, since last year, 2021, where he had that massive spring finals performance, has just been getting better and better and better as time goes on.
Yeah, and I feel like the split we haven't been like a ton of pop-up performances from him, but when it's needed, he has stepped up, and this is definitely one of them. I mean, 11, 2, and 3 on the Zeri. You know, having the confidence to take this, leaving the Jinx for Elk, and then being comfortable to take it to these team fights. And I think they really have been delivering in that regard. Elk has just felt subdued. He hasn't had a real chance to play. And at this point, Hacker and the Xin Zhao, you know, he soaks damage, but he's not super relevant. The Ryze is tanky, has that Rylai's now, so he's going to like slow people down, but isn't really doing a ton of damage. Elk really needs to be sort of the driving force in these team fights, and he just doesn't have the gold. Doesn't have his third item completed, whereas Gala has that Runaan's working towards a Black Cleaver next. It's super hard to deal with, and the gold lead is just growing more and more. Currently 6,500 gold, and the stats from the Ocean Soul as well coming in. It is looking pretty rough right now for Ultra Prime.
Very, very rough. They need to try and find a miracle fight where they catch out Gala. He has no flash at the moment, and only really the Gragas to keep him safe. But as you can see there, just 1-2 auto attacks that just kind of trickle in with the Titanic Hydra. Just makes it so difficult. Now there's a significant gap between the AD carries. It is a 3,000 gold lead, and we're going to look like about an item and a half in favor of Gala over his counterpart Elf. And that's just going to be harder and harder for them to defend this. I don't really see them losing this tier 2 as the Baron buff does end up wearing off, but you've got Baron in 3 minutes, Elder in 2, when we've seen how these team fights are going. RNG have just said, cool, we'll fight you at every single objective. We don't care. Yeah, I don't think it necessarily gets better as well. Gala 2 levels up now in Elk on top of that gold differential, so super strong. And again, it comes down to right now, RNG kind of have to make a mistake, right? They are so strong in the fights. They really need to, you know, overcommit onto Elk. Elk survives, and Gala just can't find headway in the fight. But that's a lot of ifs, a lot of buffs, And right now, Gala's going to reset, pick up his 4th item and a stopwatch as well. They know these next fights are going to be the game enders, right? If you get Elder, if you get Baron, RNG's next one should be enough to finish off the game. They're looking towards that dragon in a minute 30, already starting to establish some early vision. And the thing is now, Ultra Prime have to be really cautious because they don't have any towers anywhere near this dragon. So a lot of ground to cover. RNG can just push in this mid wave, sweep through the area, clear out your vision, and then you have a long path to even get to the dragon where, you know, you could walk into a brush, there could be Xiaohu, Bin could be on a flank. Makes it super risky. And look, I know the Rek'Sai is an interesting pick. I don't think it was a bad pick whatsoever, but it definitely wasn't the thing that won RNG this game. I think the composition itself is just very one track, but one track in a good way, because it just does exactly what it says on the tin. It's like it 5v5s. It keeps everyone alive. It goes for those big disengaging, or sorry, big engaging ultimates like the Hextech Ultimatum, like the Hero's Entrance, and you're just trying to keep your Gala, you know, the Zeri alive, which despite not being a crit carry is pretty damn good at putting down that DPS. Yeah, I mean, the AoE is just insane. I think the thing with Zeri is that we've definitely seen Zeri fluff, right? And it's usually when teams have a lot of tools to deal with it and shut it down. The problem is Ultra Prime just don't
haven't been able to find success on that front. And now they are trying to push up as a group and contest that vision. This is kind of what I was talking about. They're trying to approach the dragon, but they don't have the vision, and just even getting into range of it is a bit of a difficult task at this point. Now they are looking for Bin, but he should just be able to jump out of this one.
I was gonna say he's got the hook shot, but he's gonna get himself out. There's gonna be the hero's entrance to keep him alive. Shousty though taking about half his HP, and they don't really do any damage whatsoever to this Camille.
Remember there's Ocean Soul.
Yeah, it's Ocean Soul, and you've got lost your flash as we see Xiaohu just trying to basically cover them off. They're pincering them in. They're saying there's nowhere for you to go, nowhere for you to hide. And they're going to try and get the slicing Maelstrom, but it's in defense. And Elk is dead. Kennen to follow. It's a massacre in this bot side as this Zeri wrings the necks of Ultra Prime. Triple kill again for Gala. That's got to be his 4th of the game. And this game will finally be done. The ace to RNG. Ultra Prime got caught.
Yeah, just absolutely decimated. Another triple for Gala. It's been the game of triples, and now they're just going to push in, look to potentially end the game on this one. They have a wave as well and long death timers. Just feels like RNG in these fights so crisp, so clean. Ultra Prime never really with the hope.
Again, this is why we have such high hopes for the side of RNG. They went with a composition that they know they can execute on. They look so damn good in every single point. Every answer from Ultra Prime was given. A massive no from the side of RNG. And that's just going to be as easy as it likes. We wanted to see a commanding and confident game from RNG. We got it in that one.
100%. I mean, they honestly just really comfortably managed to handle this one. Felt like the early game was a little bit back and forth. There was some mess, right? It felt like it wasn't super clean. We didn't find those early Rek'Sai ganks, but when it came to the team fights, the execution was just there. And I think the big thing was that Ultra Prime didn't have fantastic tools to deal with the Zeri, right? You know, the Alistar was fine, the Kennen was okay, but it just really felt like they you know, in that first skirmish, they committed too heavily. They didn't have anything left for Gala, and they just disrespected the Zeri. And you can see the damage coming out. Humongous. You can see the trajectory of the game as well. It was after that fight, really, where Gala found that big lead. They just lost control of the game.
Yeah, and it just felt like after that fight, it was never in doubt that RNG were going to win. A little slower than probably most people would have expected, but you don't need to go super fast when Gala's going super fast. He's just able to constantly get up to those points, and he's so tanky, putting up such consistent damage. And you can see that with Shousty, even with his unbreakable will, he looked like paper going up against this absolute, you know, kind of menace that was the Zeri in the bot side, because of that Black Cleaver procs, because of the constant armor shredding and the constant poke he was receiving. He just wasn't able to do anything. And again, this Kennen was great in terms of the 1v1 against Bin. You can see he did a fair bit in terms of that matchup, but when you're not able to get onto Gala, when you're using your ultimate, you're slicing Maelstrom defensively to keep yourself alive against Xiaohu, that's just a bad time.
And I felt like, you know, even when CC connected to Gala, often he was able to kite it out so that there was no real follow-up damage. I think that was the problem, right? They just never at one point were able to commit everything onto this Kennen and just destroy it. And then it felt like in teamfights, Elk just couldn't find a place to position, right? And constantly Xiaohu or Bin were just these big threats that were an absolute pain in his side. So I think, you know, compositionally, I think there wasn't, honestly, you know, I think more answers to Zeri is a big thing, I'd say, for Ultra Prime. But ultimately, this was just RNG playing better.
Yeah, straight up playing better. We'll see if Ultra Prime can change anything up or if RNG will be coasting themselves to a 2-0. We're going to send ourselves to a quick break. When we return, Game 2 Pick and Bans will be happening very, very shortly.
Before the start of spring, no one was optimistic about JDG. But now, they have become the dark horse of the split.
Voting. He's in trouble. You can't do that, Voting. As now Rich is going in. They're trying to find Hope, but Hope makes it out. Now he's firing on the back line. Needlework is going to go wide. Carson goes down. JDG have done it again.
Weibo Gaming has been dominant this season. And although they have stumbled recently, the beast lies in wait for playoffs.
Zoning them off with the AoE, a great hook from On again. Viper trying to get away, but SOFM follows into his death as one Fong is free firing, and the Shy has joined back in to hit Flandre with the final piece of needlework.
3-6-9. Because of his unstable performance, he has been a controversial subject for a long time. But he has never missed any LPL playoffs since his debut, which is enough to prove himself.
我觉得他的话就是比较有实力，单人线比较强的一个选手嘛。 把他兑现的话，我觉得我注意好就是线上的细节就好。然后我们的话就是希望就是前面很积极的找节奏嘛。现在季后赛关键阶段，然后我们队伍的话就是想要赢下每场比赛。
Marvin's missing with the execution, and the Rockman wins out. 369 flying in from above. Tarzan off the wing though, trying to bring it back, but it's too late. JDG once again team fight king.
The Shy has always been the ceiling of LPL top laners. Now, he pays more attention to the team, and his champ pool has become oh so deeper. No matter what champion the team needs, he can handle them perfectly.
그냥 다 할 줄 아니까 코치가 쓰고 싶은 거 쓰는 느낌. 나중에 다음 경기들은 팀원들이 기분 나쁠 일만 없었으면 좋겠어요.
Throws him down low again. He should have to stay as he W flashes in as well. Slice and dice. 1 versus 2. The Shy is a Gragas, but how much can he do as ZS runs back into the fray? The barrel hold. First blood body slam. And Hacker can't follow it up. He don't have the flash.
Yagao is an indispensable player of JDG. As long as Yagao performs, JDG's victory is inevitable.
9 cancels his recall. He wants to fight this with Wolf. 5 at time. Yagao flashes forward. That's going to be the juggler going down. Oh, the Chaos Storm gets it. Yagao goes huge here and out JDG.
It's impossible to make a breakthrough through Weibo Gaming's bot lane because Hwanpong is now at his peak form, and he continues to grow stronger and stronger and stronger.
我觉得我在队伍中的定位是打野帮，我就谁打野不帮我就稳住，然后想办法给队友制造环境。
As the LPL regular season has almost come to an end, this matchup will determine their positions in the playoffs. The duel between the Shy and 369 will take center stage as JDG vs Weibo Gaming kicks off.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal, and life is not ready, baby. Yeah.
下一场来对战 Elk 选手嘛。然后首先我觉得他是线上比较激进，然后打团就是很会找输出位置的选手。然后希望打他们就是线上多注意一些换血吧，因为他们下路就是很喜欢打架。接下来的比赛就希望能都赢下来吧，然后我们就多注意一下前期就是失误吧，然后觉得前期没出什么问题的话，我觉得就可以。
Mistakes in the early game and definitely willing to trade. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are into week 9, day 6, as we come up to the end of our regular split. But Gala there talking about how Elk likes to be aggressive. I think Gala was the aggressive one in that particular matchup.
Yeah, I find it funny as well. He was talking about Elk finds good position to get damage off in team fights. Wasn't able to in that game. It was really the Gala
can
show.
You blame him?
Yeah, I mean, he was targeted pretty heavily, but just this Zeri for RNG, massive. And Gala is MVP for the game, no real surprise. Triple triples in that game. 3 separate fights, he managed to get triple kills, and just it felt like he was pretty untouchable. There was one little mistake in mid lane where he got punished, and other than that, just completely on point.
Yeah, just able to continuously put out damage. You even saw, we'll see probably in a couple of these clips, where he's on the brink of death. He has probably 50 HP, and he still goes for the very aggressive plays. And this is one of them. We talked about the trading in the bot side, and the funny thing is, I actually think if Elk goes to the left behind his minions, yeah, I was like, I think if Elk goes to the left before behind the minions, he probably doesn't take the Q damage there, and there's maybe a question mark whether or not he dies. But nevertheless, this was the big fight that turned it all around. You can see Gala untouched, unhindered, as he just laid down the fire onto the side of Ultra Prime.
And that's the big thing. Like, you have to deal with this Zeri. You can't just let it keep free hitting and ramping up. So much was committed onto the other teammates that it just meant Gala permanently able to get these stacks built up, and at the end of the fight there's nothing available, no CC left, nothing to deal with Gala, and he's able to not just chase down those 2 kills but also find Shaoxi. This was that first triple, but honestly Gala, I think the big thing is you can definitely see players get a big influx of gold, right, whether the team play for them or whether they clean up a fight, but Gala was pretty responsible with his gold lead. Other than that one mistake mid, he performed so well consistently in team fights, just not being challenged and able to clean up.
Yeah, it just felt like he had the run of it. Even in the times where they almost got on top of him, it was just a flash away, or he dashed over a wall and continuously kept himself relevant in the fights. He wasn't afraid to come back in on subhuman HP where most people would have walked away. And now for Ultra Prime, you got to make a decision. You got to try and figure out what was the problem. I think the problem was the bot lane, but even then, it feels like there's, well, definitely the Zeri in that game, but it feels like it just felt like they picked the Zeri on the side of RNG and they hard committed, almost like TFT. You pick up one augment in the first few rounds. They're like, I'm hard committing to this one strategy as they went through the rest of their picks and bans.
Yeah, but I think RNG got a 3-star Zeri and it's just like game's over, right? Like there's so little you can do against it. And I think as well, it sort of harks back to draft. I think Zeri is one of these picks where it kind of, if you leave it open, that's okay. But I feel like you have to do so knowing that you have more than enough tools to deal with it. Like you have to have everything more in position where you can handle it. And I think a good example, it was actually RNG against EDG. EDG had Camille, they had Galio, they had Tristana, they had Nautilus. Like a spread of tools to shut Gala down, and that's the game that RNG lost with the Zeri. But here, there just wasn't quite enough, right? Not enough threat. They ran out of tools often in these fights, and it left Gala unchecked. Now, we will have the same sides, right? We do see the Galio actually being banned away from Xiaohu. Jace, the Lee Sin, and the Gwen all repeats from the last draft phase.
All repeats coming in. Ultra Prime back on the blue side. They're going to ban away the Ahri as well. RNG have got themselves an opportunity of where they want to try and take this. They did ban the LeBlanc last time around, so we'll see if they want to try and continue with that spree of just taking things off of Cryan. Of course, when we talked about Cryan at the top of the day, the LeBlanc was one of the few things that we said, look, he looked fantastic on, looked like he could make a real big impact on. We'll see if RNG want to go for it. And honestly, I don't have a problem with them banning away the LeBlanc here, but they are taking their sweet time to see what the final ban was going to be, and they're going to go with it.
Yeah, I could have seen them ban the Rise, right? You don't have the Galio to answer, so they might have actually gone for that. And then, you know, if LeBlanc gets picked, you can just take your own matchup into it. By committing to the same bans as before, doesn't mean that Rise is going to get picked up by Ultra Prime. RNG, the Zeri is open again, it's available. I do think that now Ultra Prime knows like a massive issue. Perhaps they can sort of try and pick a comp that more heavily deals with it. We'll see if they opt to do so. But for the time being, I feel like Gala has such a good performance, there's no reason not to take it. Now, Volibear was the ban that was subbed out for the Galio, and Wei instantly locks that in.
instantly locks it goes and straight away saying, look, this is my comfort pick right now. This is what I'm feeling good on. And honestly, I want to see Ultra Prime take in the Kaiser, the Tristana. I don't really want to see Elk back on the Jinx. Yes, it's good, but we saw just how little it can do into what RNG can make happen to it. And I just think you need more answers onto the Zeri. I think the Rise and the Jinx are great, but against the Zeri, they don't really give you as much as you probably want.
Yeah, I think something that could be said is Ultra Prime could pick up like the Tom Kench here, right? One of the problems we saw RNG banned away Thresh Tom Kench in this next ban phase. So I think that adaptation would make sense to provide safety for the Jinx before going down. Problem is, Tom Kench, Thresh, neither are that great answers into the Zeri. So it's how do you specialize? Do you go for more protection for Elk, who is just constantly threatened that last game, or do you go for more tools to deal with Gala, who is an absolute menace? I feel like there's two elements to the conversation. Looks like they are going to go for the protect Elk more and go for that Tom Kench before it gets banned away. Now RNG, they can go for a support to match right now. They could though go for a top laner or a mid laner. A mid to match Rise could make a lot of sense for Xiaohu if you want to contest that priority. Top laner, if you want to pick something and then ban away counters, also works. And it looks like, you know, Galio gone, you still want roaming pressure. TF is a potential, but they might just go for the Orianna. I think Orianna is a good matchup for the Rise. Can contest that priority. Especially level 1, you should be able to push him in.
Yeah, and you have a way of stopping the Realm Warp from getting up and around places if you are following up on the Rise. Your Shockwave does very well, and you just keep yourself very, very safe, especially with the ball delivery system of something like a Volibear. You have got options available to you. Now, you would imagine Ultra Prime will be banning away certain supports away from RNG to make sure that they don't have as easy as a laning phase or as much of a pressure on top of this Tam Kench and Jinx setup. They're actually going to go with the Renata, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to say maybe even a Leona or a Rakan banned away here as their final one as we come up to the last few bans of this round.
Yeah, I mean, RNG banning junglers, because that's something Ultra Prime hasn't picked. They could go for the Xin Zhao in this situation. I do think Renata makes sense, and that's the thing, right, is that you could go for an engaged champion for RNG. Like you said, the Rakan, Leona are standouts, but I would also be a little bit scared if RNG bring out like something like Renata or Yumi, honestly, because if they're into a Tom, this is a pretty free lane, right? There's not going to be too much pressure. The Tom can't really threaten Zeri because you can just dash every time he W's. So a Yumi could actually be really devastating. I'm not sure we'll really see it from RNG, but it is something that is just on my mind. So we'll see what Ultra Prime up to deal with in this regard. They're going to go for the Rakans, who want to trim down those engaged tools. And now for RNG, I think support makes a lot of sense here. And then for that final pick, you can look for a top lane counter pick. And they are toying with the idea of the Yumi. I actually love it. I think it's so good here, honestly.
I hate it. I hate it not because it's cool. I hate it. I don't hate it because I think it's bad. I hate it because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it in my solo queue. I don't want it to know what's going on. And then, oh my god. Okay, sorry. Jesus. For a second, I didn't see the Rammus get swapped to a Nautilus, and I was like, oh no, he's getting very excited. But sadly, it is not. I say sadly, it is not a Yumi, so I can be happy about that.
Yeah, so going for something Ming's more comfortable on. You know, a ton of Nautilus games have come out of him. It's the most played for all across all LPL, right, in terms of support role. I don't think it's the best in the Tom Kench, though, because he can just ult out of your ult, right? It's an easy response. Your ult is single target. That's why Rakan and Leona are a bit better standouts, because their CC's AoE. By the way, we're going to see the Kennen come out again. For Alias, he seems pretty comfortable on this champion. We've seen a lot of teams willing to blind it and has that big CC potential. And now for the jungle pick. And I feel like there are options available in this situation if you want to contest early. I feel like Viego wouldn't be awful in this situation. Definitely something we've seen have a fair bit of success, but actually going to go for the Jarvan here. So, you know, I guess you could at least force the dash out of the Zeri to get over the Cataclysm, but I don't think it's necessarily the best tool for shutting it down.
Not necessarily. You'd have to be pretty good on your flash, flag and drags. I will say if you do get on top of it, should be decent. I will say for RNG, it's nice to see them hovering towards the Gragas. It has been a massive flex for them in top and support pretty much since 2020 as they've looked to try and just make sure that that pick has always been available in their arsenal. This time around, then maybe just go for the Nara. And yeah, locked and loaded there for the Nara. So give them good team fight potential. Does do semi-decently into the Kennen. Both range matchups there should be able to do fine. And a good bit of disengage as well. Should the Kennen try going with Slicing Maelstrom, you can just Mega Gnar the Kennen back and keep your Zeri safe, which is, again, kind of the order of the day here from RNG.
Well, I think a big thing as well, if you get on top of the enemy backline and you slam both Tom Kench and the Jinx into a wall and then W them as well, you can easily see a Shockwave follow up, right? Also, Bin's going to outscale on the side lane. That's something to be said, right? Cannon, it gets to the point where he just wants to be in team fights. He doesn't want to be just sitting in the side lane, and Gnar will outperform. And obviously in Mega, you are still a big asset. I do feel like Ultra Prime have gotten a bit better in terms of their tools available, in terms of protecting Elk, right? They're going to have that option. The team fighting is still pretty solid. But there's still the fact of that Zeri on the other side, right? I don't think they have the best tools to shut it down. And they don't even have an Alistair, right, this game. Like, before they had the Alistair at that point and click CC, at least it's something you can guarantee that it'll connect with the Zeri and at least stop in the tracks for a moment. They don't even have that. So that's a bit of my concern in this game. I think that Ultra Prime have gotten better at protecting their AD carry, but less tools to deal with the enemy, which could work out if you can get your AD carry ahead. But if RNG find another skirmish where Gala gets fed, it's going to look pretty rough.
Very rough. Fun fact before we jump into the rift. I thought Kennen was a female for the longest time. I don't know why. I used to always call it she and her. Eventually my friends turned around. I was like, who are you referring to? I was like, Kennen. It's like, Kennen's a dude. And I was like, what? It blew my mind. Didn't know. You know when you create a canon in your head and it's like, that's just how it is. You're never going to change it and you're always going to keep it. But anyway, I digress. I just wanted to try and come up with something slightly more off topic before we jumped onto the game. We're going to have an Ocean Drake to start us all off, but it is going to be Ultra Prime versus RNG in Game 2 of this best of 3. If RNG win this game, if they take a 2-0 series, they can control their own destiny for making top 2. They would just need a victory against OMG a little bit later next week, and regardless if it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, they would guarantee themselves second place at minimum in the LPL. It could be a very, very big win for them, puts them directly into the double elimination bracket. It means they don't have to deal with any kind of, similar to what we saw in summer 2021, where they got knocked out round 3. And it just wasn't, round 3 just wasn't enough to try and keep them going. They have that bit of a parachute now to keep them safe. And this is going to be a big game for them to try and just, again, keep that top 2 going.
Yeah, to be clear, it would lock them in second place, right? They can't actually catch game score on Victory 5, so there's no way they get first, even if Victory 5... Actually, what there is, if Victory 5 loses series, never mind, yeah, forget what I'm saying. You're right, Ashin, you got me this time. I was testing you.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? Game score always messes me up, man.
It does, it does. Just so in case you're aware, if you're wondering how our tiebreaker is broken, we only play everyone only plays one best of 3 against everybody. It goes basically win-loss ratio. If that's tied, it goes to game score, so whoever has the better game score. And if that's tied, then it goes to head-to-head. So you have a couple of options available to you. Also, I'm enjoying our new dynamic as a duo where we're just catching each other out constantly. It's just like, ah, you're wrong.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And just to be clear, if anyone doesn't know the term game score, it's basically, you know, if you win a series 2-0, you get a +2 game score. You lose a series 0-2, you get a -2. A 2-1 is +1, and so on. So it's just an accumulation of how much you won or lost, right, in terms of individual games rather than the series overall.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be big for RNG to try and, you know, again, put some pressure onto the V5 and onto Weibo as well. Weibo still playing one more series tomorrow against JDG. You could argue a much more difficult series there for the side of Weibo to try and maybe put their claim onto top 2, but we are going to see an early gank maybe from Wei. He's going to be level 3. Ooh, insta flashes there. You do end up burning it from Wei, but no flash on the Kennen means that this bin matchup should be a little bit easier for him to handle.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, I don't really expect a solo kill to ever come out between these two, especially not pre-6, right? And by that time, there's not going to be much of a window. Oh, seen a gank come in.
Xiaohu, very good trigger discipline. Hacker was waiting to see if he would flash away, you know, the flash flag and drag, but Xiaohu holds it firm and says, look, even if you landed on me, there's no real way you're going to be able to kill me afterwards because the Rise was not in position. And Hacker now going to realize that because of that gank, he's going to lose out on the top side scuttle and maybe look to try and invade on his own.
Yeah, but he doesn't win against the Volibear, like, not even close. He does have Prio mid.
He doesn't see the Volibear. He thought he went to Krugs, so now he does not know, but he's going to be able to steal away the big minion. No flag and drag available. He's probably going to have to flash away to try and keep himself alive, but can he even do it? They're going to try and run him down. Xiaohu there to give the little bit of an assist. Wei not quite there, though. Doesn't have his own flash because of the topside play, and we end up just seeing junglers losing their flashes, and at the end of it all, the Raptors get taken by Hacker.
That's the thing. At least RNG, Wei traded his flash for Alias's flash, right? At least there was like a trade-off there. Hacker, you got like the big chicken. And that was kind of it for your flash. So a little bit unfortunate. And now you see this path come in. Critically, that ward from Ultra Prime is in the river. They won't see Wei. This is dangerous.
Very dangerous. We're going to see Gala going over the wall. We're going to see Elk as well trying to make something work. He has to flash. Gets the nice thick bit of the wall, but he does make it work as Shousey pops himself the thick skin. And that's going to be more flashes burned. So Wei being incredibly proactive. We can see why this Volibear was banned against him.
Yeah, and I have to say, Ultra Prime played that as well as they could. The fact that they're able to get out on that situation, it was looking dire at first. The flash was held very well by Elk. You could see that Wei was waiting for it. Ultimately, they burned both flashes, though, so a pretty big deficit. Now, Bane, he has to navigate this gank.
He does. He has his flash available to him and has a pop as well. He is level 5 and flashes away, keeps himself safe. Alias does take a turret shot to the back of the head, so it's about a roughly equal trade in terms of HP.
We're just getting flashes burn across the board here.
Yeah, no, might as well have taken something else because no one's going to get it. They have a replay in the bottom right.
Yeah, just seeing how he avoided the ward. It's one of the things you can do with Jarvan. Pretty smart move just to make sure you're not spotted out by that river ward. It's definitely kind of similar to how last game we had like the Rek'Sai, why he's so threatening because he can avoid vision by using the tunnels, but here it was just a Jarvan. And something similar now. Ultra Prime won't necessarily spot this dragon, but going to be alerted as Wei will just pick this one up pretty easily. And game 1, we saw a heavy priority on the dragons from RNG, right? Led them to get that soul pretty early on. It looks like Wei is starting this game in a similar manner.
No flashes for anyone. I think Brian and Xiaohu are the only two. Actually, never mind. Bot lane of RNG have it as well. So, but no more flashes for anyone on Ultra Prime. I know. I let my guard down. You're just gonna keep berating
this is for
me
the
about
game
this.
score thing, right?
This is literally how it goes. Just like, you know what? Now I take this personally. As much as we don't, it's just like, no, you berated me on cast. Now I must take it personally and take you down. But
yeah, I think what people don't realize is that we actually hate each other.
oh yeah, there's no love here whatsoever. Like it's
we laugh
pure
and
business.
but yeah, 100%.
We're just very good at our jobs to pretend that we have like a friendship going for ourselves. I don't really know where to bring that one now. It's kind of left logging in terms of.
I'm glad it's out in the open now. I'm glad.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like a weight off my chest now. Don't have to
100%.
pretend to everybody.
Yeah, we can just be real. We can just be real. And speaking of being real, Wei has been really solid in this early game, but still no kills, right? I think that's the thing, is that whenever we see those early summoners burn, I want return ganks. I want to see the repeat. I want to see you punish. Bot lane, particularly when you're playing Volibear, when you have that level 6, so easy to set up dives, right? And I'm looking not too far from being able to have that tool in his wheelhouse, but for the time being, it's just hovering around towards the bot side, and I think Ultra Prime get the sense he might be there, because you see pings coming out.
Yeah, well, Wei will know. They'll know exactly where he is now, because they did pop down the thunder from the sky, or the lightning from the sky, and it's going to be very obvious where he was, but RNG now just going to try and use this prio they have to know exactly where they need to be. Themselves some extra little bit of wards down. They get the first dragon again. And this is just kind of, again, similar to what we saw in game 1, where RNG are happy to take some early flashes. It kills any kind of real momentum in the game to make any real proactive plays from the side of Ultra Prime. And it means that they can just do what they did last time and scale. They don't have to be the ones proactive. They've already done their proactivity. They can now reap the rewards of things like the dragons and maybe even the Rift Heralds.
Oh, engage coming in.
They are going to go for it. Level 6 has been hit there by Gala as they try and get on top of Shousey, but it's going to be first blood going over to Elk, who now gets excited. They're going to force a flash out of Gala. Gets on top of Wei as Hacker needs to run away because Wei is very big. They're going to get the heal out as Elk trying to make this one work. Gala not quite able to tickle down these health bars enough. It still ends up being a trade up for Ultra Prime, and they get themselves first blood.
I think Ultra Prime won that 2v2, right? No assist for the job, and he didn't get in there. He didn't get to do anything. And obviously you can sort of say, well, not gonna hit anything. Obviously you can say, well, maybe the presence of Hacker impacted that, but I think just really, they focused down the Tom Ken. She hadn't even popped the grey health yet. Very low chance of making that work. I think the power of the ultimate from Zeri, the spike, they were like, ooh, this could be enough to sort of make things happen, but ultimately doesn't end up delivering now. We do see RNG heading up towards that top side, towards that Herald. Critically, Ming does have that level 6, have that ultimate. Just picked up some XP from mid to secure that, but so does Shousey. And it looks like not only are Ultra Prime looking to contest this, but they've also brought Elk, right? They have a numbers advantage on the map, so they should just be able to pick up this Herald pretty freely. The trade-off is Gala's going to get some alone time bot lane.
A lot of alone time bot lane. We will see Ultra Prime, but RNG not really outdone just yet, as we're going to see Elk gets popped immediately with the shockwave. Xiao who picks it up. What was that numbers advantage you were talking about there, Ox? What was that happening there? It's gone.
But two big ultimates been, right? So they equalize the numbers advantage, but they're down in power, so I think Ultra Prime's still confident.
They're still very confident. Ming's going to go in. They're going to get the Tam Kench Devourer out as Ming does go down. They're going to try and maybe trade this one back. And it's stolen! No way! No way! No way!
Happen?
Oh my lord. Now Wei going to try and jump on top of Shousty, but he's just going to basically die. And then they let him pick it up! They let him pick it up! Oh my god!
The heist is complete! He manages to find it. Oh my lord. Oh, wait, Gala. We've seen this.
We've seen this before, but this time around, Elk's going to have to try and flash away. Gala trying to go for this. He's trying to kite this out with the turret, but he goes in. It's another
we
one!
Literally seen this!
Deja vu! We have been to this place before.
Oh,
Gala and Elk get the 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
Wait, that is true deja vu, right? We literally had the exact same thing. 1v1 under Elk's tower game 1. Same champions, and it ended up being for a 1-for-1 trade. You know, honestly, I'm going to say, I think RNG kind of got lucky on that front. But Cryan is not going to get lucky here.
They got very lucky, and now we're going to see Cryan trying to run away with that phase rush. They are going to drop down the Sky Splitter. He's so fast. They're going to try and jump out. Whoa! Bit of a delay, and I lagged straight forward, and all of a sudden we got Shousty dying. It's a double kill there for Xiao Hu, as Wei's going to try and jump in with the Cataclysm, and we get L coming in on the backside of it. Wei goes gold, and he's going to try and get the excited going. 1, 2, maybe even 3. Is they're going to get one more? Xiao Hu flashes in, gets himself the kill, but it is 3 kills traded back. 3 for 3 at the end of that fight.
And now Elk super fed on this Jinx suddenly. That's the thing, is we saw Gala in game 1 get that triple kill that really snowballed in this game. Elk is now the one picking up all these kills. Now, Gala is still actually up in gold because of those plates he picked up. But man, what a extended passage of play. Cryan just walking up, doesn't have the backup from his team. You can see the rest of his team on a reset. And it was a really nice angle from Ming to come in here. The problem is, they end up overcommitting. This ends up being a very, very long and slow play. Cryan takes a long time to die. And then there's the Tom Kench. Tom Kench notoriously able to soak so much damage because of that great health. And then they do finally find the kills. But right now, a lot of damage done by Hacker. And then Elk starts to ramp up, starts to find those resets.
A couple of resets in. The Chompers as well, just stopping Xiao Hu, meaning he has to commit his flash. It's going to be good damage here, I will say. Oh, excuse me as I burp into existence. Ultra Prime not quite able to spend that gold at the moment for the side of Elk. He's still sitting on it. But Ming, I fancy a little bit of a fight here. Shousty gets caught off just a little bit. They're going to commit the ultimate here from Gala as he just tries to keep him putting down the damage to get himself over the wall, and Shousty should just be dead. He tried to get himself into the Desolate Dive, but not quite able to make it work. And now Elk, Gala feeling very confident, but he has seen the future and knows how that one ends. They know that this is the dragon, and they're going to get themselves that second Drake of the game.
Yeah, second dragon will be secured, and RNG with that kill will push themselves in the gold lead. But I think we've had such an extended passage of prey, it's been really hard to break it down. The Herald fight, right? They burn their tools to get the pick on the Elk. They got a kill. They get plates on the bot side from Gala. That's great. I feel like they were very lucky to steal the Herald, because the fact is they went for that play and they basically just lost out because they obviously lost. I can't remember who went down. I think it was Ming. They ended up dying, and then it was only because Bin stole the Herald that it was a favorable play on the top side of the map. They really probably should have just given that up, accepted that they got an advantage overall from Gala getting the plate spot. So this last passage of play has been very scrappy from RNG, and they have edged ahead, right? Because they're up in gold, they have the Herald, they have 2 dragons, but I feel like it really was a lot of luck on Bin being able to steal that.
Yeah, a lot of luck and a little bit of destiny, shall we say.
No twisted fate in this game.
Loaded dice, never destiny. It's just a rigged game. Always remember that, kids. Everything's rigged. It's always rigged against you. So you see Hacker now flashing in, gets the Cataclysm down. They're going to get the knock up. The 2-man Shockwave does stop any kind of real damage from coming in. The Realm Warp's going to be there for Xiao Hu to try and run away. He's got himself the phase rush, and they're still going with the command dissonance, and it's going to be actually in the bot side. Gala gets a solo kill onto Elk. It's not even a solo kill, it was a 2v1 kill. And they picked him up, and at the end of it all, RNG get their mid laner out. They get a bot lane kill, and they're going to be able to take up this tower.
Yeah, okay. RNG firmly going to be ahead up on the back of this. With this tower being taken, going to be 2,000 gold up, and you know, that's the thing. Ultra Prime go for play on the mid side. RNG respond in kind, shutting down Elk. And on top of that, Xiaohu doesn't even die. The power of phase rush, the power of the dissonance for that movement speed to kite away. And Ultra Prime, they just don't have the tools left to close the gap, to get up close. And now RNG, you know, it was sort of a fairly even game, but that 2k gold advantage now significant. Yeah, they still have ults, by the way. So good luck, Elk, if you walk up here.
He's dead. He has no flash. He's dead. Yep. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. Gala gets another kill. Oh, I serenaded you. Hate you. I'll sing for you.
Ah, that's why you're singing for me, because you hate me. That makes sense.
Wow, I can't believe you said that. Oh my god.
I feel like you probably do hate me now after that one.
Jesus, dude. Just tell me how you really feel. Like, good god.
Oh, Xiaohu getting attacked again.
He is, but another two-man shockwave keeps him relatively healthy.
Rocket difference.
Right up. Yep, big rocket difference there. So Elk gets himself his 4th kill. He's equal on kills in terms of the Gala kind of difference. 30 CS difference, though, in that regard. So it is going to be a little bit of a tough game here for Elk as he comes back up against the Zeri. And good picks up here from Ultra Prime. We've seen that a couple of times now where they try to just bully out Xiaohu. But I'm going to be totally honest, I don't think Xiaohu is your problem this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the shutdown, that's pretty massive. They'll definitely take that, and it does secure them the Herald. So, for sheer positives. But the problem is the lead bot, right? And it's not just the 30 CS lead. The amount of plates that Gala's picked up as well means he is super strong. They are looking for him, though.
They are going to try and go for it. There's going to be the flash burnt, though, by Ming as he gets a hook, and he does not like the fish he caught. To back himself away. We do have the Triforce finished up here for Bin as he pushes down the bot side. Let's have a look at the replay here. And it's going to be replay after replay after replay. It's again just, unfortunately, Xiaohu not really knowing where everybody was and kind of just getting caught out.
And I love that they're just using the Cataclysm pretty repeatedly on this Orianna who has no flash, right? So, find the opportunity to punish. And now we have a minute until that dragon. Gala won't have flash for the dragon critically, which I think is an important one to say. Xiaohu's will be back up, but it just means that those tools to shut down the Zeri are going to be a bit easier to utilize. But I think Gala probably going to look for a reset soon. I'm not sure if he'll have enough to complete an item off the back of this because he's sitting on 2 half items, right? The Zeal and the Tiamat. But this Zeri already super strong right now.
Yeah, and with a Mountain Soul going to be the Rift choice, it's going to be very, very difficult for the side of Ultra Prime to actually do anything against him. Should they stack that up? Should he get that Mountain Soul? He's tanky enough already. That's the thing about the Zeri, is that most Drakes are fantastic Drakes for the Zeri. It
yeah,
just
that's
means
the thing.
It just works so great.
When your champion is broken, any soul's a good soul, right?
Well, you have good souls.
Oh, that's huge.
Looks like Bin going to take another big soul, and that's just a solo kill in the bot side. RNG, massive momentum shift now, and that means you have no flash, you have no ultimate on the cannon, you have no way of... Yeah, it's just dragon, and whoop, little hop. It wasn't going to hit him anyway, but, you know, better safe than sorry. And that's the whole point. RNG are just, again, similar to game 1, just slowly but surely suffocating Ultra Prime out of the map.
And the thing is, I feel like if Ultra Prime had fought that fight, right, and then they'd lost out and lost the dragon, I'd be like, okay, you know, one able to execute is rough. But the fact they lose it to this, Alia's getting soloed out by Bin here, really rough. And I think the critical thing is he just saves everything for too long, right? If you flashed early, it would suck, right? And I think that's the thought process. I don't want to burn my flash here when I can recall TP in and have flash for the fight. But because he saves them so late, he burns them both and still dies. And it's just really rough for the side of Ultra Prime. They are going to throw down the Herald top and get a tier 1, but it's like, you know, a side lane tier 1 at this point.
Oh, God.
Kind of whatever. And the return is they're going to kill Alias again. Just goes from bad to worse for the top lane of Ultra Prime.
Well, Ultra Prime got to find something to go for them. Ming is going to try and get himself hooked away. They will get the lockdown there onto Gala, but look how tanky he is. He just doesn't die. Finally gets taken out, but they are tanking up the turret. And here comes Bin! 4-man knock-up. Hacker just about gets himself out alive, and Bin not quite able to make it happen between two turrets, but here comes another challenger as Wei gets himself with the big old bear claws right on top of two of them. You can kill one of us, you can kill two of us, but we will not allow you to kill three. Triple kill for Wei, and RNG are taking over this map.
And it feels like RNG were just buying time with each member that came in, getting the reinforcements, getting them low and in with their huge ultimate, setting up ways to get that triple to clean up. And again, you know, they got a couple of kills, Ultra Prime, but it just goes from bad to worse with the answer in that play. You can see the replay coming out, just that bot lane play. What is the counter play? There just really isn't any.
Yeah, and it is just how it is. Again, Ultra Prime trying to find some kind of an answer, and honestly, I don't have a problem with this because you got to do something.
Yeah, and you know, they don't find Gala initially, and I think that's the problem, is that they don't kill Gala quick enough. Elk has to flash in. The huge ult comes through. I don't think it quite stunned Crying there, which is kind of unfortunate. But basically, it gets them low, it buys them time, and it allows Wei to get here. Gets that double combo to kill those two. And then watch this from Ming. This is really heads-up play. He's waiting for Hacker to try and go for him, and actually interrupts him as soon as he comes out of the flag and drag, so he can't even trade kills. Really nicely played. But support and jungle there for RNG.
Yeah, we're back into looking at a 4v5 in favor of Ultra Prime, but on the side of that, you can see Bin hovering around, seeing if he can maybe get himself a Gnar ultimate over the wall. 2.5 minutes until that Dragon Soul does spawn. Brian is very separated from his team. The tower goes down. Hacker will end up dying. He pops down the Cataclysm, but it's just not enough. Ming just a bit too tanky there for Elk to take down. And bit by bit, little by little, kill by kill, this is just Ultra Prime just falling to the knees of RNG and saying, we are not worthy.
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem, right? You see Hacker jump in, Cataclysm on a Xiaohu and Gala. Xiaohu didn't end up having to burn the flash there, but Gala just like, he's out of it. It's like, cool. You know, they have even less tools to answer the Zeri this game than they did before. And I will say, consolation is your Jinx is doing a lot better overall, but it's still not great. You're down 5,000 gold, and it's 1.5 minutes until that next dragon. A Mountain Soul on the side of RNG will just make things so much harder. Your cannon won't be able to one-shot nearly as easily. It's going to make it harder for Jinx to get resets. Having that shield, having the extra resistance is just a pain. And you have 1:20 to work out how you're going to overcome this 2,000 gold deficit. And something I will add, we have summoners on Xiaohu, Gala, and Ming, right? All three of them have their flashes. You don't have a flash for Hacker right now. You don't have a flash for Elk. Fortunately, Aliez should be up in time, but it is not looking like a good fight for Ultra Prime, but they have no choice.
Yeah, they haven't got a choice right now. They have to go for this fight. You have to try and get the Hail Mary to work out for you and your team, because otherwise you're just going to lose the game outright. And they're going to go for a flag and drag onto Wayne. They're going to maybe try and do this, but it's very separated. The junglers in a bit of an isolated 1v1. Here comes the TP. That's a double TP. Instant double TP. And you get a 2-for-1 deal as well with the knock-up as you picked up on the Tam Kench. Elk gets knocked in. They get another two-man Shockwave. Xiaohu is just playing with his food right now and says, peekaboo, I see you. Crying, trying to run away with that phase rush. Will have to flash. And that's going to be 30 seconds till the dragon spawns, but they mightn't even go for it just yet. They might just go straight for Baron.
Yeah, I think they
might
can
go
just
for both.
Yeah, they can go straight for the Baron, pick it up, and then they're going to have the solo laners secure the objective on the bot side. Bare minimum, I think the play will actually be to stop Hacker from approaching. They probably won't start the Baron, the dragon, sorry, until they have their smite in vicinity. Unless they can spot Hacker, right? If they manage to force him away from it, maybe we just see Bin solo out. But either way, this is RNG. They get the Baron. They should be able to get the dragon as well. This would be massive for them.
Yeah, and again, this is just going to be 2 objectives for the price of 1. You've lost no members. You have plenty of tank stats. His Hacker might be the reason they're able to kind of maybe steal this one away. He doesn't have a full idea of it, but he's already smited. And yeah, if he had an idea, maybe he goes for the flag and drag in, gets the kind of perfect trade-off because he has got the smite. But sadly for him, not to be. That's Baron. That's Mountain Soul. And RNG looking like they have themselves a 2-0.
Yeah, looking like it at the moment. And we got to replay of this fight. So, you know, initially, it's a little bit messy. Ming doesn't actually connect with the engage here. TP flank, and this is perfect timing. Mega Gnar available for Bin. Look, the bar is literally full as he comes in. There is nothing better than that timing. And he just goes straight onto Elk. Elk trying to trade with Gala, doesn't get the chance. And even though he doesn't get slammed to the wall, you have a volley bear and a Mega Gnar on your face. What are you going to do?
Not a lot. Not a lot, really, is how you kind of have to put that one there. And this is going to be a Pretty tough loss here for Ultra Prime, and I know I'm probably talking as if it's already over, but it kind of is. You have a Mountain Soul, you have 3 items on a Zeri, you have a Baron buff now pushing in towards these side lanes. This is just a rinse and repeat of almost an exact copy of what we saw from Game 1, just with a little bit more crazy skirmishing thrown in there. It's not as much as a 5v5 as it is just isolated 2v2s and 1v1s. And Ultra Prime, this is going to finish their split of 5-11. They had on paper a fairly decent roster, but it just never really came together all the same. And I feel like this team might be due for some changes coming into summer 2022.
Time being, I think it's going to take a miracle in this game. They're going for a Realm Orb to threaten a flank, but I don't think anyone... Actually, Alias took that, so he's there.
This is it. This is it. This is it. You got to go for something, but they've already corralled themselves away, and Hacker's already used his flag and drag and his flash. Look at Bin. This is a 4v5. Bin hasn't even joined the fight yet, and he's just fighting himself alone on this top side, getting this Baron minions up and just taking this turret. The base has been opened up. You've used so much of your engage, and you haven't even gained anything from it.
Yep, they weren't able to find the angle, and now they are facing the pressure of this Baron. Tower's being hammered away. They want to try and find the engagement. The problem is, someone that's failed for RNG, they can just kite backwards if you run at them.
Yeah, they don't have anything really. And look at the ult from Gala, pretty much halfway done now already. As we can see, there's the flash. Shockwave, a rare whiff from Xiaohu. But it is all that she wrote. There is all they're going to be able to do. And this is going to just be the game. I feel like you're just going to take the inhibitors, reset, get yourself back on the map, and just try and take that bottom inhib and end the game.
Yeah, I feel like it's just dotting the I's, crossing the T's for RNG. Really strong performance from them. And again, the Zeri just feels unchecked. I think this champion is one of them where, like, if you don't have a plan in place to deal with it, you're going to have a bad time. And I think that's the thing, is Ultra Prime even opted to have less tools to answer the Zeri in return for keeping Elk safe. And in fairness, Elk has had, you know, more gold per interim, right? Because it felt like last game he just really didn't get anything. He is on 3 items. He's only marginally behind Gala in terms of, like, fully complete items, but it's still not like a huge positive. I'm not sitting here and thinking, wow, this is amazing. It's just looking rough. 10,000 gold deficit, and then there's also the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, it's before we even start talking about any of the level differences, before we start talking about anything else like that. Hacker gonna get jumped on here. We will see the Hex Flash away as Ming realizes it probably would have been suicide had he go in on his own. And this is going to be a slow, methodical death here for the side of
Ultra Prime. Look how much health
Prime.
Gala has, by the way. Like, how absurd is it? He literally has more health than Wei, right?
It looks like it does. Oh my god, does he? Oh my god, he
Yeah,
does.
I'm pretty sure. I mean,
he does,
in fairness,
yeah.
Wei went Zonya second, which obviously means he's not going to have as much HP, but still, like, it's kind of crazy now.
They spotted him.
They're
They know
looking
exactly
for it.
where he is. They're looking. I mean, they gotta go for it. You gotta try something. I will say I love the Shadow Flame itemization here from the cannon. It does mean because you have, of course, got the Mountain Soul, so you have a constant shield going in. But your base is dying. Ultra Prime, you need to make a move now. You can't just sit here and wait for things to happen because Bin is going to kill your top laner, who's already flashed away. And finally, we get ourselves a fight as we look at a 4v4 and a 1v1. They're going to flash in. Hacker's dead. Kennen dies in the 1v1. That's a solo kill. There's the Shockwave to secure the kill. Triple kill going over to Xiaohu, and that's going to be all she wrote. Everybody is dead. The base has been taken apart. Not a single structure shall be left alive, and that's going to be the game, the series, and a shot at top 2 for RNG.
Yeah, now on the back of this, they just need to win the next series against OMG. Score doesn't matter. As long as they win the series, they will lock at least top 2. Nothing any other team can do about it. It's only up to them and OMG to decide whether that's possible. So huge for RNG. And I think, you know, there's been criticisms of this team that I've personally given about the consistency. Losing 2-0 to WE to RA, question marks were raised. But when it came down to the series that mattered, it felt like they just really brought it together. And this is an example, right? The series absolutely did matter for securing that seeding. And they pretty much crushed it, right? Game 1 was a bit more hit and miss early. But once they found the momentum, they ran away. This one didn't even feel like I had that.
No, it really didn't. It didn't even feel like they were in any way, shape, or form tested or struggling to try and keep themselves, you know, afloat or in any way, shape, or form. And you can see there, this is such a standard setup from the side of RNG. They make it so that the early game, you blow all your flashes on Ultra Prime. There's nothing you can do. And then they just wait and say, cool, we got our first items. We're going to play the macro. And this is what we've always said about RNG in the last 2 years, is that this team is so smart when it comes to the game. So smart when it comes to moving their players around the map and getting them into good positions. And it just works out so well when you're able to kind of stop the momentum from the enemy team, and then you control the momentum, you control the pace, you just take over the game.
Yeah, and I will say there was certainly a couple of mistakes from RNG in this one. It got a little bit messy around that first Herald, right? And they kind of got lucky that Bing got the steal. But even despite that, it still didn't feel like, you know, them getting lucky there was enough, was like the difference in this game. It still felt like they were very much ahead. And I think for Ultra Prime, it's just kind of frustrating because it feels like both games were just so heavily warped by the Zeri being there and them not having an answer, right? And with this, you know, this is their last game of the season, so last series of the season, sorry. So they won't really get like another opportunity to sort of change things up. Like there's no feedback like, oh, you know, you can change up next time, we'll ban Zeri because like this is it. And it just feels frustrating that the last series is kind of dictated by the fact that Garo was just popping off this champion and they didn't have the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, straight up, it just felt like RNG were in total control. Didn't really feel like much else to really talk about there. And again, Ultra Prime, we'll see them in summer. We won't be seeing them in the playoffs. They will have a little bit of an extended break, but we hope that they come back brighter and stronger than they ever could. And again, just kind of set themselves up with that win that does secure RNG at minimum into that, I suppose the, what you call it, I was going to say the top 6. So they do have that available to them now. So regardless of anything that happens after this, they are guaranteed top 6. But they are obviously looking for top 2. They are looking to secure themselves up at the upper echelon, get themselves into double elimination. And it is going to be a very curious playoffs for this team. I feel like they're coming good. They're becoming very strong at the perfect time, right as we hit the playoffs and postseason.
And I feel like it's a fact that, again, of the teams that have qualified for playoffs, they have only lost to Victory 5. They beat Weibo, they beat Top Esports, they beat JDG, they beat LNG, they beat EDG. You know, that is a pretty heavy list of teams that you've managed to take down in a best of series. And if the only team that you've lost to so far out of the currently qualified for playoffs ones, out of the top 6 is Victory 5, that's still a hard team to take down and get the title, but definitely puts them in good stead. And I think that's why people have been so positive, so favorable towards RNG, because they have, for the most part, looked good.
Yeah, they've looked fantastic in terms of the when they go up against the top tier opponents, they have looked very, very solid. Of course, they did lose the V5, but again, our top team that are sitting at 12-2 at the top of the standings, not really something to be too ashamed of when you come think of the broader scheme of the LPL. And this is a good momentum starter here for RNG. If they can win their last series against OMG, you would feel very comfortable with this team going into that top 4, you know, double elimination bracket in the spring playoffs. And again, don't forget, they are still the reigning MSI champions. They are still the ones that want to try and go back and defend their title that they won in 2021. So this is a team to be reckoned with and a team to be feared.
100%. And, you know, I feel like they're in good form. But I feel like the thing that we've seen at the moment in the LPL is so many teams have been performing really well. I feel like RNG and Victory 5 for me are the front runners, but we saw a lot from Weibo earlier in the split. Top Esports and JDT had a massive resurgence, right? I feel like there's a lot to be said for these rosters. And also, going into playoffs, it will be on a new patch, right? So that's going to spice things up a little bit. It means that it's going to be a bit harder. It's going to be on teams getting a read and, you know, adapting to that. So I still feel like there's so much in the air. And I think this split has been super hype in terms of it's been so hard to judge week by week who's the top performers, who we have confidence in, who's going to win. And I feel like it's a constant battle to be in that conversation.
Yeah, I think that's the best way you can put it. It is a constant battle. You even look at just the top 7 teams that we've qualified. EDG, LNG. These are kind of down the lower end of the table in terms of, you know, 7th and 6th. But these are still world-class players. A literal world championship winning team is down in 7th place and could be starting our playoffs from 7th place. That's the crazy thing about this. We'll see if they're able to do anything later, but this is a massive moment here, and I honestly think this is the most competitive that the LPL's looked in honestly a good few years.
Yeah, and I love it. I love that we're going to see that. I love that we're going to see these teams battle it out in playoffs. But that's the thing. I think, especially given how things have gone, given the amount of upsets we have, RNG, the fact that they have dropped series to Rare Adam and FPX, who are at the bottom end of, you know, they're on the edge of qualifying. it kind of puts emphasis on how important it is getting the deeper seeding spots, right? To avoid, being in the single elimination scenarios where, if you lose a series, that's just your playoff run over. Because, we've seen last split in particular, a lot of teams who we had confidence in just completely flopped when it came down to it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to bring it back to this series, though. We're going to mention our MVP. It was Ming on that Nautilus, was able to set up so much, delay so much. And honestly, I'm always there for a little bit of support love.
For sure. And I think Ming, in this one in particular, a lot of solid plays. The Nautilus, a big comfort pick for him. I think I wasn't too sold on the Nautilus into the Tahm Kench because I think Tahm Kench can shut you down pretty effectively. But Ming was constantly finding those plays and was just like, I don't really care for the matchup. I care for the fact that I feel confident. And particularly, it felt like when Ultra Prime were trying to make aggressive plays around the mid lane, Ming was there to punish Elk and just constantly cause issues and get Gala more and more fed.
Yeah, you can see there, as soon as he drops the ultimate, he says, cool, my job in terms of the engage is done.
I've been the tumult.
Yeah, I've burned the tumult. Turn to now protect the Gala, protect the Zeri, as they start to, see the Kennen coming in from a slight angle there on the top left. But it was just bit by bit, over and over again. We see RNG getting better and better and better. And honestly, I am so excited for this team going into playoffs. It does feel like they are going to be a very, very big contender. Maybe even, kind of like vying for that championship alongside V5. And like we mentioned earlier, everyone is. Honestly, I could see RNG losing the top. I could see JDG beating V5. I could see everything happening. It just depends on who has the meta read and who performs on the day.
And what is the lesson we learned today, Ashin?
The Kennen's a dude.
Nope, ban Zeri, right? That champion, like if you have, that's the thing is I always go back to the RNG EDG game where they had every single tool, every single champion was very good in a Zeri. And I'm like, if you are willing to make all 5 your champion picks capable of shutting down Zeri, okay. If you're not willing to do that, ban that champion, right? It is that simple. That is really my view on the subject.
That is that's all you have to do, as told by Colorcaster Ox. We are going to send it to a break, though, and when we come back, it will not be ourselves. It will be the fantastic Munchables coming in there with Dagda to try and bring you through the last 2 series of the day. So from us, it's goodbye, but at the same time, we got more games to play, so we'll see you soon.
2015年跟 VG 打季后赛，就最后一把好像，然后玩个压缩就把我认为那个时候好像没人在比赛上打出过 EQ 3仙这个连招，然后我用了这个连招把我们队友就是从劣势到优势，然后就导致我们赢下了那个比赛，然后拿到就是选拔赛的名额，就那个操作比较难忘。
最难忘的操作还挺多的，但就是最近突然想到一个以前确实是忘不掉的画面，就是以前那个就是在18年打 IG 的时候，那个就决赛嘛，那个大龙升级，就最近让我突然想到那个画面，就挺难受的。
太多了，我不能一个一个说，真的是太多了。
딱히 없는데 좀 생각나는 거는 와프 빼고 호자.
Is around the base, it's the base. Yeah, control ward goes in. There's the flash from Khan. He just wants to kill the Evelyn before she can get there, but Sword has teleported forward. Empowered recalls are going to be available, but Griffin, can they actually make this win? Oh my god!
其实我感觉我操作的很多很好的操作我都会记得，其实没有一个特别固定的。
记忆比较深的话是可能。 有就是抢大龙的那种经历吧，就比如我有时候玩布隆，他们抢过大龙这样子。
Stops him. Haro can't get into the pit. He can't steal it. But what the heck? Mako! What? Throws out the...
最难忘的操作，其实都忘了。
就去年那个卡莎反杀镜吧。
应该就差不多就是很下饭也有，然后差不多很神的法的时候也有，就是这种盲僧什么末剑闪。 都很有，然后下班的差不多都是这种，就是往往是1Q 闪空或者什么周通1闪空这种也有吧，就不太记得哪把吧。
사람들이 많이 기억해주는 게 남지 않을까? 솔직히 너무 많아가지고 그나마 롤드컵 때가 기억이 나는 것 같아. G2전이랑 했을 때. 아 그거 피오라 마지막 그 우리가 진 거.
KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's under the blue Nexus. KT's under the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not.
都挺好忘，想不起来。升降级呗，打那个发条打新单。
还是偷家吧，因为我给他们当眼了。
那可能就是去年偷拆主堡的那一场，对，打到输0吗？有点忘了，就是玩金克斯拆主堡那场，对。
没有吧？感觉每一波操作都挺正常，就没有什么令人难忘的。
就那个 TP。
The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo? Oh no!
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
很恶心。
S 几来着 ？S10决赛晋级5杀吧。
The Quadra looking for it. Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin and Suning Gaming.
其实这个问题之前采访过我，我也说了，就是可能是2018年夏季赛闪现秒那个宁王的岩雀嘛。但其实去年一整年对我来说也是，我打了1年上单嘛，对我来说也是一段非常那个丰富的职业生涯吧。然后特别是奈尔这个英雄，我感觉还是对有很多局拍的挺爽的，对。 就是可能红 buff 拍了 EDG 4个人那一波，就感觉蛮帅的。
And now we're back. We're doing this again. A shower. Oh my god!
打 LPL 的时候吧，就是有一次侵略抢龙吧。
暂时还没有最难忘的操作。
去年打那个 OnePlus 的时候，就是在下路我们高地那边玩南仗，应该1个人打4个吧，那个操作是不能忘记。
Kanavi, you absolute madman! He's 1v5 in the whole team.
就挺多的吧，像就硬要说一个，就20年季后赛打方 pass 那把LG，就操作一下。
Yagao jumps back in and ignite. What a big ballsy play!
I think it was in LC when I played against G2. I mean, I had so many good moments against G2, but the best probably was when I kicked Willie Sin Perks into our team and we won the game.
Oh, early ignite on top of Rookie. Rookie alert. Gotta wait for your flash. He's still gonna die.
正常操作就打RNG，他那个阿卡丽把那个加掉单杀。
In the mid lane is Cream.
去年打RNG那把奇亚娜吧。
Cream, but Kiana in a dragon fight can get a big ult. There it is, immediate supreme display of talent. What a way to burn open.
没有吧，没有什么操作，都差不多。
目前还没有。
令我难忘的操作一般都是别人的，我觉得别人都好帅。
印象比较深刻，基本都是在锤石吧，因为可能我从开始打职业的时候就是一直玩锤石，玩到现在，然后有各种。 假如什么闪现预判钩啊，那时候就会自己做出来之后，就会觉得啊，肯定很多人能为我欢呼，觉得这个很帅，所以说这些场景都会记着。
没有，
就可能好像先打 LDL 就那个睿智开车到人家脸上，直接全崩了，好像。
可能是就是我们春季赛刚打的那波飞机首加吧，如果导弹中1个的话就好了，就守下来。
Absolutely incredible! Somebody hit him! Forget the Nexus! Forget the Nexus lyric! Aiden needs to kill him! He goes into GA! Nexus exposed! The Shy taking down Beauty! Finally! Are we there? We're there!
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. One series down already, and it was a quick and my goodness. RNG, we're not messing about this morning. But we've had a changing of the guard, which, you know, quite common here in Britain, but not so common over in Ireland. And yet, a Sheen has been exchanged for a Dagda. I've been exchanged for an Orcs. We're going to go into our second series of the day. I'm Munchables. As always, I'm joined by Dagda. And straight off the bat, Dagda, I want to talk about the teams. I'm not interested in talking about us. I've no time for small talk today because we've got EDG versus RNG. And EDG came into the split so strong. And yet, Dagda, they may be living up to the LPL World Championship curse that has plagued every LPL World Champion. The immediate split following that World Champion, it all goes a little bit pear-shaped.
It really hasn't come together at all for EDG. Look, I'm not going to lie. The early game looks pretty good. It kind of looks like the same old EDG. We get to see them bring out some cool stuff. JJ getting some cool ganks off. And then we get to Team. And the strength that was EDG has completely gone out the window. They just cannot get themselves together. And they end up with 1,000 gold lead on average at the 15-minute mark, which is an insane peak. It's the third highest in the LPL. You then look at their win rate when they have a gold lead. 75%. They lose
moments like this.
Yeah, they lose 1 out of every 4 games where they have a good lead at 15. It is absolutely insane. And as you say, Munch, it's these plays where they overextend, particularly JJ, I think has kind of been the main factor for this, is going that step too far forward, trying to pull off these engages and just not having the support that he needs to try and follow up, not really respecting where the opposition is. It's just been very, very messy for EDG.
Yeah, it feels like it almost feels like over-keenness in a weird way in a lot of situations where they're just desperate to brute force a play, and it goes disastrously wrong. And the thing is, that's the total opposite of what we were all saying about them at the World Championship, right? They were so cool, calm, and collected. They knew exactly how to play the game. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Doesn't feel the same right now.
No, not even a little. It's so messy. And I really want to see them try to bring this together. Like, my big one was thinking, hey, look, maybe we get Mako, who's going to try and take over that engaged role, but still an awful lot of the times we're seeing the Jarvins, the Heckrams for JJ, and they're just not really.
Yeah, not been working out for them so far, but we need to talk about the opposite side of this matchup as well, because we kind of got these two teams that are in a very similar place in the standings, but it's a totally different perspective comparatively to expectations, right? Where RA have managed to make it so that they're going to make playoffs, and we need to start to look at the situations that can occur in terms of the bracket. Now, when you look at the teams that they have beaten, top esports, RNG, FPX, Weibo, there's some strong teams. When you look at the bracket now below, that's a predicted bracket. That's a projected bracket, if you will, of a very likely scenario. The teams that they have beaten are the wrong side of the bracket.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate for Rare Adam, because we were kind of sitting there yesterday chatting about it. I was like, hold on a bloody second. When you actually look at every team that Rare Adam has beaten that's in the top half, they're all on the completely wrong side. And it means that, look, because you're almost guaranteed it's Rare Adam to end up in that 7-8 place spot, this is a very likely scenario where you have to go through and beat every team that you have lost to over the course of the split. Now, we'll say a lot of these wins, or a lot of these losses even have gone to like 1-2s, LNG, 5, OMG, and I think Rare Adam have kind of been grown over the course of the split, but it seems to be kind of the teams that are very good at exploiting this. That Rare Adam make are the teams that are really Rare Adam, a little bit messy when it comes to their team fights, and it feels like that could be the downfall in these playoffs, where teams can kind of look to exploit that messy, kind of more skirmish-oriented team.
There have been positives. There have been positives. And we've got a couple of clips of some of the things that have worked early on. Certainly Lien's proactivity. I mean, Cube has managed to pop off in a couple of games as well. But as you say, it's once things really start to get messy. But hey, let's take a moment and just appreciate Cube managing to make things happen up at the top side.
Yeah, Cube has been the big standout performer for me, and I love that Lien, we're starting to see him be more proactive and kind of put more of that attention towards the top. It really does feel like at this stage that Lien is able to get a lot of control for Cube, who's then able to set up for these big plays on the top side. And setting up Cube on things like the Gwen, like the Jace to be the mainstay carry for this team. When we get towards team fights, though, as you can see, the team fights are very spread out and very, very messy. So I'm not sure how that's going to kind of situate itself. I really want to see that cleaned up. It feels like there's no real coordination on the team as to, you know, where we should be trying to set up, how we should be setting up for a front to back style, and it can cause for some very messy spread out fights where Rare Adam will kind of have to outperform individually if they hope to win.
Yeah, I mean that last clip was from week number 8, right? It was RA versus Ultra Prime, and I'm telling you, if you missed those games, it looks like a 2-0, but that was one of the most fun series I've cast in a long time. It was pure chaos from start to finish. We're gonna jump into picks and bans though. The last segment that we were going to do was talking about the mid laners. Both incredibly exciting mid laners right now. And interestingly, bans going towards that mid lane as well. The Rise being banned by EDG, a pick that they usually lean towards, and that Twisted Fate as well taken off.
I mean, I'm not surprised to see that attention towards the mid lane on both sides. Honestly, Strive has kind of looked pretty good on that Rise. And when you look across as well at the TF as well has been a big pick, but no surprises here with that Jinx coming in. Kai'Sa hovered here. Now, we have seen a lot of Kai'Sa AP mid starting to creep up in other regions. We know we've seen it in LCK. It started to be talked about quite a bit with this kind of poke heavy build. We'll have to see if that is going to be the call. Could also just be going down towards iBoy in the bot lane, but since we are still in 12-4, Jinx still has a lot of mana in her kit. It feels like you're going to get shoved in pretty heavily as this Kai'Sa if you are putting that in.
If they're putting it into the bot lane, but we have seen Kai'Sa mid-base shenanigans. Now, I believe that's generally a 12.5 thing, but I'm pretty sure it's doable on 12.4. I don't know. I think it'd be surprising to see a Kai'Sa mid, honestly, at this point, but we'll have to see. It's still perfectly possible. JJ going with a comfort pick in this Volibear Bear. I mean, this is comfort across the board. This is basically a Worlds comp.
Yeah, I mean, very much so, but I am always worried when I see these Graves locked in because Tryndamere is up and available. Cube could just take that into the top side and you just look to have that really nice matchup. Even things like the Jace still available in the top lane if you want to go towards that as well. And you've got that bit of a range advantage there for Cube. But we'll have to see what the plan is. Jack's hover for the moment. It does mean that Lien will be taking a step back into looking to take some bans here from EDG before he can pick up his own.
Yeah, really Jax, but maybe with bans it can work out for them. Cube certainly the kind of player that can carry if the team sets him up, and a lot of that will be down to Lien, right? Lien has been really proactive in the early game. Like, I feel like Lien is the early game for Rare Atom in a lot of situations. So with Cube on something that can be a massive carry in the side lanes, but also in the team fights, maybe a strong jungle pick for Lien could set them up for success.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of them banned away here coming into this next rotation. Cromartie and Volley already taken off the board. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Zins out taken away. Maybe things like Sin. Even if you wanted like something that's a little bit more engage heavy, maybe they're worried about things like the Jarvan. But Volibear is a relatively good matchup into the Jarvan anyway. But we just have to see kind of what EDG are most worried about.
Yeah, that's it. Zhao, I mean, Lee Sin as well could be a good option to try and take off of the board. But the Xin Zhao really has been Lien's standout, right? He's played that 10 times. Everything else is kind of, you know, between 5 to 2 picks. But he has a lot available. Lien has been flexible. He's been more than willing to change his style. I mean, even that Rek'Sai has been quite a big pick for Lien. So who knows where he'll go with this one. I mean, he's played 3 Kiana games this play. Like, genuinely, Lien, I have no idea what to predict.
Yeah, and it looks like EDG kind of agreeing though here. Look, we're not really sure, but getting Strive off these picks that can roam around the map is the key protocol. So getting rid of the Rise, the TF, and the Ari, now all taken off the board. I'm curious to see what the plan is. Strive going to hold on to his counter pick though. Lien hovering the Viego. Either way, it will be the jungle lock-in. Now, if they're going to go towards an Italy, it does feel like they're very much going to be going towards that poke style, right? You've got the Kai'Sa we just talked about. You can go that build. But he is going to go back towards the Rek'Sai that you talked about, so maybe we get the more of the dive orchestrated team comp. I think that's why Kai'Sa kind of works in a lot of these scenarios, is she just does have that flexibility in the draft.
And they've literally locked in nemesis here. Kai'Sa and Rek'Sai, they're meant to be enemies, but they're working together in a bizarre twist of fate. It's going to be the Vex locked in, though, for Scout. This has been a very much comfort pick for him. And we get the set as well. That's going to be a set support for Mako. I love that we're starting to see set support sneak back into the meta. I've seen it a few times now.
Yeah, especially against the squishier supports like the Nautilus, it can do really well because you're able to tank a whole or a lot of his upfront CC. Then you've got the shield that comes through on the set Haymaker, and you can just turn that damage right around. Nautilus, not a particularly tanky support, but we are going to see Strive going for this Victor. So setting up kind of for a nice kind of split push, at least with the Jax, and then some good engage and some good early pressure coming through from Lian to try and help Rare Adam coast into a strong mid game. Whereas you look across at EDG, I mean, they're all in on just getting into your face, right? Super short range comp apart from the Jinx, and they're all looking to get in on top of you with Mako and JJ to try and set that up.
Yeah, I have to say, I was very surprised to see this Rek'Sai locked in, but like you say, the comp can definitely work, right? It can function as that dive composition. Even Victor, like, you don't think of him as a dive champion, but he's got a lot of range, so he can quite often follow up on those kind of situations anyway. So, I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they can pull it off, because, again, I want to reiterate kind of the two styles of these two teams. It's EDG versus RA, and EDG's early game has actually been very good. And this comp from RA, at least in my mind, looks like they need to be proactive, and they need to get a lead for themselves in the early game. I mean, I don't know if I'm just wrong on that one, Dagter, but whenever I see a Rek'Sai, I'm thinking early aggression.
Yeah, but it's not even just the Rek'Sai, right? Like the Kai'Sa as well, when you think of like how she scales relative to the Jinx too. So I am 100% agree. I think you've got a lot better scaling on the side of EDG. So I will be keeping my eyes on Lian to see what he's able to do and what he's able to achieve in those early stages. I think the biggest fallback, at least for Rare Adam, is having that Jax on the top side. Like we'll just outscale the Graves, be able to take over in the side lane. So at least then you've got some pressure. But as we've seen, it's very hard to try and play these 1-4 style of compositions just because you kind of end up having to fight for dragons, for Rift Heralds, for Barons, oh my. And then you kind of fall into a bit of a pressure point where you're like, right, well, now we actually have to try and deal with this late game Jinx.
Oh, squirrel deer thing, though. Oh, isn't it cute? You know, it's not relevant to the game, but it's adorable, and I appreciate that. Thank you, observers. All right, EDG versus RA. Here we go. Big one for the standings. RA technically not qualified for playoffs just yet, but let's be honest here, they're probably going to make it at this point. They're 8-7. But a win here would be the difference between fighting for that 7th seed position. EDG stacked up right now, and it feels like RA might go for a late invade here. Yuyanji going in. We've got a level 1 scrap, and Mako with the Haymaker keeps himself safe.
Yeah, just leveling that up there at the last second. You tend to start with the E on the set, but definitely need that little bit of an extra shield there just to keep himself in check. EDG considering going for an invade on the top side here to get their own vision, but as you can see, Lian is here in position.
Yeah, Lian maybe needs to just back away though. Cube wants to help out. We've got a 2v2 at the top side. Lian sneaking in, wants to see if he can find a smite. Oh no! Just going to go for his chickens while Cube 2v1s Lian. I guess he's trying to get level 2, but it's not going to happen here. They've conceded the red buff. JJ moving over, but Lian has pretty much already finished these Raptors off as we have a scrap question mark. I don't know. JJ, he's just trying to bully. He's just like, this is my jungle. This isn't even about the Raptors. This is about sending a message.
It really is. Although Yuanji getting that hook onto the bot side.
True damage straight back, though. Let's talk junglers, though, because Lian now, losing a buff, should be set pretty far behind.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it's... Oh, wait, Lian.
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
It's a disaster.
Oh, this is not the start for Lian. Really good, smart job from EDG in the early stage. As you say, dealing with the red buff there. It's actually really crucial to the Rek'Sai as well, because it does give you so much power in these early ganks. The burn, the slow, really helps out for the Rek'Sai and just kind of getting those early ganks to succeed. And for JJ, he's going to be able to farm his way right the way through his bot side camps and make sure that he's going to be totally fine. So, yeah, Lian being set behind early. And as we said, this is something that Lian kind of needs to get the ball rolling early. So having this much pressure already put his direction is going to make that tough.
It certainly will. I mean, tough is... I'm not sure if it's a strong enough word for the situation that Lian is in, as won't be able to have those level 2 Raptors, as you say, but maybe can go for something on this bottom side. Hits level 3. The red buff is available on TJ's bot side right now. Bot lane from EDG resetting. At least there'll be a crab. I'm not sure Lian can really go for an invade.
I think he'd be a bit crazy too, especially as you can see reset for Viper here. and picks up his calls. So definitely don't want to have him coming off the back of that reset and being able to set things up. As I'm having a little bit of tech issues, so I apologize if I talk at the wrong time or I'm not seeing something.
That's okay. I forgive you. Well, I'm not having any tech issues right now, so I'll just let you know that Lian tried to go for a bit of a aggression on the chickens here, but JJ and Mako move it in together. And I love this from the EDG bot lane. This is one of the things that I'm always complimenting EDG's bot lane for, is they're so intelligent. Mako and Viper both moving into the jungle there, thinking, look, Lian has nothing that he can do on the map right now. He's probably going to try and get something cheeky. We all just move in and make sure that can't happen together. So really good stuff to see. In the meantime, it's worth acknowledging this top lane as well, Rob, because look at that CS lead. Flandre is demolishing Cube at the start of this laning phase.
Which is kind of crazy, because usually we're saying, hey, look, Cube is a big guy who sets up a lot of these early plays, and it's actually going to get that attention from Lian here, but Flandre reading it really well.
Yep. No mana, though. Decides it's time to finally head back to base. Cube has a really nice position in this lane, though. Massive freeze as the blue minions will be stuck on the cannon. And Lian begins his next clear, and this is where it gets rough, because I don't know, has Lian actually revisited those chickens yet? I don't think he has.
No.
I'm pretty sure that's still just the first little chicken.
Yeah, so he's completely destroyed himself now, not clearing out that last chicken. And it's just really unfortunate, because it means now, like, he will spot it, but now that's still a level 1 chicken. So now you've got to wait 2 minutes and 15 seconds until you get the respawn. And yeah, Lian is going to be super far behind when it comes to experience. And you can even see it on the when you compare the CS numbers for both junglers. JJ is just firing ahead, and again, Rek'Sai is a champion that hard falls off because you have to launch yourself in on this Rek'Sai to actually get any plays started. If you are behind, if you don't have levels, it hurts you so much more.
Yeah, I really wish we'd had player cams for that, because I feel like that would have been a Tyler 1-esque outrage over the chicken there, as he finally discovers that he's been completely ruined. JJ hovering up towards this top side, toying with the idea of a dive up in this top lane. Flandre is about to hit level 6. I'm pretty sure Flandre hit 6 off of this wave, and in comes Scout as well. Oh, Cube, you're in big trouble. Flandre already using the ult, actually, because they're making the play beyond the tower, but Scout is here. Flash from Cube. It's answered by Scout, and it's first blood for EDG.
Hey, you're on your own for the moment.
Okay, no worries. Flandre onto the tower as well. It's going to be first blood with some bonus plates. Both solo laners managing to get some action, as well as JJ having an assist on that one. Strive at least will crash one wave in the mid lane, but it's not even a cannon wave, so feels pretty dicey for the side of RA here. JJ gets himself yet another scuttle crab. On top of that, Lian feeling kind of out of sorts. Locked in the early game jungler, has a serrated Dirk, but needs to find a way to impact this game.
And this is what we talked about for EDG. They're so good at getting these early leads. Mako now trying to roam up. I don't have even spotted Strive. Strive, wait, what?
Yeah, there's a stunt going on here. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I mean, you just saw Lian like walk past Mako, and Strive was like, this is fine. I'm totally all right. Does have to burn the flash to get out of there, but again, like, I like this early pressure from EDG, and this is something that we talked about a lot with them, is how good they are at getting access to the map and making sure they can set up these early plays. Rare Adam, though, will actually move across and pick up this first dragon. This is what Rare Adam tend to move towards more so than the Rift Herald. In the last couple of series, Rare Adam have pretty much completely just given up Rift Heralds, instead trying to see if they can make plays on bot side, so I'm curious if we'll see a similar story this game.
Yeah, the opposite story, though, is the case of EDG, who have second place in the league for Rift Herald percent. They absolutely love playing towards that top side. And Scout has proven it, as for the second time this game, he shows up in the top lane once again. Not going to be able to get to Cube because that minion wave is there. But even still, the pressure that Cube is having to deal with this game is brutal.
Yeah, and I think this is the right call. I think this is what we're going to see a lot of teams do as well, is try and focus the top side. Strive, though, no flash.
Yeah, Strive caught out in the jungle. He has no mana either. The Chaos Storm does absolutely nothing. And that's just brutal. Flandre, in the meantime, has been caught at the top side. So, hey, at least there's a benefit here for RA.
Yeah, Lian going incredibly low on that top side, but just about able to get the kill. So, 1-for-1 trade. The kills going over towards Scout, though, is going to help out a lot in Scout just being able to set himself up in this later portion. But we're just going to replay here on the top side. Flandre, you can see a lot of burst damage. on this, on this Graves, but not quite able to get the kill that he needed. Now, as we said, Rare Adam haven't really had an interest in this Rift Herald, so not going to try and contest this. And honestly, with Strive being pushed out of the mid lane, Scout having so much control as well with the 2 kills already picked up, I don't think they would have been able to fight that regardless.
Yeah, would have been a toughie, but Scout and Flandre now just lane swapping. As Flandre's arrived in the mid lane, Scout is up top. And let's be honest, Scout with 2 kills, he's not exactly going to struggle against the Jax. I mean, how the hell does Cube impact that matchup? Anytime you jump in, personal space comes out, you get feared, you just get blasted, and Scout walks away. How do you function as a Jax in that 1v1?
But even the build that's coming through from Flandre, like going towards the Eclipse, he's not going towards the Immortal Shield Bow. He is all in on this early damage. He wants to absolutely destroy Cube in this early laning phase, and Cube is definitely going to find it tough. Does have the armor boots though to try and help himself out, so will help out just a smidge, but certainly I'm keeping my eyes on to see if Flandre can continue to just throw pressure on Cube. And Cube, as we said, has been the standout performer, so the fact you're getting this pressure from EDG top is certainly them kind of doing their homework on how Rare Adam have been winning their games recently.
Yeah, and another standout performer has been the other solo lane, right, in Strive. And we were going to come in today and talk about Strive versus Scout. That was going to be one of our segments, but so far in this game, I mean, Scout has been super proactive getting around the map. He's only 10 CS down after all of that. As Cube now caught out of position, tried to go aggressive, used that counter-strike aggressively, and it means he will surely go down. One more auto from Flandre with an ult would do the trick. No, it won't. Actually, Cube, way tankier than I thought. Those boots paying dividends.
Also, Time Warp Tonic
Observer's
there.
looking for a rocket. We're not going to get it, though.
Time Warp Tonic was the big factor there as well. Just getting that a little bit of extra health coming through off the Corrupting Pot. So, not going to go down. So, nice job, but that tower will still fall to Flandre. And I agree, like, focusing the solo lanes for Adam does make a lot of sense. Strive, I think his laning phase has been a little bit weak, though. I think where Strive is kind of shown prominence is when he's able to get out roaming, and I think that's kind of been where he's really done well in these last couple of series, but unable to do so on the Victor. A lot of pressure comes through from Scout, who's actually the one who is doing the roaming. It just feels like for Rare Adam, a lot of their game plan is starting to fall apart, and you're seeing that gold lead already opening up with 2,000 gold already for you.
Yeah, EDG, I mean, we said this already, right? Their early game is immaculate. This is a team that likes to have control of the map and likes to build themselves that lead nice and early on. They're 3rd in the entire league for gold difference at 15 minutes. It's actually very clean. It's 999 is the average gold difference in 15 minutes. Very nice to look at. But it's 2,000 in this game in particular. And it's feeling fantastic because it's not like they don't scale well, right? You've got a Jinx, you've got a Vex. This team looks terrifying in the late game.
Yeah, they are so damn strong. And you can start to see now that they're going to put the pressure on to start forcing those late game fights. Dragon in 30 seconds. You've already got vision control completely set up. Viper has full push in bot side. It becomes nigh impossible here for Rare Adam to try and commit to this, especially when you look at like Lian, a level down, doesn't even have his first mythic completed, where you can look across at EDG, top and jungle already have those fully completed mythics.
Mako going over here to protect the ward. Lian, the target, just gets wiped off of the face of the earth. Doesn't even get a chance to ult, doesn't get a chance to do anything, and that's the power of a set right there.
Yeah, and especially just when you play this set, burning that flash at every instance you can is exactly how you need to play this champion. Like, make sure you can close that gap, because once you do, there's just nowhere for people to run to. You can see it there, Lian taking down so fast. Dragon now going across. And EDG, this is far more confident. And especially when we look at what we said is the crux of the problem for EDG in a lot of situations, is JJ overextending. I personally prefer to see Mako as that big engage tool. That's kind of what we got here with Mako in the set. JJ as a secondary engage in the volley bear. You've even got Scout as well, who can also bring those engage tools. So for Rare Adam, it's trying to manage all 3 of these big tools right now to make sure that you're not falling prey to them.
And I feel like, you know, seeing Mako on set just makes me happy. Makes me all warm and fuzzy inside, because I like seeing this guy on hard engage. I feel like he should rename himself to Mako, because that way he's always locking in Leonas, he's always locking in Nautiluses, he's always locking in this set, just flashing forwards and making the play happen. I love watching EDG when they have Mako on a hard engage support. I hate it with Run in general, I'll be honest. But it is what it is. Mako actually managed to get that. Oh, he dropped the control. Okay, I thought that was still his sweeper. I thought he just somehow managed to pull that one off. As JJ moving up to the top side, there's no tower here for Cube, and Lien finished his recall. Flandre trying to look juicy. Counter-Strike is down, and Cube knows his time is up. This lightning comes from the sky. They don't actually have the damage to finish him off, though. I feel like they could have committed harder for that.
Yeah, I don't think they knew exactly where Lien was. A little bit worried that he's going to come up towards this top side, but yeah, they end up backing away. And look, I'm not going to lie, Munch. I'm happier to see a bit of reservation coming through from EDG, because that's not what we've got in the last little while. When you are 2,500 gold up, you don't need to push the envelope that much. Like, just keep playing through your strengths, play towards that late game. Like, you're getting, you know, the Cube push back, he's falling further behind, you're getting more access to the map. The only thing I would like to say is I'd like to see EDG, like, using the fact that they have this to get vision control top side, get deep vision in this bot side. Now they're starting to move in, but Lien needs to be careful.
Yeah, he's got some company here. Viper coming in through the Hex Gates as well. EDG don't want to let this blue buff go. The reset will come on through onto it. There is no Drake up right now. It's one piece on the Drake so far. Scout taking the opportunity to get some damage onto a tower here. Looks like EDG decide against forcing the play in the end, and Strive will grab his blue buff, but JJ, Strive, you're in trouble, buddy. No, he's not. He knows what's going on. Sneaky little laser into the brush. He's spotted the play.
Flandre, though, is taking Rift Herald on this top side. Actually looks like Lien might spot him, but just as that roar goes out as the Rift Herald gets taken. So Flandre kind of helping his team win out on the opposite side of the map regardless.
Yeah, and also should be able to grab this blue buff. So denying Lien, and that's been the story of this entire game. Yeah. EDG have come in today, and they're just like, Lien, you don't get to play today. We're going to do everything in our power to ruin your game. Prowler's Claw has been finished for Lien, though. That's a huge spike for this Rek'Sai. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit nervous for Viper. If this whole EDG squad dives into the backline of RA, well, Lien's just going to sprint at this Jinx.
Yeah, if Lien can get onto Jinx, though, I'm going to be massively impressed. Because you look at, like, Scout, who's got the fear. Mako, who's got that ult. Even JJ just has his own peel as well. But Mako, need to be careful.
Yeah, he is under the tower. Haymaker can come out. There's a shield to save himself and pulls Lien in. It's an easy turnaround, and EDG now floundering on top of iBoy, trying to finish the kill, and Viper will do so. The hook to the wall. Yuyanja gets out, but another double coming through, this time for Viper. And EDG, I mean, they just look immaculate.
Yeah, and this is a problem that I've seen with Rare Adam a lot, is they try to make these plays happen where they'll try and brute force their way into some sort of pick, but not respecting where EDG can be. And you can see there, Viper is already underneath the tower. Rare Adam go that bit too far forward, and point in case of what I was just saying about Lien trying to go deep. You have so much peel. You have so many tools to lock up this Rek'Sai, and you can see here, right, no deep vision. They have no idea where the Jinx is. They just know she's reset. You don't even know where the Vex is either. She could be TPing back into mid. They try to go for Mako, but again, Mako, really nice job to, like, turn direction at the last second so the Rek'Sai pops out behind him and he can ult her back underneath.
I mean, you can see that the team is just not on the same page as well. Like, Yuyanja could have flashed to make the initial play, and it's iBoy that starts it with a Void Seeker. Like, that's not how you start that one off. Shadow Surge is a bit wide from Scout, and that should be the end of this play on the top side. But yeah, on that last one, I feel like RA just really not quite on the same page. And that's scary because we're at the end of the split now. This is the last series for RA. They're moving into playoffs. They can't afford to not be on the same page on these simple kind of picks.
But that's what the difference maker is for RA. That's really what separates RA for me from a top team from kind of where they're sitting in 7th, 8th place, is their ability to kind of go, right, like, we are communicating properly and we are actually going to work as one cohesive unit. Like, you look at their last series, there was a moment where Strive on the Ahri had, like, rotated back to mid after the Rift Herald fight. Cube goes for the engage, not realizing the Strive would come back, and even Yuyanja now caught out of position. Like,
yeah, forced to flash. Cube goes in for this one as Flandre gets himself over the wall. Cube really wants it, but he's gone 2v1. That was way too deep. Will be able to get out for his life, though.
Viper.
Luckily, Viper over the wall. Can he find the zap? No. Mako can't follow up either. Cube does get away. Honestly, as much as we've said Cube has had pressure on him, Look at his scoreline, man. I can't believe Cube is actually doing fine in this game.
And even on CS. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the real kicker for me, because when we looked a little while ago, he was 20 CS down, but Blondre hasn't been able to keep up that pressure because of that initial tower going down. Blondre's kind of been like, okay, well, I can push in this wave. Cube just picks it up. He's able to get the Krugs off of the end most of the time, and he's just farming his way back into the game. So now you're going to see that matchup steadily change as well, because this lethality build is nice when you're up against someone who's super squishy, but level 11 hit with the Grandmaster's ult there for Cube means he's getting a ton of armor just innately off that build, and as well now with the not the Ninja Tabi, the steel plated caps, they're just going to be so hard to take down this Jax.
Yeah, I thought iBoy had been caught out there, but just pops his supercharge and zips off towards the rest of his team. He'll be fine. 5-1 on the scoreboard, and still a sizable lead here for EDG. It's 4,000 in their favor. They've got 2 Drakes. Next one up in a minute and a half here. Baron will come onto the map shortly, and I do still feel like EDG are in a very strong, very comfortable position. But with a Victor and a Jax on the enemy team, Cube's been doing a good job to weather the storm, as we said, and Strive has been farming up a storm. 220 CS at the 19-minute mark, not too shabby. There is still hope for the side of RA that if things go a bit pear-shaped for EDG in the mid-game, which we have seen plenty of times in the last couple of weeks, there's plenty of opportunity for RA to sweep.
Yeah, I think the big point for Air Adam here is like trying to get some vision control established already at these objectives. And that's really tough because the pressure EDG are putting down. But if you can find those flanks for Yanja, Leanne, it just sets up really nicely for iBoy. And iBoy we've kind of like not talked much about in this game, but has the Kraken Slayer and that's rated Dirk. So he's actually going to be turning out a lot of damage. And as you say, a lot of this composition is about setting up for that kind of, hey, can we assassinate the backline here? I think it's going to be really tough to pull off, but if you can pick off Viper, honestly maybe pick off Scout before that Zhonya's goes off, that's probably your best bet. But still, if you're kind of left too long in this backline, it becomes very easy for EDG to start to respond with the amount of CC that they have.
Yeah, Mako trying to get some vision control here, and they will be able to spot that final ward. Yanja drops a ward over, but realizes he's not going to be able to make that happen. Just trying to get the sneakiest vision possible, right? Ward in the pit, ward outside the pit. So one control ward won't deal with it. But again, as you say, it's so difficult for RA to actually push in and fight for vision control. All they can do is get 1 or 2 sneaky wards. That's the best that they can muster.
Yeah, I mean, who's ace checks on their team? Yanji's not able to. He's barely only just completed his Aegis of the Legion. You're looking across at Cube, who kind of wants to be in those side lanes, so not really going to be with the team. So it just becomes hard for Rare Adam to actually contest this vision. And again, this is why we're saying Rare Adam needed to get the ball moving early, but EDG just shut him down so well early.
He just walked past the wall. Could have killed the control ward, man. But this entire game is about vision right now, and you're not going to clear the wards. Okay, he did actually go back. Just wanted to get his vision out while he could. I feel like I'm always a bit mean to you, Yanja. But hey, look, on your point, it's difficult for him to face check, right? So it's difficult to get vision down. Back on top esports, Yanja wouldn't have cared. He would have face checked anyway. This player has grown as a person across the course of the last couple of years. He is a much better support than he was back on top esports.
Yeah, I will also say it's rather difficult to be tossed into a lane with Jackie. Like, if you are just entering into the LPL, you're trying to learn the ropes, being put in with a guy who just wants to go in at any and all points in time is going to make that a rather brutal entry. But
not just the lane, right? A whole team that has literally no respect for the meta or how League of Legends should be played. Like, it's a difficult one to adapt to. He might have been caught out in the jungle, but going to be able to get out to safety in the end. And this is a quiet one. This is a cautious one for both teams. EDG, it feels like they're a little nervous to push the envelope too far, and I can understand why, because that has been their issue. But Cube now pushed up a little too far in this bottom side. Scout trying to find him, but he's snuck into that top Russian. Will be able to get out with his life. Drake is onto the map. This would be sole point for EDG, but RA want to contest.
But look at where the position is.
Oh, flashes forward. Oh my days, where did Strive go? Just gets one shot by Scout, and the rest of the team barrels in. It's an absolute bloodbath. EDG massacre RA.
And now they get the Dragon and they get the Baron. I thought that Rare Adam might have been able to go, right, we have split Viper from the team. We actually have a situation where we can set up a 4 versus 5, but they, again, coordination not there. Nobody really saying, hey, look, let's dive onto this bot side of the map. And EDG come out on top swinging.
Yeah, I mean, that was... it kind of came out of nowhere, and suddenly all 5 players from RA are in one spot and just get wiped out.
Yeah, I see here, right? Rare Adam, just commit to one direction. Viper's out of this fight if you commit down, but the problem is that they don't actually commit to one direction. So Strive ends up getting caught out while you have Leanne trying to force onto Viper in the top side. And this is kind of the communication, the coordination errors that we were talking about on Rare Adam. No one is really seems to be the big voice on the team. It's like, we are doing this, go this direction.
Yeah. And I have to say, pleasantly surprised by EDG this game, right? The mid game was the big question mark. Will they overforce? Will they try and just make a play somewhere and get punished for it? Absolutely not. This is a very slow, calculated game from them, and every play's been immaculate. Now Scout with a Medjai's as well. 10 stacks on that one already. I just want to shout out Mako in that last fight as well. He's pulling everyone together. Strive drops the Zhonya's. Will be able to flash out. The Zhonya's does keep him safe at the end, so fair play to Strive. Walks away with his life, but won't be able to protect this tower. This will be the second tier 2 going down for EDG, and in 3.5 minutes, they can threaten Seoul.
It's absolutely insane. Like, this is so clean from EDG. And a lot of, see, as you say, like, just having this back, it feels like we've got the EDG of old, and especially with only a handful of days left before we run into playoffs, this is what you need to see from the team. Is Rare Adam now, how do you try and defend this? They've just got so much range over you on EDG's side.
I love how EDG were literally about to die there. He saw Scout go for the Shadow Surge. Like, if that hits on anyone, he's going in. You just know it. There is no Vex that shoots this Shadow Surge without the intention of following it up. But they're going to be pressuring multiple lanes here. You can see Scout's move towards that mid lane, while the siege continues up at the top side. Viper finishing that kill, or finishing that turret off, sorry. Actually flashes, or Gale Forces away from Yuyanja. Going to be Gravity Well as well. Yuyanja will fall, and honestly, I'm not even going to get excited for these fights because I'm not sure there's anything RA can do. This isn't a war, Dagda. This is pest control.
It really is. And Rare Adam, I mean, EDG have them by the ropes. There's absolutely nothing that they can do, as you say. And I'm kind of sitting here like, I mean, what do I analyze? What do I say to this? It's just like, hey, they have Baron. You have no real way of clearing this out. And EDG are taking pop shots at you, shooting fish in a barrel.
Literally shooting fish in a barrel. They've got Graves to boot as well as a kill onto Boy, and they're looking for more with the Shadow Surge forwards, but they don't get the reset for now onto Scout. And Scout with the double Sonya's keeping himself safe. A bit of personal space as well, as the shields are insane from this EDG squad. Mako does go down to the Ignite in the end. It was damn close, but he does end up falling. Okay, TP behind the play. Here we go. RA want to turn this game around. Both solo laners flying into the action. JJ trying to escape for himself. He's going up to the top side, buying space for his carries here. He's playing Ring Around the Roses with RA, and he saved the rest of his squad. Can he get to the blast code is the question. It's not even up. JJ, no ultimate available. He gets cut down.
Trying to see if he could get to the Hex Gate. He could see the finish line, but JJ couldn't quite get there. So it is a pick. Doesn't matter in the grand schemes, not massively. A minute and a half until that solo's up. You'll have JJ back up in 30 seconds, so he'll get there at a very comfortable pace. It may allow Rare Adam to get some vision control in their jungle, but you can see their base is in tatters. Like, it's so difficult to leave with the amount of super creeps that are moving in. And JJ, like, he could see the Hex Gate. It was right there, but Drive does cut him off, and there's nowhere for the bear to go.
Well played by Strive to see what was happening there, see where he was going, and play around that one. Mako gonna be able to get himself a Scuttle Crab. Feels good for the support. 126 gold. That's more than most supports get in an entire game. So Mako, a very rich man right now. And just look at these carries. EDG, man. 404. Mid laner not found for Scout. And it's 304 as well on Viper, who denies the reset. I mean, that's just not... Why? There's not even a purpose to that.
You got 30 seconds to the Dragon. They're just like, no, you don't get to reset on time. EDG now pumping in the damage to this bot side. It's the last inhibitor left. And, I mean, this is already lights out for it. The only person I can look at is Strive. Rabadon's death cap completed. If you get this massive Chaos Storm at level 16, maybe you can, but You need like EDG to just kind of like put their feet up and kick back and just let that deal AoE damage.
I mean, we have seen that in mid-game fights from EDG. Last
is
couple
true.
of series, so maybe iBoy just gets rinsed. Okay, well, that's going to be game, isn't it? EDG looking good here today against RA. Game number 1, absolutely smashing it. It's 28 minutes on the clock, and they finished all 3 inhibitors. They've looked immaculate. Both carries matching scorelines, almost matching CS even. The synergy is off the charts. The towers are disabled as JJ goes in to try and finish this game off. Scout flashes away to safety, and Shadow surges back in. The fear across the team moves out as Viper cleans things up. Double kill for him and a bonus one for Flandre as well. It's domination from EDG.
16-3, EDG just smack them. That wasn't even close. I mean, literally from the get-go, you get that invade coming through. They shut down Lien. Then they just focus Cube. They then turn their attention to Strive. It was like, hey, you know, what is the game plan here for Ore? How have Ore won any of their series? Well, let's just systematically dismantle that at every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't want to get too excited, right? This ZDG versus a middle-of-the-table team, but that looked like playoff CDG to me.
I mean,
that
middle of the
like
table
good
team
EDG.
against middle of the table, right? 7th versus 9th, they're not that far away.
but I guess what I mean is like this isn't necessarily a top team, but they're up against. But EDG is looking like a top team again themselves, right? These felt like the world's EDG. This felt like the EDG that we got to see at the start of this split, where it's just clean, clear gameplay. They understand their plan. They make it happen.
Yeah, and I agree. I think for EDG, this was much better. And you could literally see how they changed. You could see the reservation, not wanting to take that step too far forward. And again, I think this is a composition that they're much more comfortable on, where Mako is that big engage tool. Like, we saw the conversation around Worlds where, like, oh, you know, for Mako, he's playing these Lulus, he's playing his Zillions. We're like, no, this isn't EDG. Don't base EDG on what you see right now. They get to playoffs, Leona comes back out, and they start. So it really does feel like, at least for EDG, this is their comfort, where Mako is kind of that main engage tool. You've got the follow-up from JJ and Scout if necessary, but you're not fully relying on JJ to be that one.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, is that we have these 2 engage tools and clear follow-up from the rest of the squad. The big question is, can EDG get the same result if they end up moving over to the red side now for game number 2, right? RA will have side selection for game number 2, and very likely will swap towards that blue side. So we'll see if things change up in this draft on whether or not we get something wacky coming out from iBoy. I mean, iBoy been playing things like the Tristana recently, a lot of that Zeri as well. So we'll have to see how things are going to change for game number 2. But as of right now, I'm quietly confident in EDG again. I feel like I needed this game, not even for EDG, for me in my heart, you know. I needed to see EDG playing consistently once again. We're going to jump into a break. Then we'll find out if they can maintain that for a full series.
Yeah, I mean, Betty just applying so much pressure in this matchup. And the thing is, I feel like what's going so well for the fight for AL is that you win. Oh my lord.
God. Oh, the caliber.
Oh,
he's got him. Viper goes down solo bolo for Betty. Throw up that Poro.
It's such a power spike, and Angel's level 6 isn't really going to offer much power in the fight other than the boost to your damage on your overload.
The Shy might be in trouble, or not. He hops over the head, but flash forward from Wayward and finds the 1v1. Beautifully done.
Triple tiebreaker things, I believe.
I don't think they can if they get to 10 minutes.
Oh, actually, no, 'cause they lose
Anyway,
the
we've got an engage. Shadow Surge is going to come on through. There's an Infernum across the team. Gala low on HP, taken out by Fairness. Is this the fight? No, it's not! No, it is not! Xiaohu says no! Bin chases Jin Zhao down into the base as RNG, no, scratch that, Xiaohu annihilates LGD.
And now Baron up in 15 seconds. And it's so difficult to approach, right? Because
You have the Hex. Crispy goes straight in. That's a 4-man knockup. Can they actually make this fight work as the Destiny Gate comes out? Look at Viper on the backside of this. Susie tries to jump in on the JJ. They get the reset though onto one. That's the Lee Sin dead. Double kill for Viper as he starts to try to turn this fight all on its head. But 2 strip kills all the way back. Triple kill for Viper. It could be a bit more. It's a quadra for Viper. And it's Viper versus Uzi. It's the 280 carries left alive. And we talked about how pivotal these guys were for their teams. They're the only ones left standing.
Now Rookie solo into River. But the whole of BLG's comp, Carther and Rich are so low. Flashes the dredge line, actually inside, away from the trouble bubble. The shockwave onto Wayway. Rookie's the best now mid laner in the world. You can fight me about that because B5's mid laner is taking over this game and soon will return to the world stage, I'm pretty sure of it.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards game number 2 between EDG and RA. And Dagda coming into this one, I was kind of expecting this to be a super close, absolute banger between RA and EDG. You know, very similar spot in the standings. RA had been on a bit of a win streak until their most recent series, and like things have been feeling good for them. EDG had been in a bit of a slump. Blah, 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 blah. EDG come in, game number 1, they just wiped the floor with RA. It wasn't even close.
Yeah. And it feels like EDG have done their homework. You know, set Leon behind. Leon has been like the core factor for Rare Adam in a lot of their wins. Getting these early leads, playing towards Cube, setting him up for success, and kind of letting that the solo lanes from RA thrive. But when you just get the, hey, we're just going to shut down Leon with JJ, like, he ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our MVP as well off the back of game number 1. As the producer told me who it is, but I forgot.
JJ.
Because I'm an idiot. It was JJ. It was a bear.
I was setting you up.
I know, but you talked about Cube as well, and I didn't know which one it was.
But yeah, JJ, I think, has been absolutely stellar this game. 1-1 and 12, bunch of kill participation. The dude was so good, and again, like, just smart understanding of where he needed to be. You know, getting in on these early stages, shutting Leon down, making sure that this Rek'Sai really couldn't get rolling, and again, like, moving up, keeping Cube in check. The whole game plan from JJ from start to finish really did prioritize, hey, let's just make sure that the win conditions for Rare Adam are shut down.
Yeah, he was most definitely a bear, and it doesn't bear to think about, honestly, what he did to RA.
Rare Adam found him unbearable.
They certainly did. I mean, a lot of the time, when we saw, certainly your feed in the early game, it was like, why the big pause? That was actually because of tech issues, nothing to do with the bear. But we're going to jump into picks and bans for game number 2 between EDG and RA. And we'll see if RA can have any better. I'm moving on, Rob. I'm not even letting you talk about it. We'll see if RA can have any better luck on the blue side here in the series.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I really do hope they prioritize the jungle pick a little bit earlier. I think that was kind of the crux of a lot of their issues. The Rek'Sai really wasn't working, especially when you looked at the composition that they're up against. With the Jinx and the Zeri ban, Aphelios will be the pick here, and here's to see now what Viper wants to try and bring in against that on the opposite side. But I still feel like, okay, it's just going to instantly be the side. I was going to say, going with the volley bear here for JJ again will probably work out best, and they end up taking
Fong having his invisible influence on the other teams now. He's showing everyone that Zaya's kind of strong right now, honestly. I've been playing in solo queue. It's kind of dirty. Lien. Okay, here we go. It's Italy Renekton. That's a bit of aggression from RA.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that once more kind of going on the focus that we've had already, playing up towards that top side, making sure that Cube can get the ball rolling. And when you're against like a short range Zaya, the Renekton can get a lot of value out. So I'm excited to see what Cube can do when he gets that early aggression. Scout though, looking at the LeBlanc, I personally would prefer to see the Ari, just because I think kind of having that early pressure to try and match some of the plays from the end in these early stages topside would be great. But with the LeBlanc pick up here, I imagine Ari bans, Orianna bans, even maybe a Syndra ban going towards Drive is what we'll see coming out from EDG.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's going to be the case going for that mid lane. There is the Ari ban, so pretty much what you're predicting so far at very least. I'm kind of disappointed, I will say, because that LeBlanc Ari matchup is so much fun to watch. I absolutely adore every second of that. But I'm excited to see Scout on this LeBlanc once more. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Vex ban as well. You're mentioning these other mid laners, but that would mean, what, 4 mid lane bans plus 1 pick? Strive will really start to struggle. He might just get forced onto the Victor again.
Yeah, and it's not the worst matchup for him on the Victor, so I imagine that is where they're probably going to aim for, because I imagine it's Vex or maybe even a Syndra ban here, and you have the option still to go for the opposite one, but I think the Victor falling back, like having some zone control, especially against like the short range Zaya, the short range volley bear, like having that big old gravity field that just prevents them from accessing the fight could be really good. I would have to see what the plan is though. Rare Adam banning away supports, I think it's the best bet. Rakan get away from the Zaya. We'll have to see what the next one is. Maybe we just end up with the Leona ban as well, giving a little bit of freedom to the Aphelios on the bot side, because that's just a lot of CC in that lane that a cleanse isn't going to cut it for just one.
Yeah, we'll have to see as Gragas being banned away. I guess that's to try and deny weak side for Flandre. And I mean, Rare Atom, They're really going, hey guys, we're gonna dive top. Like, Renekton Nidalee locked in, banning the Gragas away. It's like, hey, Flandre, I hope you're ready, because they're signaling this loud and clear.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Flandre, but on the opposite side, I feel sorry for Iboy and Yuyanja. There's that Leona with a volley bear to turn off towers, Zaya with a bunch of feathers. It feels like you were going to get a ton of pressure down towards the spot side. Alistair, I feel like he's a good shout out here just to try and like prevent some of that dive, maybe disrupt it a little bit, but this is going to be a toughie. Tam Kench, I don't even think is going to cut it with the amount of pressure that EDG can put down towards that side.
Yeah, I mean, look, Yuyanja, I will say, Tom Kench was his highlight champion back then, of course, but that was it was a different time.
I would have said it was
Tom Kench was disgusting. I don't know. He had like a 90% win rate on Tom Kench. Top esports.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, it was really good. The set of Tom Kench was like the one thing that they consistently just dominated on. It's because you don't need hands for it. Sorry, Yuyanja, but yeah, Rob did that to me. I was just going to leave it on the Tom Kench point. Then he followed up and argued. I had to finish it off. Corky locked in this drive as we move on.
You had to put Yuyanja in his place because I was threatened. But anyway, Corky, as you say, I think it's going to do a good amount here. A lot of poke here coming through from both the Nidalee and now the Corky. Which against EDG, I think is going to do well. Your relative short range. But again, I think for Flandre, Nar going to do wonders here. Just again, sets up nicely for a strong team fight. But also, you get a good amount of lane control over the Renekton, which is the big point here. Because it's a lot more difficult to try and lock down an Nar. When he's able to like push in the wave, keep Cube honest. If you end up trying to like flash forward, there's still the opportunity to like flash away with your own response, or even just get the leap away as well. So it makes that pressure towards the top side with both the Nidalee and the Renekton a lot easier to handle for you.
I will say, for RA's comp, it feels a little weird, right? It feels a little disjointed, where you've got the Renekton and the Aphelios, which are super short range, and then you've got the Corky and Nidalee, who kind of want to play at long range if they can. It feels like you've got two sort of different halves to this composition that want to go in different directions.
Yeah, I think I would be more worried about if the composition at EDG wasn't this short range composition that really does want to dive in, especially because you're looking at like very little, engage tools either for Rare Atom. So I think if Rare Atom are able to hold themselves out early in the, hold themselves fine in the early game and kind of get into a mid game where they can contest objectives, I think they'll be all right. A good amount of poke coming through from the Nidalee and the Corky means that you're kind of on a bit of a go button or a rush for EDG to try and make these plays happen, so you're not getting poked out, and then you just set up perfectly. Like Renekton and Aphelios love when people are diving in on top of them. That's really where they thrive. So I think it should set up relatively okay for Rare Atom, but it is about like making sure that you're okay getting to that mid game, because if you end up having, say, Renekton falling behind, it becomes basically useless. If you're trying to play this like long range style, it becomes a lot more difficult to do so if you're not already set up on objectives and to spot out where you're, particularly people like Scares.
I just want to say, shout out to the LPL chat. This is not the most popular stream that we've had all split, right? We've got 10K views right now, but I sneezed on camera, and there's like 19 bless yous in chat. So thank you guys. You're so wholesome. I appreciate that. RA versus EDG. Here we go, game number 2. We'll see if EDG can look consistent. That's the big question, because they have struggled a little recently. But, well, Scout is already in a precarious position. He should be okay. He's on this LeBlanc. Actually, W's in. Not the way I was expecting him to go on this one. Bit of shenanigans on level 1, but not going to be too much coming from that one, as Strive will be able to back away. Has the time warp tonic. Resets coming through. Lien not done just yet, but looks like he's going to have to be.
Yeah, everyone going to reset, get their health bars back, so nothing really comes of it all said and done. Vision control not established on either side though, so both junglers can kind of decide where they want to. Actually, as I say that, a blue ward goes in onto the blue of JJ, but overall, I want to see now how Lien can try and have that influence in the early stage. He's on the Nidalee, bit of a pocket pick for Lien. It was a pick that he looked at a lot in his time over on IG, and I'm excited to see now if he's able to play through Cube on this top side, if this feels like something Rare Atom had prepared coming in.
Yuyanja on the solo invade mission. He's decided to back away in the end, but I like the attempt. I love that Yuyanja's like, it's on it. Trying to make some plays. Strive trade away in that mid lane. Let's talk game plans here. Lien on the bottom side, going for the Krugs. I mean, both of them are going to go up towards the top side. Let's be honest. We already know Flandre is not going to get a gank on this now. I'd be very surprised if he does. Renekton Nidalee. I mean, Flandre's going to have his work it out. He's really going to have to do his best just to survive on this lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of caught between two minds here for JJ, because there's like the, hey, you can always shut down the play that Rare Adam are trying to go for. If you go for an early dive yourself, especially as I'm looking at Scout with a surprising amount of control over this mid lane, and maybe you actually look to try and dive Cube, like just 3-man top, set Cube behind, and then it becomes way more difficult for Lien to try and play through that lane, especially if you like burn a flash on Cube. But I believe I kind of agree with yourself, which is like, hey, just play towards boss. Like, set Viper up, who's already actually taken a lot of damage here from Ivo.
Yeah, this Aphelios in the early level is so difficult to deal with. And Xayah's one of those champions as well that before you have all of your abilities, I'm sneezing again.
Oh no, bless chat, bless him. But yeah, I think as you were saying, like before you get all your abilities, it's a kind of a rough laning phase. You don't really have a huge amount of pressure you can put, especially against like the Aphelios with the Crescendum. But Keiko going in aggressive on the level 2, force the flash away. Not exactly the play that I was expecting, as Scout not able to connect the chains mid-strive. Going to get this trade aggressively in, trying to see what he can do.
Trying to trade it back, but not really able to find much to connect either. JJ just going to be hovering on this top side. Have a chance onto Cube here if he cancels the recall. Cube actually slice and dicing in there. JJ cancels the recall. Are they going to commit to anything? Doesn't look like it. JJ just going to play it safe for now.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's toying with my heart right now, Doctor.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually looking for the gank. I think he's just trying to make sure Flandre can clear out this wave successfully and make sure there's nothing too foul here. And as you can see there, like once Flandre's like, cool, I got this wave under check. It's not big enough that it's actually able to crash. I'll be fine here. So JJ backs away. And then we'll get double scuttle here because of JJ's investments on top side. But again, I think kind of like stopping this top side ball from getting rolling from Rare Adam is the right play from JJ. But now that he's back in the bot, and with that cleanse blown and eye boy, could be some sort of setup here for EDG in the bot side.
Certainly good. JJ moving down, gets his Scryer's Bloom going as well, but I don't think he can make anything happen in that bottom lane, unfortunately, with the Scuttle Crab. There's plenty of vision as well for the RA bottom lane. And this Aphelios as well, going to be more than happy to just keep pushing in all lane long. Viper going to struggle to maintain that CS, at least for the time being. Will be forced to reset here. So that should be about a 10 CS lead on the first reset for iBoy. That is a damn good start to the lane.
Yeah, and iBoy and Yanja doing a really good job of bullying out this bot side. We said it like, you can see Viper's HP at level 2 very low underneath the tower. So, nice job there from iBoy and Yanja. And this is actually a lane for me that I think has been doing really well in the 2v2. But my biggest worry is how prone they've been to ganks. But as you can see, if iBoy and Yanja are left alone, they are actually doing quite well when it comes to the dual lane.
Yeah, and especially when you're against a lane that is going to struggle to have that early impact as well. Viper fell behind in those early levels, and so it's very well played by Yanja to punish that advantage that they found for themselves. So now, about a 20 CS lead, but the reset just coming through for iBoy, so that lead will be somewhat mitigated as a bit of a battle in the jungle, as JJ managed to get the chicken in the end.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of this from Lien, especially down towards the spot side. If iBoy and Yanja are able to keep up how much control they have in this bot lane. Just because you've got push in mid for Strive, so being able to play off the priority that this Corki offers over the one, Lien can still make camps, kind of do the reverse of what JJ did to Lien in that last one.
Like, that was a little dicey for me. Yanja nearly got hit by the Zenith blade. He's trying to stop the recall. I did manage to do so in the end, but that was a millimeter away from going very sorry from you, Yanja. JJ moving into the top side. Trying to make something happen, but he'll just be clearing vision. There's no way that they can go for a dive. I'm pretty sure at this point the game is playing on fire a little bit. Flandre going for these aggressive trades with his boomerangs. We'll be able to crash this way.
Yeah, always, whenever you see JJ like trying to play up towards the top side to keep Flandre safe, always keep your eyes on Lien. Because Lien's going to try and punish this pretty much every step of the way. Now, there are no camps up on the bottom side. It's kind of one of the good things, at least for the volley bears. He can clear relatively quick, but Lien really does need to be responding to this in a lot of situations to get the Nidalee ahead, because Nidalee behind just doesn't have the same sort of impact. So you really need to see Lien trying to punish JJ for every step that he takes.
Yeah, we need to keep our eyes on Lien, who has been a standout player for RA as well. He's the kind of guy that you want to be keeping your eyes on every single game anyway. As Scout is on a ward right now, does need to be cautious. There's a lot of poke out of this mid-jungle 2v2 from RA. Not necessarily the strongest in terms of just straight fighting power in the 2v2, but certainly a lot of long-range damage he can bring out. JJ will be able to secure his blue buff, and Lien, while he's hovered around this bottom side for a while, will finally commit to go for this.
This is what we're talking about, though, is just like trying to play off of the priority bot when iBoy has it, like we've just seen, and also kind of playing off Strive's in mid. Strive shoves in mid. They threaten the blue invade, but I think kind of rightly saying, hey, you know, we've got too many moving parts here in EDG that can join. Let's just take the dragon and at least start to get something going in our favor. The Rift Herald is going to be up, though, and oh, actually, Fondre.
Aggressive onto Cube, winning out these trades, and this Renekton pick for the side of RA. I mean, Renekton is a champion that we're seeing less and less of in the LPL, and doesn't feel like it's able to have much of an impact so far in this game. But if you don't have much of an impact in the laning phase, is it really worth having the Renekton?
And again, like, the ways you can try and, like, punish with the... Ooh, hang on. Good damage. But the way you can try and punish with the Renekton is trying to look for Rift Heralds. But again, like, this is an issue that I've seen with Rare Adam a lot, is that they don't really go for first Rift Heralds. They're 13th in the league for it, and you can see even with push on bot, even with push in mid, no pressure up towards the top side, and JJ's going to get this Rift Herald uncontested.
Yeah, this will be a Rift Herald for EDG here. I love how conditioned we are back there. We see this heavy trade in the mid lane, and we're both under the full assumption that they're just going to trade it back off and no kill will happen, right? Like, we so often see players just trading as aggressively as possible in the laning phase that until we think it actually might turn into an all-in, we just continue our conversation.
I did glance to see if there was a Knight. I was like, no, maybe. I was like, no, it's TP LeBlanc. He's fine. It's all right.
Oh, it's hilarious. But, all right, 0-0, 9 minutes on the clock. Just a bit of aggressive trading. But RA have got themselves a 1,000 gold lead, and that's just lane advantages as well. You can see 20 CS up in that bottom side in favor of iBoy, and a 20 CS lead in the jungle as well. Lien moving up to his top side. He walked across a ward, but I don't think Flandre noticed. He's been stunned in the top lane, and Lien should be able to finish this one off. Meganar saves the day, though. A bit of extra HP, and now an all-in the bottom side as well, but the Featherstorm will keep Viper safe.
Viper just able to get away from that one. But again, like, coming back to your point, like, Rare Adam have been insanely good at getting these individual leads. And not even just this year, last split as well. Like, in summer with Fofo, this was how they won their games, was like these slow, long, drawn-out laning phases where they can punish you. And even now, this year, they're still sitting first in the league for the average CSD of 15 as a total for the team. But the problem, again, comes from when they try to interact outside of those lanes, trying to get that communication and coordination down. And you've even seen it so far, right? We're looking at Lien. Has he really been able to, like, have a massive impact so far? Not really. Yes, he's been able to steal away some camps, but you got to see more.
Viper forced the flash on this one as he thought the reset had happened. Well played by RA to pretend that they'd gone for that reset, try and find a pick. It does cost Viper both of his summoner spells. So now Viper, no Featherstorm, no summoner spells, very vulnerable. And Lien moving in to try and catch Mako and JJ. They were here to protect Viper. They need to protect themselves as well. Yuyanja finds a slow onto Mako. Lien looks like he still wants it, but won't be able to find any more.
You do need to be careful as Rare Adam, because this is one of the rare times Scout is the one that actually push. Rift Tower went towards Scout as well, and Strive actually could be in one shot. He needs to be so careful here.
Yeah, Scout going to play this one safely and as a rifle in the lane. So that's 2 plates going all the way to Scout as well. And it sets up for that next Herald, right? Next Herald could be just dropped in the mid lane, and that's an easy tier 1 in the mid lane take.
Flandre not going to connect with the Megnar, but as you say, yeah, a bunch of plates now going over towards Scout. This guy is going to be absolutely massive. You can see a 400 gold lead for Scout, and again, like, iBoy, very capable of being popular, and Strive all in one-shot range if this LeBlanc gets up and rolling. At least having that early Hex Drinker for Strive will help out, as Flandre, seeing Cube go aggressive, decides there must be something to fell, and will back away.
Yeah, and his jungler's on the bottom side of the map as well. Package available, but Strive not picking it up just yet. Drake going to be up in about a minute's time. I'm curious if he's going to, you know, head back and pick that up for the Drake, but I don't think so at this point. Maybe going to save that one for the Rift Herald play later on.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it, though. Like, second Rift Herald in the grand scheme of things doesn't tend to have a very big impact in the whole game. I just don't know if they're kind of able to fight at the moment is the bigger issue. Like, as you say, like, X-Drinker picked up mid, not exactly the most combative, and it's more of kind of a, hey, I want to survive the lane phase. Lian hasn't really grown that lead too much, still sitting on just a blasting wand. And just the straight up engage that EDG have is just stronger at the moment. So it does feel like, at least for the moment, Rare Adam is going to kind of take it easy. As I say that, those drive has reset with the TP back to mid, so did pick up the package in the end.
Interesting. All right, well, he's got a package and maybe a fight for the Drake could come on through in the end. It's a 1,000 gold lead for RA right now. It's EDG playing with the idea of fighting for this one. The Sky Split to find a slow one to Lian. Mako dodges the spear. Will be knocked up, though, or not. Flashes away to safety. Moonlight Vigil with a Gravitum. But RA can't quite get everything to line up well. They don't actually manage to get much damage down. That's a big ult on cooldown now, but Featherstorm was used by Viper as well. So it's going to be 80 carry ult for 80 carry ult. Strive takes a bit of poke coming out from Scout, who has to back away again. And it looks like RA are actually just going to get this one with no significant contention. So just the threat of the package isn't enough.
Still have that package for the blue. Will actually go to Scout.
Yeah. Package going to be used just to escape once again. We're toying with the idea of fighting. And that's been the story of this whole game, Rob. We're just toying with the idea. We're not actually going to fight. We're just going to look at each other menacingly and then watch our opponents take the objective.
Yeah, it's... You know when you go to like a football match, like, oh, and you're like waiting constantly, that's like, oh. You never get the way. It's kind of at the...
Well, you say that. I remember back when the LCS came to Wembley, what a weekend that was. And I tell you what, we had many waves because that was a very slow meta. And I'm telling you, every single time a ward was killed, we all went absolutely mental. It was it was so much fun, honestly, because the game was so slow at the time. Like, every game was like 40 minutes long. And I remember people on Reddit would complain that everyone was cheering for the wards, but like, you know, you paid a good amount of money to be there. You've already had 4 beers. Like, nothing is happening on the screen. You're going to cheer for the wards. It's all you've got.
Have you seen a darts game? That is not exactly the most riveting of sports to pay attention to. But by God, is that one of the most fun events to go to? Because it is just pure madness.
It's just a giant fun, essentially.
It is. It really is. It's absolutely nuts. And like, look, you got to make your own fun sometimes. And I appreciated the wards cheering meta while it existed, but I will say it did get old. Like, but it was a year and a half later, and it wasn't exactly the slowest of metas. It was just like, hey, we're just gonna try and cheer anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It gets old when there is things happening in the game and people are cheering for wards, but certainly at the time it was hilarious. There's a choice quote that I definitely can't say on stream that came out of LCS Wembley when nobody was fighting, and it was just beautiful. I remember D-Man was on the cast, and he couldn't stop laughing. Anyway, we'll move on because Herald has been started at 5,500 on that one. It's RA on the scene once more, and we'll be able to control this objective. But here's TP. EDG want to fight for this one. 2K on the Herald. Who's going to be able to get it? It was RA. Lian grabs that one as JJ trying to block, but he's just going to have to escape out of the back of the pit. RA, they found the objective, but iBoy! Oh my days, almost gets one shot there. I'm not even sure who did the damage. As Flandre steps forwards. And hey, EDG, they got the Skull Crab, which is really why we were fighting, right, guys?
But look, EDG commit there, try to set up the play. Scout now will finally in, but we'll back away. We're still going
about
here,
to turn Mega. This might be an opportunity. Flandre trying to jump in, but won't be able to close the gap. Okay, nothing's going to come in.
Yeah, had that flash, was trying to see if he could get the angle to get on towards Rare Adam, but unfortunately not going to be able to. So EDG will back away and still 0-0 in kills on that scoreboard. We'll have to have a look though to see if they're able to answer for that one. I'm kind of curious to see that as for Rare Adam what they're going to be able to achieve with this Rift Child, because it has gone to Yuyanja. He's the one who picked it up in that fight. And it doesn't really feel like they have the best control over the map right now to try and make that happen. Especially when you look at like the way EDG have set up with LeBlanc kind of answering in a lot of situations for this Renekton, it makes it a little bit more difficult for you to actually get control over the map.
Yeah, it certainly does. This LeBlanc has been a pretty good answer to what RA are trying to bring in the early game. And it's still that 1,000 gold lead in favor of RA. Maybe the Herald can answer that somewhere and extend the lead a little bit. And, you know, I got up this morning, Dagda. Had to get up at 7:30 for this series. And, you know, I'm not much of an early bird myself. And I just thought to myself, you know, I could do with a nap. And then, very kindly, RA and EDG step onto the stage for game number 2. And they're like, you know what, Joe? You can have a nap. We're not going to do anything for the first 20 minutes of the game. You have yourself a little snooze in chat, guys. Pop some resident sleepers in. And then, in 40 seconds, wake the hell up. Because we've got an Infernal Drake that's going to come onto the map. And there's no way EDG are going to let RA get Infernal Soul Point for free.
You think that this is a late first blood? I was born late first blood. My first year at LPL, I had JDG versus FPX. And I thought, you know what? This is a playoff game. These two are going to absolutely destroy each other. It was 30 minutes until we got the first blood. It was 32 minutes before I saw first blood. And it was the slowest, most drawn out game. Me and Asterix both collectively losing our mind. As you're like, what do we talk about? There's like, just turrets going down. Flandre though. Flandre.
He's fine. He's fine. But the Drake has been started here. And EDG, they get it for free. There is no fighting. I am unbelievably disappointed. And it means that the next Drake is also not soul point. So the teams can continue to not fight. Oh, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. What does it, Flandre? Oh, you jerk. Save iBoy. Okay, iBoy gets an all out. Basically loses all his HP, but he still survives for now. Root comes out from Viper. Bit of damage back and forth. Package away. Nothing happens.
This is, you know, where you're like just throwing out a couple of those jabs just to see if you can land a few, real testing your opponent. But it'd be nice if we could just go into the slugfest as Viper. He'll take a good amount of damage there from Strive.
That's not bad. Corky, in these kinds of games, I will say, does pretty well, right? When you can just scale up for free and just throw rockets with no fear of people actually fighting you, that's Corky's dream. That's like the ideal game for a goal.
I mean, realistically, this game is kind of ideal. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at the scaling on both sides. I'm like, the Blanc, this lethality style of Xayah, not really gonna cut it in those late game fights. I look at Strive, who's starting to scale up. He's gonna be working towards Ludens now. Like iBoy as well, who's gonna be going towards 3 items fairly damn quick. Like, you've got a good amount of scaling on your side. The only ones I will say that kind of will match the relative like kind of fall off on Rare Adam are like Cube, who's gone for the Blade of the Rune King. I'm not entirely sure what his build is trying to go towards, like with the Bami Cinder there as well. Seems like a bit of an oddball mix coming through from
split
Cube.
push tank Renekton, everyone's favorite classic Renekton build.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the goal is here for Cube, but I'm excited to see it. you know, see how that one goes.
Look, we're not in any rush, right? We've got time.
Oh, actually, I figured it out.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me that you are in a rush and you got somewhere to be then.
Oh, no. I'm here for LPL all day, every day. But you got the slow and the Blade of the Rune. Therefore, you can get more value out of the burn of a Bami Cinder because you're able to stay closer to them. It all makes sense.
Hey, you can even go for the Frostfire Gauntlet. Double slow action, that's all I'm saying. Because this game has certainly been double slow, so why not match it in your build? Here we go, iBoy wants to answer for that slowness. He won't be able to, though. And we return, Dagda, to the status quo.
You know, personally, I enjoy my Glacier games. I enjoy my games that are just this slow burn. I've popped my seat back. Kind of raging I didn't get my cup of tea. If you are a viewer, I say you go make one. Because by the time you get back, maybe we will have an objective that's worth fighting over.
You've got 2 minutes. You've got 2 minutes until that Infernal Drake comes up. And I'm not anticipating that we... I'm not anticipating that we get any kind of action before that point based on the rest of this game so far. 21 minutes on the clock. And EDG versus RA. I mean, the thing is, it's not like they've not done anything. They keep toying with the idea of both teams playing so defensive that happy to back away. Scout trying to get some damage in, hits onto iBoy, but not much can come of it.
These are the kind of games where I'm really happy we don't have to vote for MVP.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there will be MVP performances later on once
Maybe.
we see things happen.
Maybe.
I mean, Leanna's thrown a lot of spears. That's pretty good.
What's the hit rate though? Do we have a like?
About.
Is there
4%.
actually? There has to be a statistic somewhere that actually like saves who has the best hit rate. Like, I wonder if technology advanced to that stage. Because that's the real. Because then Yankos can kind of just go, hey, look, I gotta point to this stat, or you know, make sure this stat never sees the light of day. To kind of prove his
Yankos
innocence.
has got
there.
men on the inside to snuff this stat out. This has been available for years, but Yankos has put a lot of time and money into making sure that nobody ever finds out.
Yeah, I love the idea of like pros, you know, they set up the, because obviously you've got the player association now. It's like that's actually what they fight for, is like removing stats that make them look bad.
Yeah. I mean, I can believe it. It's the only possible explanation. Okay, Dagda, Draco, 25 seconds. Talk to me. How does this fight have to go?
Rare Adam have already got themselves set up so they can look to try and poke. Scout needs to try and find flanks so then he can get on towards iBoy in the backline and try and disrupt it. Lucky, keep your eyes on Flandre though, as Viper takes a good hit. Flandre needs that flash to come up, which is why EDG kind of playing backwards, trying to see if they can buy time for Flandre's flash.
Yeah, here we go. RA grouped up Scout. You said he needed to find some poke. He's found it onto Cube right there. Pulling the Dragon out of the pit here. Scout gets onto iBoy once more. Viper had that Honey Fruit, so he's back to full HP again. They can burst this Drake. That's the second Drake for EDG. They want a fight as well. Scout goes in once more. Cube in the brush. The rest of the team jump on top of him. Viper stepping forwards here. Flandre with him. Big Gnar into the wall, but the flash has come out. Everyone's safe. Nobody dies. How is this possible?
I mean, look, none of these have been exactly the best of abilities that have hit, I will say. So everyone kind of just gets to back away for a while as I don't know.
Man,
Look,
I'm getting itchy. I'm like dancing under the spot. I'm like, please, I just need to see one kill. One kill.
It's a bloody disaster, as you like to say sometimes. It's not working out at all for either squad here. But look, EDG got Dragon. 2 Inferno. Third Inferno would make it a little bit nasty when you look towards Scout and the kind of poke damage that he's trying to go for. Even Viper trying to get down these feathers, like that one-shot potential is pretty damn high here for EDG. And I think for EDG, like, you actually could start moving in now with the pressure that you have to start looking at, like, hey, can we get deep vision here? Maybe look for picks with Scout, especially when you look at like the single target CC and the follow-up damage from Viper. You have a very good pick comp if you can make it work for EDG.
Certainly do. And I do want to go back to what we said at the start of the day. We said we wanted EDG to play slower and safer.
Here we go.
This isn't quite what I'd meant. Lien! Oh my days, we've got it! First blood, ladies and gentlemen, at 25 minutes on the clock. EDG, they're onto the map.
And that's game. EDG now got to take Baron and they win. That's it. 1 kill. That was the decider. You know, no we're a best of 3 series, but a best of 1 in kills.
A best of 1 kill. Best of 1 kill. That's what this series has become. Not going to actually commit to the Baron here. iBoy goes forward, tries to make the play, but Mako just dives on in. Sacrifices himself. I'm not entirely sure why, though. The rest of the team definitely not on the same page.
We had to even it up. Mako's like, no. Gentleman's agreement. We said we wouldn't go for any sort of kills, so Mako's like, look, I'm sorry, guys. The team got a little bit feisty. I'll come back as Scout. Misses with the chains. But yeah, so we're back to 1-1 now. Stripe is sitting on this package, though, so won't have that available for the next Dragon, which honestly I think would have been a little bit more crucial. Feels like a bit of a panic fight from Stripe, thinking, hey, look, maybe we can actually fight for the Baron, but that's actually a pretty big spell that is now down, and we're going to get the wraparound. Scout, secret agent here, gets the pick.
Yeah, so Lien caught out, had no flash, everything just instant at him as JJ finds the stun. Nice little bit of a play here from EDG, but Mako managing to even things up. So RA Mako making it happen in the end, evening us up once more. And RA still do have a minor gold lead. It's about 700 in their favor currently as we head towards the 30-minute mark. Drake gonna be up in 2. I don't think anyone can go for the Baron. I mean, let's just talk straight scaling here. I feel like maybe the advantage goes the way of RA, right? You've got an Aphelios and a Corki against a Lethality Zaya. I feel like RA are just chilling, and EDG. I know we said you guys need to be a little bit more careful. I didn't quite mean this careful. Like, you still have to try and win the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think Rare Adam have good scaling. Even, like, as I say, Aphelios, Corki, but Nidalee, I mean, her spears are going to hurt late game if she's able to connect onto her as a Viper. But it's also just a case of like trying to play out map state as well is going to come a little bit easier for Strive, because Strive can try on the side. He's already got like a good amount of damage there, so clearing waves, getting some poke onto whoever he's against is going to be relatively easy. But we'll have to see what the plan is here, because EDG trying to set up vision now once more for the Dragon. Rare Adam considering just trading that for the Baron, which may not honestly be the worst of cause, especially with the guns that iBoy has at the moment.
I will say, this is the kind of game, this is why Riot changed the trades, right? They used to just give gold. Now they give a win condition that stacks up and forces the end of the game, because games like this, they need that kind of mechanic, let's be honest. Next strike coming up in 30 seconds. That should force a fight. Scout, oh no, he's gone too far forwards. Has to flash almost on the spot there, but still dodges the knock-up importantly. That's going to be a big cooldown though. Spy has to back away in the mid lane as well. RA just grouping up, playing ARAM right now. This Flandre, he's got a hull breaker and he's just pushing away in the side lane.
Yeah, he doesn't care anymore. He's just like, look, why am I bothered with this team fight when the team fight never arrives? Now, even if he decides to tip away, he's got the opportunity to try and go for, I was going to say a TP flank, but he actually goes the whole way back. Don't know about that one, Flandre.
Yeah, and we're just going to see 4v5 from EDG. Smite by it's a full 50-50. And JJ wins it, of course. Flandre behind enemy lines, but he's mini-nar right now. Viper just gets wrecked by Cube. In goes JJ onto the back line, trying to finish off these players. Flandre in a 1v2 on the back. A Scout gets Leon down. iBoy chasing a Scout on the double kill. The Calibrum dodge. Scout waiting for his W, but it's just not there. And RA find themselves a fight.
Third Dragon goes to EDG though, and you can see a slight gold lead going over in favor of Rare Adam, but I don't know if they can try and take the Baron. Flandre here, spotted by Yanja.
We have more of a fight here. TP coming through from Strive. Let's try and get onto Flandre. Flandre, you're in big trouble here.
No.
Gets the hop, has flash available, but Graviton is going to ruin everything, I'm pretty sure. Or not.
So fast.
He just walks away, doesn't even need to flash.
Yeah, the Hyper, given that speed to Flandre, means he's able to get out, and he delays the Baron. TP's coming in though, but JJ now up and available. Guns not really available for iBoy. This may not go fast enough before JJ gets there.
Well, EDG on their way, and Dagda, we waited 30 minutes, but we've got action. It's 5-3 at the scoreboard. TP coming in, and it's fight with fight back to back here. Viper steps forward, takes a bit of a chunk for his trouble though. EDG will be able to deny the Baron.
This is getting a little bit fiesty, Munchables, I'm not gonna lie. Hooray, still trying to commit to the Baron when they'd wasted so much time. Now, EDG will actually manage to get this mid lane turret off that, just being able to get a little bit of poke down.
Viper steps oh my days, the damage on Strife. That's Lethality Zaya for you, ladies and gentlemen. It definitely packs a punch if you step on the feathers. There's a tower going down. JJ threatening more with the Sky Splayer. In goes Scout, but the Guardian protects Strive there. That was damn close to being an extra kill. Flandre on the red buff, and EDG really started to put the pressure on. This is more like it from EDG. This is the team that we know.
Yeah, and finally with that mid lane turret going down, it becomes a hell of a lot easier for EDG to get the vision that they need to try and progress this game forward. Get some deep vision on this top side, make sure that you're able to keep Baron safe. 2.5 minutes until you get that the potential Inferno solo as well for EDG, and you can see with these triple Infernos, this poke damage really starting to hurt now for EDG.
Okay, tower gonna fall just to minions in the bottom side here. So, gold, almost exactly even. It's 500 apart at this point in the game. 2.5 minutes until Infernal Soul for EDG if they can contest that final Drake for themselves. But Baron is on the cards. I don't think either team can really start.
No, and that's why I disagree with Strive's package timing again. He keeps picking it up for Baron, but it's not like you're just able to turn and rush this down or like force EDG to take the fight with Strive having package. Maybe that's what Rare Adam are trying to do, but I feel like you've got so much hope that they can just deal with you. There's a package gone for nothing.
I'm not entirely sure how, but EDG have... Oh, hang on. I was going to say they're winning the poke war. One rocket hits Scout, and he's basically dead already. iBoy goes forward. That was the clone. He's been baited and outsmarted. That's a lot of poke, though. EDG low on HP right now. There's no follow-up from the rest of RA. They can't actually close the gap here. EDG will just back off for this one. Drake up in a minute and a half. EDG need to get some resets going.
Yeah, and I like that EDG aren't committing any similar spells to take this fight. They know what the real prize is, which is that dragon in a minute and a half. EDG, though, still feeling threatened as Rare Adam are still hovering around this Baron.
Yeah, RA, they want to go for this one. They're desperate to. JJ, can he find the miracle smite? He needs to make something magical over the wall happen. The rest of EDG return to the play once more, but remember, the poke is there for RA. If the rockets can hit, if the spears can hit, it can still be disastrous for EDG's side. 3,000 on the Baron is JJ. He's gonna just have to 50-50 it again. Twice in one game, we get the flips, and twice JJ makes it happen. One for each J in his name as Flandre charges on forward, cube the target, and he's just gonna 1v1 for himself. Hull breaker paying dividends. God. And now, Scout and Flandre, the solo laners in a 2v4, and it feels like they're winning it.
Yeah, all they want to do is just be such a pain to Rare Adam. If Rare Adam can't reset, well, it's Dragon for free, and Flandre playing with fire. I was like, get the hell out of my game. We're going for the Inferno.
I love how this game is literally just going to be down to 50-50 smites. That is insane. EDG get the Baron, and now Drake up in 10 seconds time. You see the whole of EDG already moving over. Leyen might just have been caught. He gets out to safety, pulls himself into the brush. That could have been disaster as Flandre has no fear, but he has no health left. Oh, Scout! That was unbelievable. Solar flare onto you, Yanja. EDG, nothing happens for 30 minutes, and then they come alive.
When in doubt, Scout will take you out. Scout stepping up massively in that scenario to just pick off the members of Rare Adam, and now Dragon taken for free. EDG with the Baron will start to push in, and Rare Adam, they've been flipping way too many burgers this game, and EDG are just taking them down.
Mate, they've been flipping the burgers, but they've ended up grilled by EDG. Infernal Soul, Baron, the team fight, and finally the gold lead as well. 4,000 in favor of EDG as they take a mid in him. Scout takes a top tier 2 as well. The resets can come on through, and then EDG can try and finish things off. And it has been a slow one. It has been a weird one, Dagda. But at the end of the day, it feels like EDG are coming out on top.
Massively so. EDG finally in full control. Infernal Soul picked up for them. And again, I don't know why Rare Adam are trying to just continuously flip these objectives. Like, I understand, like, starting them to take the poke and, like, start to draw EDG into your range, but JJ every time has just been on point, taking these away from Rare Adam, and it's cost them massively in this game.
And smile a little bit early on that. Okay. All right. See you later, iBoy. That's game. That's actually just game. If Scout doesn't get MVP on this one, I'll eat my hat. 7-1-0. Finding the picks, obliterating RA in the last fight, finding a one-shot onto iBoy there as well. I mean, it's just immaculate.
He has 7 of the 8 kills that EDG has. Like, it's absolutely insane. Scout in the last few moments has just come alive. And now, Rare Adam, as you say, no AD carry. Man down. They have to try and defend.
I don't know if they can try and defend, honestly. Tower's a bit disabled as they will be shredded like paper. Cube goes in, but he's not able to do much of anything on this one. Easily finished up for EDG as they find themselves another win. They get their 9th, or they get their 10th, sorry, on the board. It's their final matchup here. iBoy goes in, but he can do nothing. And EDG get one last very convincing win here on the board as they move towards playoffs.
And with that, BLG will be confirmed in playoffs as well. So BLG, welcome to the pack. As you say, EDG going to 10-6 now. They will still stay in 7th place, but certainly keeping themselves within touching distance for the likes of Top Esports and LNG.
That was a weird game though, Rob. I'm not going to lie. That was a very strange one.
That's why I started talking about BLG. I don't know what to talk about the game much. I don't know what to say.
It happens. It happens. Yeah, bit of a weird one. But hey, EDG do it in the end. And at the end of the day, all I wanted coming into today was that EDG would play better in the mid and late game, right? Not make ridiculous, rash decisions. And, you know, I feel like it was one of those things where you wish for that. The monkey paw kills, and they're like, well, nothing will happen for 30 minutes. But at the end of the day, EDG did make the right decisions across the course of the game. Like, it ended up working out that they didn't do that much. I don't really know if that's a big positive or not, Rob. I'm not clever enough, but a win is a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I look, the biggest issue I think in this game was like Rare Adam flipping a lot of those objectives. I think it just gave a lot of control over to EDG. Like, again, I think setting up earlier on the objectives, like for Rare Adam, trying to get that poke down was where they could have actually focused their efforts. But it constantly felt like every time we got towards these dragons that EDG were already in position to meet Rare Adam. So EDG kind of just forced the play. If you try to come in as Leanne to try and answer for the dragon, like to kind of try and contest that smite, you're automatically moving into range for EDG, which makes it really hard. So I think Rare Adam just kind of missing the ball a little bit of how they wanted to operate in this type of composition. And then again, Scout popping the head off. Like, you can see when EDG started to go, oh, well, now we're under pressure to, you know, contest third dragon, contest fourth dragon for EDG. Then Scout's just able to set up so nicely. So, just unfortunate for Rare Adam. It's not the easiest of compositions to operate, but it felt like they were quite out of practice with this style. And it's one that takes a lot of coordination, which is what we already faulted Rare Adam for.
I feel like if they just run like, I don't know, a Varus or something instead of this Aphelios, if they'd had like a third poke element, or if they'd had a Jace in the top lane, you know, like if they had a way to really turn this into a full poke composition, maybe it could have been something beautiful.
Honestly,
but I feel like there just wasn't enough finish off, you know.
I just hated the Renekton. This Renekton did nothing.
Yeah.
The entire game, I was just like, okay, yeah, Leanne and Cube gonna try and play around topside, and Flandre has complete control of the wave, and they can't really do anything. And it was like this Blade of the Rune King, Frozen Fist, Renekton. I was like, what? With Death Stance, it's like, what are you doing? What is the attempt here? I understand, like, hey, look, we're gonna try and like fully slow people with the Pork and the Frozen Fist. Maybe then we can like heal or like set up engage. It just didn't make sense to me. Yeah, I think for Rare Adam, like elements of poke weren't strong enough. Elements of team fight weren't there either, and it all just kind of fell apart. So yeah, it was a weird one.
And it is a dicey situation now for RA as they finish their split 8-8 in the standings, which should be enough for them to make playoffs. It seems unlikely that 8 wins is not enough to make playoffs, but it is technically still possible, I believe. So we'll have to wait and see how things go with FPX and OMG. OMG still have a bunch of series to play because everything, their last 3 series got delayed due to COVID. FPX still have a couple of series to play as well, which one of those will be our last series for today. So still a bit up in the air for RA, but realistically speaking, I think they are still going to be comfortably in playoffs. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think the big factor here is like obviously the FPX OMG series, but also just like if OMG can take down both LNG and RNG, which is a pretty far
it's
line
a big
for
if.
OMG. Yeah. So
hang on though. I will say OMG have had a bit of a break here. You know, the games have all been delayed for COVID. They kind of had a 2-week period of just not having to play any official games. I'm just saying, if they've been scrimming Victory 5 and Weibo, maybe they're the reason Weibo's fell off recently, you know? Like, I'm just saying, maybe OMG, Hyperbolic Time Chamber, like Rocky training montage. They're going to come in, sweep the playoffs bracket after destroying everyone. I mean, I'm just saying there's a chance. It's possible.
I can't believe you do Weibo dirty like that. But yeah, either way, there is always a chance. And that's why, hey, we aren't saying that Rare Adam, this was their chance to kind of confirm it. And with this loss now, they're only on +2 game difference. So for FPX, you're kind of going, hey, look, maybe we can make this happen. Even for OMG as well. But we'll have to see. As EDG, though, I think they're still looking to see if they can try and push up the table as well. Just unfortunately for them, there isn't just a lot of space left for them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they physically can't push up the table at this point. All that remains is to see what the game differences are for the players around them in the table to see where they will finish off. Right now in 7th/6th place, I think LNG edge it out because they have one less loss, but I'm not especially sure. LNG still have another series to play, so we'll wait until that's done. But Scout is going to be our MVP for game number 2, and rightly so. He absolutely destroyed RA here on the LeBlanc. It was a slow game, but 9-1-1. Absolute domination. Had almost every single one of the kills that his team got.
Yeah, I think there was just the one that he wasn't involved in. It was just Scout, that one moment where he got to pop off. It is going to be kind of hilarious to see the highlight replay, because I think there's maybe 2 plays the entire game, just with how slow this game was. But yeah, Scout was able to find that one moment that sealed the deal for EDG, and that's why he's on your screen right now.
Yeah, good stuff from Scout. Great to see him on his LeBlanc as well. Such an impactful mid laner. And even though it was a very slow game, when the action did happen, it was Scout finishing things off. It was especially that fight in the jungle where he was able to just absolutely... I'm going to assume it's the second clip. Here it is.
There you go.
As RA think that they're winning the fight. They think that they're pushing further in, and then watch Scout over this wall. Watch him just obliterate iBoy. See you later.
It's actually nasty. Like, the Rabadon Death Cap picked up just before this, and it's just like... It's absolutely disgusting. So yeah, I mean, for Scout, again, 11 MVPs. This man has been absolutely unstoppable for EDG. Especially when you're looking at like EDGs, we said, who've been faltering a little bit. Scout and Viper have kind of been the 2 big consistent players here for me. Mako as well to a certain extent, but it's good to see that kind of the 2 carries for EDG still have it in them.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from EDG. A fantastic series. A slow one, it has to be said, but a good one, a consistent one, a clean one. They didn't really make any big mistakes, and that was ultimately our big objective for EDG. The question will be, can they buck things up against the top teams? And we'll have to wait for playoffs to find that one out, because that was EDG's final series, and the same for RA as well. We'll see how those guys are going to perform in playoffs, but we're going to jump into a break, and following the break, we have another bit of a banger here. FPX up against V5. There's a whole lot of mojo going on in this last matchup of the day. We'll see which one could come out on top after the break.
And then Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona does need to back off, but again,
Elk is flying! Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh, wait, Elk is flying!
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how.
Got the Shy on your roster. Guess they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very, very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very, very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Dropped onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my god!
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color. Nobody knows.
Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from resetting.
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
that wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. This is 9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away. And 369, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again. They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just Spin saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was something. Okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to. Finn manages to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them for the back.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room. 'Cause we were born to achieve our dreams, so just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock.
롱바오는 약간 좀 더 공격적인 성격이고 자신의 성장을 하려고 하는 성격이고, 카사는 라인을 도와주는 성격이라서 좀 많이 다른 성향인 것 같아요. 샤오라오 선수는 좀 공격적으로 잘 해가지고 그냥 사고 안 나게 조심히 잘하면 이길 것 같습니다. 아직 남은 경기가 조금 남았는데 여태까지의 경기력은 자신한테 좀 만족스럽고, 그리고 남은 경기도 더 잘할 수 있도록 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda. We're headed into the third and final series of the day. And fingers crossed, Dagda, this one should be a little bit more of a banger than, you know, I feel like we were promised a banger for series number 2. It really didn't happen, especially game number 2. I'm hoping series 3 can match up for it.
We have two of the bloodiest teams in the LPL. There's no way this is not going to be a banger. And even if it isn't, we know that FPX is going to flip Baron at 20 minutes anyway. So we're
That's
going
true.
to have fun regardless. So I'm ready for this one. I'm in. I'm all in.
Yeah, let's see. Let's talk about V5 to start things off. This organization has gone all the way from worst to best, topping the table right now, which if you'd said that 12 months ago, people would have called you a crazy person. V5 managed to make it happen, and all they had to do is buy literally the most expensive talent in the mid and jungle.
要去斗志他下路前锋，几个人在这里齐聚。
Yeah,
By
all they
vote.
had to do
It's
was
an easy
bring in-
formula, really.
All they had to do was bring in arguably the best mid laner that we have in the LPL. Bring
Maybe
in
we'll
the
see.
old player that was like the best player from Heart of the Swarm and like give him a laning phase. And then it all starts to work out brilliantly. But all they have to do now is win this one more game and they will be confirmed top spot. And for V5, as you can see in your screens, like, it's been a hard journey, like, losing heavily in spring 2020, the worst losing streak of all time. V5 then try to reconfigure themselves coming into summer 2020, but as you can see, still no dice losing out to Rogue Warriors. But look at the difference. Look at how clean these fights are. Look at Rookie pop off in this clip against BLG. It's been a long
Also, PP
journey.
God.
It's
PP
been a
God
hard
had
journey. That is very true. That flash forward was sick. But
I do need to clarify though. Like, you're absolutely right. The ramp up that this year is finally coming together. Is Heroes of the Storm not Heart of the Swarm? Rich was never a StarCraft player.
Oh,
just want to
sorry.
quickly clarify
That's-
that one.
Sorry,
Totally
that
different
was
game.
my love for
Totally
StarCraft coming out.
different game. Okay, let's talk about the other side of the board though, cause right now for FPX, they've still got a little bit of breathing room. We were talking a little bit about the standings before the break. For FPX, they are still trying to qualify for playoffs. But OMG still have 3 series to play, and they have tough opponents. So right now, fingers crossed, it's feeling pretty good for FPX to make it into that top 10.
Yeah, if FPX are able to win today, it means that OMG have to win both their next 2 series to advance. And that makes it a little bit easier and kind of buys that breathing room for FPX, where even if they do end up losing later on to OMG, there's still a chance that OMG won't be able to take a win against the likes of RNG or LNG. So just again, buying that bit of space for FPX to make sure that they are the ones that are going into playoffs.
And also, it's feeling better for FPX in general anyway, right? Like, their mid lane especially, it feels like Care has come in and things have changed dramatically. They have filled that void that Do and B had left in the mid lane for them. The Vex pick, the Galio pick, most recently in the series against IG. Look at those scorelines, right? Especially the Galio game, 1-0 in 12. It felt like Care was absolutely everywhere he needed to be. And it feels like on these picks, kind of similar to Do and B, right? These picks that want to get out of lane and influence the rest of the map, play spoiler in the fights. These are the picks that have really started to work.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I want to see, is these picks that can kind of move off towards those side lanes. Because I think the Galio worked well, the Vexes worked well, even the Arias too, but we have seen things like the Akali and the Sylas where they haven't had that same pressure on the map. But certainly when you get in towards these fights, Care has been an absolute menace, being able to be that big performer for FPX, setting up a lot of these fights. And kind of, as you say, like, when he's roaming around, being able to link up with Clid, it makes things a hell of a lot easier to try and move down towards bot side, allow Xiaolao to kind of do his own thing in the top lane without too much pressure coming from the opposition.
Yeah, it feels like the rest of the team can follow up on his engages and like Care setting this whole play up for his squad. Able to, like, this was the point in this series where FPX were able to snowball towards a big lead, and it was all off the back of Care setting the play up. So really good stuff to see. But also, again, like, you see these plays on the Galio being the actual engage tool. Care set up so many of these plays.
Yeah, I think Care's team fighting has been really the standout here, and although Gory could have those moments in team fights, it seems like Care is not only able to match that, but kind of go a bit above it as well, but also having a little bit more of a stable laning phase, which I think is kind of the big one that was missing on FPX's side. So coming into today, we'll have to see if we're going to see that same kind of mid-jungle coordination between Care and Clid, and if they can, well, I didn't mean to make this a pun, but provide the CC so then you can try and play it through that mid lane.
I mean, I wouldn't have even noticed that was a pun until you pointed it out. Care and Clid CC, I like it, I like it. Let's talk a little bit more about Clid, though, because today he's going up against Karsa in the jungle, and I feel like Clid has not necessarily had the best split for his entry into the LPL, and he's against one of the household names of the LPL in Karsa. both imports going up against each other here today. But Karsa, it feels like a very unique style and challenges every jungle he plays up against.
Yeah, Karsa's style, we kind of hammered it home every time, is that, hey, I'm going to let my lanes carry. I'm going to make sure that they are set up to be the ones that are carrying. And I mean, you can see, right, like he'll sacrifice his own gold difference of 15 and make sure he's all good, but he is about getting those early ganks off. His kills and assists are super high, his kill participation is super high. It's like trying to play through that mid jungle. When I look across the Clid though, he's been a little bit messy. Just kind of cool. Oh my god, we are through this draft real fast. But last point to say is Clid hasn't exactly had the most convincing of plays, and that's an MF. Are we?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Photic's got MF. Interesting. Okay, V5 start with a Ari first pick as well. The rest relatively standard, aside from Gwen making it through. Yeah, bit of a weird one. Already, I'm not entirely sure what to expect out of this game. I feel like V5 comfortably in the #1 spot right now. Maybe just try things out before playoffs.
Yeah, because obviously you usually see the Aphelios coming in. It hasn't been banned away, but I'm going to just kind of catch up very quickly. Tryndamere ban, a little bit strange, especially now that you haven't locked in the Gnar or the Jace. You kind of just given that Gwen pick across. Seems very strange from V5. Here though, FPX, imagine going to go towards the support, need that counter pick for care in the mid lane. We haven't got a huge amount of pressure down towards the bot side, like Nautilus, Leona, Alistar still up and available. I personally like things like the Leona, just because that long-range solar flare can oftentimes interrupt the misfortune, or even if you want to go towards something like the Nautilus as well, it just makes it very hard for the MF to set up in lane. For V5, they're kind of going for this sort of dive comp with the ability to have the misfortune to shoot over the top of it. So I think the Leona, especially with the Nautilus already locked in, makes sense. Same when you look towards the Alistar. And with the Gnar gone, I'm kind of curious what we see for Rich in that top side of the map, because that would be kind of the tool that traditionally does that dive situation. Maybe we get something like the Gragas or an Aurelia or something for Rich in that top side. The Jax also could potentially work out if you just want to go for a counter pick. We've seen a decent amount into the Gwen, but hasn't had that same kind of ability to take over in the side.
All right, full comp locked in for V5. A lot of AD damage here with Rookie having the Ari then to round it out in mid lane with a bit of AP, but it's going to be Care taking a Silas here. So again, very doing B-esque champion pool from Care from what we've seen so far, as it will be the Jinx Nautilus down in that bottom side as well. Let's talk holistically then. What are we expected to see in this game? Because I feel like we've got some pretty scrappy compositions coming out here.
Yeah, you've got a lot of control for V5 around the Dragons, so I think that's where they're going to be trying to set up most and trying to see if they can draw FPX into some of these early fights before they can really take off. Like, this is a mid-game composition for FPX, and it's not something that we say an awful lot of the time, so I think for FPX V5 trying to get the ball rolling with this mid-game comp is what you need to do. For FPX, you've a little bit more scaling on your side, where you've got the likes of the Jinx there to try and like move in towards the later portion of the game, even having the Silas as well to kind of add a bit more front line. But it is going to be kind of interesting to see what the plan is here as we go forward. Like, can you actually have that full control that you need here for V5 in the early stages? As I think I might have lost Munchables, or at least I can't hear him anymore. So I'm going to just keep it going here as my face is on the screen. Yeah, I think the biggest interest for me is kind of looking at this mid lane. I think for the Ari, she should have a lot of push there, and like the ability for Karsa to try and set up in this mid lane is going to be crazy strong. Like, you got the Volley Bear and the Ari, which is just such a good combo, especially against like Care, who has to play at relatively short range. You can oftentimes look for some sort of play there, and if not, even just having Karsa and Rookie link up in the early stages to look for roams, I think is going to be super strong. But now you will get the Dag to solo cast for a little bit as we try to get Munchables reconnected, but we will hop ourselves onto the Rift for game 1 of V5 and FPX. Both teams finding out for the moment. Actually looking at Photic trying to already bully his way into the river here, see if he can maybe spot out where Clid is going to start, but I wouldn't be surprised the moment to kind of just see Clid take it easy in these early stages. You don't really have control over the mid lane. Your bot lane actually isn't going to have a push just because of how good Photic is at controlling that bot side. So for the early stages, Clid, you got to try and make sure that you're farming correctly, maybe trying to keep tabs when Karsa is potentially look for counter ganks, but it feels like Clid definitely going to be on the back foot coming into this one. Ward placed by Rich on this top side jungle though, so they will spot when Clid goes for that red buff on the top end of the map. So overall, V5 kind of getting at least the information that they need in these early stages. Just taking a quick look at the runes though. Nothing too unusual there. The only one is maybe Karsa going for the press the attack. So whenever you see the press the attack on the volley bear, it's much more about trying to get into the face of your opposition and looking to see if you can try and go for those duels. Versus the Predator, which is obviously more kind of focused on, hey, can we make some ganks happen? Can we get some team fighting going as well? But just not going to be the case for the moment. Just getting confirmation that Munch's internet has died. You're going to be stuck with me for the moment. And it's kind of nice, to be honest. Like, we kind of joke, myself and Lyric and Ox sometimes, about, you know, what it'd be like if you just had all the time in the world to be, just kind of talk about what you wanted. Just kind of go, hey, you know, I don't have to listen to my play-by-play as I try to, like, click my fingers constantly to get their attention, to give me the space to talk. But now I just get all the free time in the world. Rich getting full push into this top side against Shella, who I think there is a little bit of pressure here for Carson Rookie if they want to try and go towards this top side. I think that's where I'd like to see them put a bit of that early pressure and just kind of get Rich set up nicely in this lane matchup and then turn all their attention down towards the bot side to try and focus these dragons. Because, I mean, just look at what V5 have in PP God set up. You've got the ult coming through from Photic. Karsa been able to just go absolutely crazy. Even Rookie getting resets. Like, it is going to be such a nasty combo to try and fight on this bottom side of the map for V5. And for FPX, I mean, Claire needs a bit of time before he becomes relevant. Really just kind of waiting until he's like level 7, level 8. LWX is going to need a ton of levels. Like, you have just so much pressure. Like, even look at the damage that Photic can get out with this Comet. Like, LWX already burning through 2 of his 3 pots that he has. And that's even with the tier start as well from Photic. He doesn't even opt into the damage option. Bit though, making his way down towards the bottom side, just to pick up a scuttle of his own. 24 CS for Clid, 20 as Karsa would just finish off his last camp in his own jungle, and this roam coming up from bot side. He kind of sniffing that something is a bit amiss. Wave will eventually push into him, so he's just going to take the slow as Hung. Flash not able to connect onto Rookie with the hook, but with that summoner spell blown from Rookie, that actually gives a lot of respect here to Care in this mid lane, where he's like, cool, I don't have to worry about anything like a flash charm to set up for Karsa in the mid lane. Like, he should be able to push in this wave pretty freely with Hung here, get a nice reset off. So nice job from FPX in these early stages, and try to keep my eyes on where Karsa is, because at the moment, resetting, getting those Ionian Boots of Lucidity, this is where you can try and get into lane, try and make some plays happen, but already you can see FPX trying to make sure they can play strong through the early stages. Even Care, actually, I thought he'd go get after the reset, he might try and just put some pressure onto Rookie, but maybe thinking of some sort of play up towards this top side. We'll just spot out that ward though, and FPX will just let Rich continue to kind of abuse Xiaolau, who honestly in this top side, the Xiaolau will have to reset himself. Karsa, and just kind of going for these full clears. I was hoping at some stage we'd see him start to make some plays happen. Like, you've got Photic now who has resets and should be able to get a decent push off the bot. You got full push mid. Care actually going for the potential engage onto Rookie, but quite able to get the chains to land. So there we can see Karsa now going to get this invade off, playing off of the bot side and mid pressure. Will spot out Clid, but not going to be able to kind of steal any of these camps. Maybe looking for the dive. This is going to be a dangerous one. Karsa spotted, and instantly you can see Clid moving across. Does have the maw there if they want to try and look for the stun, but again, like, a ton of pressure put in here from Care to this mid lane just to make sure that they are all going to be good and dandy. Is he back? The man himself is back.
I don't know why my internet decided to just die. So sorry about that, everyone. What happened for 5 minutes? Because I managed to tune in for a minute on my phone.
We had
like
nothing.
not a lot.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. A flash burnt by Rookie. That's kind of the extent of it. And still they're trying to go for this dive in the mid lane now, bringing the reinforcements with PP God, but Clid is here.
Okay, Clid trying to contest for the Wolves. Karsa stepping forwards. PP got over the wall, but think they can really make this happen. 3v2 underneath the tower, as Rookie just going to be able to crash this one in. Drake up onto the map as well. V5 could just transition that pressure, but they want to make this happen. They want to go for the 3v2 dive, but instead, just going to have to settle for one plate in that mid lane, denying a little bit of CS.
I mean, for Kerr, having access to this Ariel does make that dive a little bit funky, just because he's got so much mobility. You don't exactly have the best, like, lockdown tools if Karsa isn't able to, like, follow up with PP God. So you just got to be very, very careful. So they will back away. Still, I mean, from FPX's perspective, you're kind of happy with how this early game is going. E5 keep trying to slam their heads into mid lane. They're not getting anything. Now FPX get to turn over for the Dragon that I never really expected them to be able to get in the first place. So, I mean, pretty happy as FPX with the way this is going.
Yeah, they're chilling. They're chilling. Just like you were on the solo cast back there. My man. Stepping up to the plate. I swear. You've done it. Lyric has done it as well. The color casters in the LPL. Absolute smurfs.
See, I'm slightly jealous, though. See, Lyric got some action. I didn't get to show off my team fight. Now, that's the problem.
We just don't get action today at all. It's the problem. Both of our series so far just so slow. And it's kind of surprising. I wouldn't have expected this series specifically to be slow at all. And yet, I guess the playoffs implications just giving our teams the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, keeping them honest. And I will say, though, if you just look at the goal that's starting to open up, V5 are still winning. And you got a nice CS lead, a very big CS lead in mid, and a bit of a small CS lead in that spot side of the map as well. But as you can see, a lot of that gold lead is situated on towards Rookie, who has just been able to slowly but surely continue to press in. Now even stealing away the chickens from Clid. I thought we'd see them kind of roam a little bit more with Rookie, but I don't know. They seem just content to go, hey, look, we're just going to try and play through these lanes for the moment to keep punishing.
Yeah, looks like they will be able to get away on that bottom side as well. Pings on towards the Herald that is now onto the map. First, Drake went the way of FPX. They could maybe snowball some of these objectives a little bit. I will say, there are some pretty disastrous CS leads building up here. 25 in the mid lane in favor of Rookie. Photic as well. About 20 CS up in the bottom side. Goes for the
my God!
LWX! I mean, he had about 1 HP there.
If that level up hadn't come through, I'm pretty sure the Scorch kills him. But not able to do so. That was so close from Photic. And you can see there, I mean, MF doing relatively all right against this Jinx. Don't have the late game scaling, but if V5 are comfortable play for this mid game, they're all good. FPX can't contest this Rift Herald, though. Rich has control at top. You've got complete control in the mid for Rookie. And even now, FPX forced to flash away in that bot side. So, at least at the moment, bit of that potential gold still in the back pocket of Karsa here.
Yeah, Karsa will be able to get that Herald for himself. We'll see where he's going to take that across the map as well, as Rich is just desperate to shove this wave out. He's going to head back to base as he's a bit nervous that there's an enemy Clid nearby, and rightly so, because there is. FPX will be able to push that wave out on the bottom side. So we kind of reset to the neutral state once more. And we're going to look towards Karsa on where he wants to slam this Herald to get some gold in towards his lanes.
I feel like it's just going to be mid. Like, you've already got Rookie who's got a good amount of pressure there. The Terra's relatively unhealthy too, so you just get that down in mid.
Eating McDonald's all the time. It's been smoking recently. Like, never exercises.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Well, I mean, how often have you seen the Terra move?
That's true.
I haven't seen it move from there in years.
Whenever you download one of those apps where you can track what you're eating and stuff, asks you like how active you are on a daily basis, that tower, 0, nada. Occasionally falls over. That's the best it's got. Disaster.
I mean, it just sinks down to the circle now. I don't even know if it falls over. It just like shoots down. So basically, it's like it does 1 squat per game. It doesn't even like come back up from it. It just
I was going to say
down.
the squat is the part where you stand up again, not sitting down. I'm not sure that counts as exercise. Well.
That's what I've been doing wrong.
That's where it's all gone wrong all of these years. Oh, my day. Okay, V5 on the bottom side here, trying to potentially set up some pressure for the Drake. It's going to be up in about a minute's time. But right now, FPX in vision control. They've got a Scuttle Crab. They've got wards galore. Karsa's finally here to try and answer for that. Deny some deep vision from FPX, who they only have vision in river. No more beyond that river anymore.
I don't know if Carson realizes that if they just keep farming, FPX will outscale. Carson, though, going to face check.
Well, he doesn't mind whether it's about farming. He's going to give them over a kill. It's like, you know what? You guys, you're not farming well enough, so have some extra gold.
Yeah, and I mean, it will bring that gold to about 1,000 away from V5, but realistically, like, you've got a Gwen, Diego, Jinx. You got to make some stuff happen here, V5.
Rookie gets a bit of damage onto Care. It's just going to be a trade back and forth. Care gets his ulti, though. Drake coming up in 20 seconds. Caster's back onto the map. It's still possible. Oh, hang on. Photic PP God, they want it all in. LWX shredded. This combo is just dirty. Honestly, if you've not abused it in solo queue just yet, well, you've got a free tier of elo if you're an AD carry support duo, because it's just so easy to play.
It's actually disgusting. And you're kind of seeing the benefits there as Rich getting jumped on.
Yeah, that's going to be the ulti popped out from Shallow, who can't quite finish the kill off. But damn, that was a lot of burst from the snip. Will be Rich escaping, but in the meantime, it's Photic getting 5 plates on the bottom side. It'll be Drake off the back of this as well, I'd imagine. Although Clid is nearby, also gets some deeper vision. Pings on towards that Drake. We could still have contention, but it looks like the reset's coming out from this bottom lane of V5. And that should mean FPX can grab this one.
Again, I mean, if FPX are going to be able to pick these up, it makes it so much easier for them to just look to scale into the later portion of the game. Herald, as well, we'll get bot lane turret, but it doesn't really do a huge amount for V5 as now V5 moving in here once more.
We just get a 50-50 the Drake, but Clid wins out the smite fight in the end. Infernal sold this game. 2 Drakes for FPX so far as Care goes in, and PP God won't quite find himself the Zenith Blade. So FPX can back away after grabbing themselves that Drake. They'll be happy with that one, but actually, ultimately not happy with how the game is going. They're 3,000 gold down right now, and it's only 13 minutes into the game, despite only 1 kill, and LWX just can't catch a break. That's his second death, and almost dying a 3rd time with the 1 HP earlier on. It's a rough one for the Jinx.
Now we're starting to see V5 actually get out and start to implement stuff on the map. A lot of this gold lead has just come from lane advantages, right? Photic being able to play through the strong bot side that he has, getting that first turret. You look at Rookie as well, who's just got this 30 CS lead for himself. We haven't actually seen a huge amount of proactivity from V5, but now with that bot lane tower down, getting that vision control on the bot side, they're able to find these picks. Now I would like to see them try and transition Misfortune up to this top side, see if, or even start roaming PP God up there to help out Rich. Just continue to get more and more pressure across them.
Photic going to be staying in the mid lane at least for this wave. We'll see if they move around after that one. But LWX, dear. There was a ward. The rest of his team showed on the wolves. And, there's only so much you can do.
I'm not going to lie, that was some NPC movement from LWX. He moved back and forth in the same spot about 6 times. Like, that was just like, I don't know. He had no idea where he wanted to be, and V5 made sure he never got there.
Are you calling LWX an intermediate bot? Is that what you got this on? Because that's some harsh banter. That's some seriously harsh banter. Oh dear, yeah. LWX not having a good game, not having a fun time of it right now. But hey, you know it happens. We all have bad games. Look at the goal difference though in that bottom lane and in the mid lane. Like Rookie and Photic are just so far ahead right now.
It's absolutely insane. And again, like, this is where you kind of need to be for V5. Like, you are a composition that needs to power through this strength. So, looking for Rift Herald for Karsa, this is how you can try and get down mid lane turret. The top lane turret was already super low as well, about half HP. So, FPX trying to see if they can trade on this bottom side of the map. A ton of members here. Rich, able to clear out the wave, though, but still might be in trouble.
Yeah, I don't know if they could just go for a dive, though, without a minion wave. I guess the answer is that they can. Hunk going to be the first one to step on in. Rich gets a lot of damage down. There's one for him. Can he find a second? The turret ramped. He's not going to get quite enough damage done. Good effort, though, from Rich. The fact he can go 1 for 1. It was kind of a ham-fisted dive from the side of FPX.
Yeah, heavily forced. No wave, so realistically, you don't really lose out on much for Rich. You got all the CS, you trade 1 for 1, and you're just getting plays in the mid lane here for V5. Shello, who you need to be so careful.
Photic protected the Herald. Photic managed to stop it. He managed to take down the tower before it charged, which means the Herald will survive this charge as well. Karsa's there, Photic's there, Rookie is there.
And where's FPX?
A third thing. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. I don't know where they were this entire time. Clid will be, at least he'll get his blue buff. That's the silver lining. We take those. Good job, FPX. Blue buff acquired.
I don't know. This is FPX. A little bit, as you say, ham-fisted. LWX as well. Just gonna replay. Oh God, why? Oh! Okay.
No way.
All right.
That
you know
is
what?
Criminal.
You said that I was being a little bit harsh. I don't know. That's definitely some intermediary bot kind of place there. That was
Mate,
awful.
that's not even intermediary bot. Like, the bots know to walk away from bullet time. The bots know that one. He must have clicked on the minimap. That's the only thing I can think of. My God, LWX is having an awful game. Like, there is nothing I can say. Let's maybe just move on because we're kind of just flaming at this point. But honestly, that is just tragic.
Yeah. And now with Dragon up in 40 seconds, 0-3 on your Jinx, 2 kills, 2 items, strong Photic starting to march forward. We'll have that bullet time up and available as well. And, I mean, realistically, look at V5. Literally every summoner spell that they want available, full control over the map. Like, FPX now in a world of trouble. And even when you look at, like, say, Baron up in the next 2.5 minutes, you may not be able to, like, very quickly take it in the same way you can, like, with some of these AD carries and some mid laners, but you still got such good turn potential, such good ways of, like, zoning FPX out of fights. I wouldn't be surprised to see V5 just threaten that a lot.
Moving up to the top side. Rich knows he's there, though. Maybe Rich can just ult this wave, deny the tower going down, but with a cannon there, it's difficult. Here comes Rookie, though. The route is there, Clid over the wall, but Rookie can just chase for this one. Spirit Rush in, and immediately CC'd. Spirit Rush out from Rookie.
Wait, TP.
In the meantime, Drake.
TP in behind them, though. Jella, who wanted to commit to this, FPX, trying to full commit, thinking V5 had overextended, but now you just summon her spells down.
Yeah, nothing seems to be quite going the way of FPX so far this game. The 5,000 gold down as Drake goes the way of V5 as well. The solo laners managing to outplay the situation in the top side. And it feels like V5 just fully in control of the game. And it has to be said, V5, even though they have these players with insane skill ceilings, with definitely some interesting gameplay sometimes, I'll mention no names, they are an incredibly consistent team and very regularly just dominate. FPX have been real sneaky, though. Rich has no idea this is going on. He thinks he's safe. He thinks his team owns this side of the map. But there's 3 of them. The Goon Squad is here. And Rich will be taken down. I like the creative play here out from FPX.
I feel bad for Rich. V5 were trying to see if they could pick off members of FPX. They're like, wait, they're already in behind us. We're absolutely done for. Rich ends up taking the fall for V5's mistakes. And again, though, like, V5, look at the control they have up here. And again, like, I don't think that V5 would just, like, randomly start up Baron, but just them threatening Baron makes it so difficult for FPX to not kind of poke their head in here. And even right now...
Yeah, Carcer wants a little bit more. Clid is going to be able to grab his red buff, though. Care narrowly dodges that charm. And that charm could spell disaster, because there's an Everfrost there. And Photic was nearby to be able to follow up as well. And Clid doing a good job of dodging all of the CC as well as the pick was happening up in the top side as well. So nicely done there by FPX. Get a small swing in there, Fade.
I mean, at least it's something to get some vision control back. But again, I think you just kind of start to like push through here. Push mid, rotating towards the top side once more. You don't really have much pressure coming from FPX because realistically, you don't want to try and like force a fight here against V5. They are so much stronger than you, and a bullet time across the 4 melees that you have on FPX's side is going to do so much work. Yeah, Shadow, who is like the one exception to that, just because of course he's got the Hollowed Mist, but that is still going to do some serious work here if V5 are able to find those fights.
Yeah, 4-3 on the scoreboard here. Baron on the cards, and that means FPX, a guttural instinct kicks in. And they immediately start sprinting their way towards the top half of the map. Not just yet. Certainly at the start of the split, they were much worse for just hardcore coin flipping Baron every single game. I do feel like they've got better at not just doing that every single game. They definitely still have a bit of a habit of it.
It's just they don't know how to try and progress the mid game, so it kind of becomes the easiest way to push that one forward. FPX, though, trying to contest the top lane push here, but there's a lot of members of V5 collapsing. We'll get the wave, so maybe they can hold it on for another day.
What's going on today, Rob? Like,
I don't know.
Why are these teams just so afraid to fight each other today? I don't understand. V5 going to be able to go for the tower here. Clid gets a stun onto Carson. Maybe a fight can occur after all. Bullet time. Hung with the most valuable stopwatch of his entire career right there. Keeps himself safe. Dodges all of the damage. Photic clearing the wave. But I think that's enough for FPX to have to back away from this tower. Then again, maybe V5 are the ones backing away. Rich trying to fight a 2v1 right here, and he ain't afraid. Just charging forwards onto them. But the blast cone gets everybody out to safety. Oh, more fighting at the top side. But nothing's going to come of it. This is just consistently nearly fighting. LWX in trouble. Ignited here. Charm goes wide from Rookie, but it won't matter. Shaola, who bit of sustain, actually keeps himself safe there. The Ignite not enough, and PP Gods will want to go down. Now Care looking to sweep up. Can they find the picks onto V5? Karsa over the wall to pull himself out safety. Care trying to get the damage, but Karsa's practically invincible at this point in the game. Rookie with a charm over the wall, trying to escape. Clid behind enemy lines, but he's going to go in 1v4 here. He ain't that tanky. There's one reset for him. Looking for Karsa as well. FPX, they found their opportunity to turn the game around, and Baron is on the cards!
Oh, FPX have managed to do it. They've turned towards the Baron. You don't have the jungler for V5. Rich and Rookie, can they achieve anything here?
I mean, they're going to have to try. It's the FPX 20-minute Baron once again. This time it works, though. I don't know what it is about this team, but they have an affinity with Baron. They win by Baron, they lose by Baron, but Baron is always the answer.
But V5 die on the overextension. Like, here, Rookie, I'm so surprised he doesn't actually manage to kill LWX. Again, Charm onto Hung was a bit weird, forced the flash from LWX, but here, TP's in, separates V5, and you just don't have the damage in the tank here for V5 to carry through, and this is where it gets dangerous for FPX. You are now starting to feel the effects of the scaling from FPX's side, and they have Baron, they have great delay now, and you're just gifting so many of these kills. A 700 goal shutdown over towards Clid in that fight.
Yeah, huge, huge. And also, we've got LWX that, yes, he's not had a good game for himself, but he's still got 2 items on Jinx. As soon as he hits 3, he's going to be an absolute terror in the team fights. And you know that scoreline will rapidly turn around. The scaling is not too much of an issue just yet, though, right? It's a while before Misfortune will start to fall out of the game. You know, it's not that V5 are out of things just yet. You know, they are still 1,000 gold up currently. It's just a sign of things to come if V5 don't book up their ideas.
So, I actually haven't seen this Sylas build before, but this is kind of cool from Care. Gone with the Fimbulwinter, and he's basically playing the Rise build. So, this guy is going to be super tanky. And again, this feels like this composition for FPX. Like, hey, look, we're just going to have these, like, this mega tank in the front line and Care, able to heal up. We got good engage from FPX Hung. And then we're just going to make sure that we're able to actually, like, play these fights continuously, where we're putting threat onto Photic so he can't just set up with the bullet time. We got, like, the dive potential being able to steal away Rookie's Spirit Rush, and Care's just going to be a menace the entire time and allow FPX to just free hit with the late game scalers.
Yeah. My only concern is Care is going to offer absolutely 0 damage, because unlike Rise, he doesn't scale. So this Sylas is literally a tank. He is a bruiser. He's not going to do a whole lot of damage. Like, you see him get onto Photic. Photic won't be able to kill him. He also won't be able to kill Photic, you know? It's kind of going to be a stalemate. So it's all about setting up for LWX and Xiaolahu to have the space to carry these fights. And also for Clid, right? Clid, 3 kills already, headed towards his 2nd item on this Viego. So going to be very strong in the mid game himself. Feels like there's a lot to work for here for FPX. And gold right now off the back of this Baron, just about even between the 2 teams. With Drake coming up in 2.5 minutes, it's the last 2 have gone towards V5, and it will be an Infernal Soul this game.
Still, though, with the control FPX have, maybe... okay.
Just a big dive in the mid lane here. Everyone charging forwards. Photic just gets annihilated. We said the side laners are set up to carry it. Xiaolao, who knows it, gets himself 2 with LWX sweeping up the last one. Beautifully done here. And FPX, I mean, their affinity for Baron showing up here. They know how to do a Baron push as they barrel down the mid lane. No way can they actually end the game here. Surely not. 20 seconds on the death timers. But FPX, they're going to try and make it happen. V5 solo laners have to make a miracle happen right now. Rookie and Rich stepping up to the plate, and it's enough to deter FPX.
Yeah, no more Baron, so they will back away. Dragon in 2 minutes. This is going to be a perfect time, but with the chase, are V5 looking for something? You know, TPs to try and get in behind FPX. I mean, that was just so well done by Care, though. Like, steals away the volley barrel. It's like, hang on a second, I'm a mega tank, and I've got a volley ult, which is going to switch off this terror. Phenomenal. Let's go for it. And you just catch it here in the replay. He's like, cool. Karsa, you take that step too far forward. And even though the hook goes wide, that's what V5 think they're safe to go for. But Shelahu on the flank, great effort from Care. And I mean, I think that, look how long Care has been tanking up this front line the whole time, and he's still super healthy in these fights.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Care. Very nicely done. I will say, this is not necessarily relevant, Dagda, but Rich has 3 crossbows in his inventory right now. You know, I don't know if there's much to glean from that in terms of analysis, but it is very cool.
Well, if you only have 1 crossbow in your shotgun, it doesn't make sense. I mean, shotguns spray multiple bullets, so you got to have multiple crossbows to put down the shotgun.
True. See, that's why you're the analyst. That's why you're the analyst. Drake coming up in 40 seconds time right now. We'll see if the gun crossbow combination can work out for Rich. He's going to have some sustain. He's going to have some armor pen. He's going to have some healing reduction. All these crossbows so useful. There's FPX grouping up for the Drake. Cleared pushing out the bottom wave here. Remember, either team pushes themselves to soul point with this Drake. But there are pings towards the base here. V5 have a wave. They can just deny entry. They don't really care about this Drake if they can just go for an inhib instead.
Yeah, they've got the timer on it. I mean, 6 seconds, it's still that spawns. You then have to then take the objective as well. And you can even see Rookie's just trying to contest. So, I mean, this is really smart play from V5. This is what's been so good from V5 when we get towards this mid to late game, is understanding, you know, how they can work off a wave, how much time they have on the map. And Clade, I don't think he realizes how little time he has.
Yeah, Shala, who takes a tier 2 on the bottom side as well. Rookie knows someone's around. Oh, this is getting dicey for both teams. There's going to be a fight here. It's a 50-50 for the Drake. Carsa wins it in the end. Now V5 engaged by Hung here. Good double knock-up, and the follow-up is there. But Rookie survives. He escapes out of the fight. And now Rich on the front line, blasting faces. Guns galore, crossbows firing, but it's not enough. Shala, who is immune, and he's chasing down. Care now getting over the wall, gets chomped, but he's damn tanky. PP God trying to survive himself. Rookie is out of ult charges, and Care finishes another. Rookie and Rich need to survive if they want to stay in this game. Rich dodges away from the knockup. 4 men strong for FPX. They want to end the game.
Nobody can kill Care. He's just so tanky. Now Care will push in with FPX, but they will back away. Baron is up and available, and even though King of Thieves Karsa manages to get the dragon, there's still strength here for FPX with this Baron going to be taken.
Yeah, Baron once again. FPX, they just love it. They absolutely love it. They can't get enough of it. Rich and Rookie once again, the only 2 that are here to contest. Karsa trying to make his way over, but he's not going to be quick enough. Random ult out from Rich. No, a little bit too late, and doesn't actually have his ult available. Maybe they can find some picks, though. Rookie is here, and won't be able to find Shiloh, who over the wall. Thought there was going to be more of an engage. Just be FPX getting away with it. Look at the gold difference. 5,000 in their favor.
I mean, there's just nothing here for V5. Like, look how much damage Care ends up tanking up. Like, this is the person that actually has armor pen, and Care's just like, well, I don't care. So when they start to move in here again, yes, it looks a little bit dicey from the get-go, but again, Shelahu going forward with the Hallowed Mist, able to just ignore all that damage coming through from the bullet time. Care popping into the front line as well. You just don't have the damage to deal with the front line of FPX, and they've got damage galore between these 2.
I mean, Shala, who now on 4 items, finishing a Morellonomicon. We've also got LWX, the 3-item AD carry, that also has a stopwatch. That Zhonya's and that stopwatch will be invaluable in ruining Photic's entire game plan, right? If you can't get the damage from the bullet time, this lethality MF really doesn't offer much else across the course of a fight. But LWX trying to pressure on this top side of the fight as Rookie moves in, uses his ult very aggressively early on in this fight. That's going to be on cooldown now as Care steals that away for himself as well. Carson wants to clear some vision. Might have to use his own ulti just to survive this one. Might not even be able to survive. Bullet time, though! It's time to get some bullets as it's a 2-for-1 now. Rich getting aggressive on by Care, but he's not going to be able to finish anything off because he doesn't have any damage.
I mean, this is just getting weird from V5. Carson does get caught out, but at least Photic able to save it. Shella, who pushing in bot side, though, Rookie and Rich needed to deal with this Gwen. And V5, we said in the early stages, like, they needed to be the ones that were aggressive. They needed to make the plays, and they didn't. And now it's come back to bite them as FPX have completely outscaled V5.
Yeah, V5 with a really weird game here. It's not looking pretty for them, and FPX can just keep this going forever. The tank, Silas, it doesn't feel like anyone can deal with right now. And Rookie, I mean, he just doesn't have the damage in this game. It's not often that you feel like Rookie's not able to have an impact, but honestly, with this Magic Pen after Everfrost, doesn't feel like it's enough.
But the problem is that, like, the moment when Rookie and Carson could actually have an impact was back at, like, 6 minutes into the game. Like, but instead
I
we
didn't
saw
see
Rookie,
that part of the game, so I don't know.
We saw Rookie, like, going in and, like, stealing away Raptors instead of actually, like, moving to the side lanes to try and get the snowball rolling. And, yeah, you had these gold leads that started to amass through, like, just lane advantages, but it wasn't enough. Like, you needed to get damage on towers. You needed to focus these early dragons that we were talking about that we never saw V5 go for. I mean, FPX got to draw out the game, elongate it, and that one mistake from V5 on topside as well, giving Baron to FPX. They just got so much time to get to where they are now.
Yeah, I have to say, Parser 0-5-2 so far this game, and it's kind of a coincidence, because that's precisely how old I feel after the stress of watching V5 play this game out so far. A bit of a disaster, but Drake up in 35 seconds. This could be the redeeming moment. If they can get Infernal Soul, that will solve all of the damage issues. Rookie has a death cap now as well, so if we were concerned about lack of damage from Rookie, this should all be resolved in the next 30 seconds.
I don't know if it is enough, though, with how big Care is, and I mean, you really need to get this Hollowed Mist out of Shella, who so Photic can deal the damage, but we'll have to see maybe if they can get, like, LWX and Clid dead, the 3v5 will be strong enough for V5 to carry.
I think that we're going to see a 50-50, Dagda. I don't think FPX have the restraint to not just go for the Drake and see if they win the Smite fight. If Carson can take this one, it will be Infernal Soul for V5. Here we go. Jumps in. It's a 50-50 and Care gets it. Bullet time across the team. Care goes down. Shalahu in the midst of everyone trying to get the damage out, trying to throw some needles, but it's not enough. And now Rookie here for the cleanup, trying to get further into the fray. There's another one going down. V5, I don't know how they've done it, but done it they have. Shalahu eradicated. V5 get the ace.
You're not supposed to give your life for LWX there, and I don't know how the hell V5 have done it, but 30-second dead timers, V5 win the game.
Doctor, I don't know. I have no idea. Carson is 0-6 in this game, and yet V5 somehow managed to make this one happen. The game is over. V5, ladies and gentlemen, the best team in the world, clearly over this gameplay.
What? Oh, it doesn't make any sense to me. How does it happen?
What is
How does this keep happening?
Yeah, I don't know, man. That was something. That was something. Well, a win is a win. At the end of the day, a win is a win. V5 managing to pull it out. I can't believe FPX are going to 50-50 that Drake. That's the part that's really criminal to me. It's not even the team fight. It's like, you're against Infernal Soul if they get it, and you're just going to 50-50? Like, why?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of whys in this game for me. There were so many. Why V5 did nothing in the early stages? Why FPX were able to win that fight in top and then get Baron? Why they died on Dragon, you know, post 35 minutes when you've got all the gold, you got all the stuff you need? I don't know. It was... Care going down was just kind of unfortunate. Like, he did get the Dragon, and Care was kind of trying to stop the Volley Bear, but I think he was almost surprised as well as to how much damage he did take off of the bullet time. Even then, the rest of the fight, though, like, LWX caught in the midst of it as well. He ends up falling, like, it just went sideways so quickly for FPX.
Yeah. Yeah, brutal. Somehow V5 pull it out. Photic's damage, kind of insane. But that's the trick, right? You just lock in a champion that does big ult damage. If you build lethality, then you build lethality. It's a smart little play from Photic. And it's a gold graph and a half. That is for sure. Xiaolahu tried his best. I feel like we should, give some props to Xiaolahu in those fights. He did what he could on the Gwen, but just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
It's more just how often FPX kind of grouped up for this ultimate from Misfortune. Like, to give Photic his due, like, his positioning was really good, but it consistently felt like LWX was just putting himself in that firing squad, and V5 were able to pick him up. So I think, again, V5, a little bit of a nutty game, but look, they come out with the win. I don't really think this was, like, indicative of what this composition was capable of from V5. It felt like they really just needed to actually make plays early, and they had a ton of tools to do so. They just didn't do it. And I think that's what made this game so much more difficult. And the fact that they still managed to win is just mind-breaking to me.
Yeah. I'm going to leave that conversation there. We're going to go into a break. We'll start a new conversation after the break where hopefully we have a fresh game, a fresh start. We can all just move on with our lives. Let's see how V5 are going to do right after this.
Before the start of spring, no one was optimistic about JDG. But now, they have become the dark horse of the split. Photic,
he's in trouble. You can't do that, Photic. As now Rich is going in. They're trying to find Hope. Hope makes it out. Now he's firing on the back line. Needlework is going to go wide. Karsa goes down. JDG have done it again.
Weibo Gaming has been dominant this season. And although they have stumbled recently, the beast lies in wait for playoffs.
Zoning them off with the AoE, a great hook from On again. Viper trying to get away, but SOFM follows into his death as One Fong is free firing, and the Shy has joined back in to hit Flandre with the final piece of needlework.
369. Because of his unstable performance, he has been a controversial subject for a long time. But he has never missed any LPL playoffs since his debut, which is enough to prove himself.
我觉得他的话就是比较有实力，单人线比较强的一个选手嘛。和他对线的话，我觉得我注意好就是线上的细节就好。然后我们的话就是希望就是前面很积极的找节奏嘛。现在季后赛关键阶段，然后我们队伍的话就是想要赢下每场比赛。
Marvin's missing with the execution, and the Rockman wins out. 369 flying in from above. Tarzan off the wing though, trying to bring it back, but it's too late. JDG once again team fight king.
The Shy has always been the ceiling of LPL top laners. Now, he pays more attention to the team, and his champ pool has become oh so deeper. No matter what champion the team needs, he can handle them perfectly.
그냥 다 할 줄 아니까 코치가 쓰고 싶은 거 쓰는 느낌. 나중에 다음 경기들은 팀원들이 기분 나쁠 일만 없었으면 좋겠어요.
Throws him down low again. He should have sustain as he W flashes in as well. Flash inside. 1 versus 2. The Shy is a Gragas, but how much can he do as ZS runs back into the fray? The barrel hold. First blood body slam. And Hacker can't follow it up. He don't have the flash.
Yagao is an indispensable player of JDG. As long as Yagao performs, JDG's victory is inevitable.
369 cancels his recall. He wants to fight this with Wolf. 5-minute time. Yagao flashes forward. That's going to be the juggler going down. Oh, the Chaos Storm gets it. Yagao goes huge here and out JDG.
It's impossible to make a breakthrough through Weibo Gaming's bot lane because Hwanpong is now at his peak form, and he continues to grow stronger and stronger and stronger.
我觉得我在队伍中的定位是打野帮，我就 谁打野不帮我就稳住，然后想办法给队友制造环境。
As the LPL regular season has almost come to an end, this matchup will determine their positions in the playoffs. The duel between the Shy and 369 will take center stage as JDG vs Weibo Gaming kicks off.
it go for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And let's start it right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spring round right apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. And every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. And it's not the time to quit. Pull yourself together, whoa. And let's start it right now. The time has come now, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now.
就恋爱塔加泽利的话，就是还是就是打团是挺猛的吧，但是感觉对线的话就一般。Fun Plus 的话，就可能就他们 AD 就是翔哥，就是打的时间也比较久嘛，就是经验也比较广。然后就是我们打 Fun Plus 的话，就我感觉我们只要就盯好他们下路，我觉得应该就挺好赢的。因为这个赛季快结束了嘛，然后我们就是这个赛季也是越打越好，然后我觉得就我们这样保持下去的话，我们应该就是可以拿一个好的成绩。
Ah, Photic, giving a lot of respect there to LWX before this game and then absolutely pummeling LWX into the dirt during the laning phase of game number 1. That is unfortunate for LWX, but it happens. Photic, however, he gets himself MVP off the back of that game. His misfortune looking real clean. Those bullet times completely changing the face of the game.
Oh, 100%. Photic absolutely popping off on this pick, and his positioning a lot was pretty phenomenal. Like every time he looked at these fights, he was just like, hey, look, I'm going to pop myself over this wall, make sure that I'm pretty untouched, and keep himself safe from people like Shella, who Care even struggling to get onto him at times as well. And it made things a hell of a lot easier. And even in that last fight as well, the very, very final one, Photic was the person that got the most damage off. And even in team fight, or in the early stages as well, just punishing LWX, and as you said, was just putting him into the dirt.
I mean, this one...
Oh no.
That was just criminal. I feel like LWX obviously thought that it was going to be cancelled when he stepped out, but he was wrong. He was very wrong.
I don't know. It was a weird game from LWX, but this ult here, like, rips through Care, sets up a rookie, and from that point forward, it's just full chase here from FPX. Chella, who's already used the needle work, so you just get to chase everyone.
6,000 damage in that fight, basically.
It is nuts. He did so much work, and essentially that was what he needed to, because Care's health bar was about that with the build that he went for, so definitely needed to be able to churn out that damage. Really glad, though, to see kind of Photic stepping up, because again, this was a guy, when we talked about him coming up from the LDL, we were like, this guy is a person to watch. Hadn't looked so hot when he was on top esports back in the day playing with Yuanja, but that time in the LDL, that one extra year, has made this guy a monster.
Yeah, Photic has come up strong, and this whole team, honestly, feels really terrifying. And while this was a bit of a weird game, and they certainly felt pretty far behind for a lot of it, managing to pull it out in the end. V5, you know, this, I have to say, this win was a little bit criminal. Let's be honest here. I don't think V5 should have won that game, but it doesn't really matter what should have happened. All that matters is what did happen, and they do. 1-0 in their favor. Now, as we head towards picks and bans for game number 2, I wouldn't be surprised to see the strategy change a little bit for V5 here, and they ban the Gwen, because Shaola, was real close to just taking over the game.
I just didn't get the draft from V5. Like, you kind of saw the setup for them to take the Gwen, because they banned I believe it's the Nara and the Jace, and I was like, oh, so you're trying to take Gwen for yourselves and give yourself the good matchup for Rich. And I was like, oh, sorry, the Tryndamere was what they banned. I was like, but they never decided to. It just was so strange. It felt like kind of with the way the draft was orchestrated, it was like, oh, you're either going to get the AD carry you want, or you're going to get the Gwen. But they didn't take either. So it just felt really, really weird. So be curious to see what the plan is coming into game number 2, like what that is actually going to look like in the draft phase.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. FPX, though, managing to make the Barons work for themselves. That was for sure. Finding multiple across the course of the game. We're heading into picks and bans. We'll see how things change up. FPX on our blue side this time around. And V5 here. Banning the Thresh. Banning Xin Zhao here. We'll see if they are going to ban the Gwen, whether they respect that. But also Zeri could be available as Vex is taken away from Rookie.
Yeah, so Vex taken off the board. I don't think the Gwen is the big one. I think you're fine, especially with like Tryndamere, Kali still left open, and Rich has played both those and done relatively well on them, so I think he'd be all right. I think the big one kind of coming into this more so is like, hey, do you want to get rid of Zeri? As you said, do you want to get rid of a Jinx and try to set yourselves up all right? But Zeri's just so incredibly strong, and I feel like that'll be the ban for him. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Viego. So they disagree, Rob. They're not interested in that one. And we'll see, because both Gwen and Zeri available. So it does mean that, you know, if Zeri gets locked in, as it has, Gwen could be available for Rich. But that's what we saw last draft. And they didn't necessarily care that much. So we'll have to wait and see. Carson's just going to go release it. Sold it. Why? Why bother?
There's the Gwen. The reason I'm not a big fan of is Tryndamere, Kali, all those still open. The only issue here for V5 is you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Like, look, you'd love to take a Jace, something like that in the top lane to deal with this Gwen, but then you're looking at Photic going, well, you're going to be sacrificed here because they ban the Aphelios, they ban the Jinx, and you're like, all right, well, what do you kind of do then? So I'm curious to see what the plan is. I think, though, for V5, you could be relatively all right because you've still got, like, the Tristana that can do pretty well into the Zeri in the bot lane if you want to leave that to second rotation. Here, though, going to go with the Twisted Fate. It's all about playing around these side lanes for FPX.
Yeah, so setting up for, I mean, this is basically the same game plan as last game, right? Care is not the carry here. It's all about Xiaolahu and LWX being set up by this mid laner. And I'm loving this new style from FPX. I'm so happy that they found a new identity for themselves. Rich going to have himself an Anar, though. And I will say, incredibly strong mid-jungle, right, from Karsa and Rookie. They're going to be able to do so much work if they can find an opportunity in that mid lane against Care.
And I think they're going to need to, because when I look at this top lane matchup, Nar doesn't have the best of times against the Gwen. It's more like kind of what we saw with the Kennen, which is you're not the strongest at punishing the Gwen, then you try to play for team fights more. And even when you look at like who has control of the lane, because Nar is so short ranged, Gwen can oftentimes get control because she's able to actually close that gap really effectively onto the Nar. So I think for V5, playing through that mid jungle into leaning top is probably their best bet. And just trying to get control, but we said that last game, we didn't see it. Either way though, V5, I mean, we saw in the opening statement that Photic is a little bit scared of Renata and Zeri, so they will ban it away. Alistair taken off the board as well. I still think like something like a Nautilus for V5 is probably your best bet here, just so you've got that point and click CC to deal with Zeri.
Yeah, we'll see if the Nautilus comes on through. The Alistair banned away. It's going to be Tristana taken off the board as well. So trying to deny aggressive picks here from Photic. The Caitlyn has made it all the way through the draft, but not going to be picked up. I feel like Caitlyn just fell off a cliff. Everyone just kind of, I don't know if they forgot that the champion existed. It was like 100% banned at the start, but yeah.
She got nerfed in 12-4, so her Q does less damage to creeps and fades off pretty heavily. So it's just not worth it. You just don't get the push that you need to anymore to try and play through the Caitlyn. FPX though going to take that set into the bot side though. Super strong pick against that Nautilus. We've already seen it once today. The question is, what does Clid want to go to? I mean, Rek'Sai kind of been the big performer against this Lee Sin. Nice counter pick. It should give FPX control in that jungle matchup.
Yeah, we'll see what this bottom lane is going to look like. Photic hovering a lot of very aggressive AD carries, but Misfortune is still available. I don't know. Let's just wait and see what he ends up locking in here. The Kai'Sa could be an option as well. We've seen that earlier on today, and it will be locked in here for Photic. So this feels like, aside from the Ahri, this feels like a very 2021 composition, right? Like a lot of just staple picks from last year coming through here. I would have loved to see the Draven as well, but unfortunately not going to happen. Definitely insane pick composition from V5 though. Like Lee Sin, Ahri, Kai'Sa, Nautilus, all four of these very easy at just going in on one target.
I mean, good pick and good team fight as well. Realistically, like you've got the good setup coming through from PP God, the ability for Rich to try and play into the follow-up with the Gnar, and even just Rookie as well, being able to get some good engage off too. So I think you got plenty of tools there on V5 to try and play, especially as we said, like playing through Rookie in the mid lane. Ton of push there against the TF. Maybe you can actually like get the ball rolling for yourselves pre-6, so it makes it a little bit more difficult for Care to have access to these side lanes in the later portion of the game, because if you're able to put FPX behind, that's where they're really going to struggle. You don't really have that big you've got like a good engage tool with Twisted Fate, but if your Zeri starts to fall behind, if your Gwen starts to fall behind, you just don't really end up getting back into the game.
Yeah, can be really, really difficult, especially with that short range, as you're saying. So we'll see if FPX can find that lead in the early game. But also, I'm just curious how V5 are going to approach this in general. Not even just from a perspective of their composition, but feel like their approach to game number 1 was very, very passive with a composition that needed to be more aggressive. And I would say with a Lee Sin Ahri combo, you can definitely be very aggressive with this style of composition. Once again, they definitely can try and fight in the early game. Against the Rex side, though, it will be a bit of a challenge. I'm curious how Karsa plays the map, whether he tries to go up against Clid or whether he just tries to avoid it.
I think in the 2v2, you can still do a decent amount here as Karsa and Rookie. I think you just have so much more damage output on the opposite side, and a ton of CC as well. So it means that like you can kind of set up, pick off one person, and then if Clid overextends, you've still got enough in the tank to kind of turn that last fight around as well. So it feels like for V5, like playing through this mid jungle as per usual, honestly, with V5 is probably your best bet. I think Clid is more so about, hey, look, if I can get that vision control in, maybe I can turn around plays that are going towards the top side. Maybe turn around stuff that's going bot, or even just try and, like, when Care hits 6, go for invades onto Karsa and see if I can use Care to try and follow up on them.
Rookie is stood on a ward right now. Care is just ear to the wall, listening to Rookie move. He knows exactly where he is. Oh, there's shenanigans afoot. We're going to see some level 1 action, aren't we? Has Hung, move it over. LWX is there. Gold card onto Rookie, but PP God goes for the hook. And instead, it's first blood for Karsa. FPX, they've been rustled. And their jimmies are everywhere now. As Karsa will not be able to finish off that kill. And LWX actually gets one for himself. Karsa flashed it over the wall. He ain't stopping anytime soon. There's a Sonic Wave. And there's a second kill for the Lee Sin. Karsa had a terrible game one, but it don't matter because he's got Lee Sin.
And he's able to pick up that second one so nicely. Hung, though. I mean, you can't smite this as Karsa. There it is.
It's going to have to, yeah. Okay, level 2 got. Managed to get the red buff as well. Gets out of there and will survive. That a little bit dicey. A little bit dicey, it has to be said. But still, hey, he walks away with 2 kills and the enemy red buff. He's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, and remember when we said, you know, this mid-jungle for V5 probably going to be pretty important? Well, it's off to a bit of a roaring start here for Karsa, who now, very quickly goes back and picks up the pickaxe. Going to be able to, really go toe-to-toe with Clit now. Now, the way that this counter matchup goes for Clit is you got to try and time your knock-up. So, as Karsa tries to follow up with the Sonic Wave, you interrupt it, you don't get that execute damage. But that now becomes a lot more difficult. Because Karsa doesn't really have to rely on that execute damage. He can just ward hop forward, start to chase you down as Clit, and you can see Clit already pretty unhealthy on the clear just because of the way that the restage is gone.
Oh, LPX. Oh my god, is he actually going to die? Photic gets the kill in the 2v2. Great little hook from PP God. Photic, LWX, sorry, and Hung just not respecting level 2. That is, again, criminal in this bottom lane.
Yeah, LWX is having a rough series. I don't know, it feels like the pressure's kind of on for FPX, as you said. This win would give them so much breathing room over OMG, the opportunity to get into playoffs, but, you shouldn't be there. Look how big that wave is. You're not going to lose CS. There's no need to be that close.
Oh, and Shallow, who's in trouble as well. Karsa's here, no flash available, no Sonic Wave either. Shallow, who gets out with his life. That was Ghost used. Potential opportunity there for V5, but again, look at the gold lead already. 800 with 3 minutes in. And so much of that in Karsa's pocket. He already has a pickaxe, by the way, so he's feeling pretty good about his situation right now. And Rookie had a massive CS lead in the last game. You expect him to take control of that mid matchup once more.
I'm actually not sure if Karsa, because he just done his Krugs on the top side, I don't think he had enough energy for his E, and the E would have been enough to kill there, so a little bit unfortunate there, but PP God and Photic now under pressure as Clit's like, look, I gotta do something to get this game back on track. We're 1,000 gold down. Our bot lane is 1 and 2. There's even a 0-1 for Hung. We need to get something rolling here.
Let's see if it can work out. No summoners available for the bottom lane. And V5 Photic trying to just escape Clid, chasing him down. PP God pulls him back. PP God, the hero that Photic needed, saves the day. Clid almost goes down. No way does Photic actually turn this one. Karsa's making his way over as well. Clid flashes, gets himself out. LWX slides over the wall. FPX, they get away with it somehow.
I thought Photic might have got the auto attack onto Clid, but looks like it might have just been a misclick or wasn't expecting Photic to walk back out of the bush. So unfortunate there, but PP God, the hero, the savior, sacrifices himself so Photic.
That was something biblical right there from PP God, that is for sure. As Care stepping up once again. I mean, this bottom lane, I'm glad that something positive has happened for them, because my goodness, did they need it in this series. Care taking some pretty heavy trades from Rookie here, almost level 6 in that mid lane as well. Care's gonna have to be, surely has to reset.
And that'll give Dragon across to V5. Full control in mid and also in that bot side, so gonna be totally fine to go for it. I'm curious to see though, Rookie, I'm imagining is gonna push in this mid lane and then look to reset. And then I want to see if they can start making plays in it.
Shallow who in trouble here. Rich is about to turn mini now. He can look for the hyper. Shallow who just stays way too long. Did not respect Rich at all. I mean, what is happening with FPX today?
I don't know. I mean, Rich still might go down here though. 2-level advantage.
Yeah, no flash available. Rich did sort of flash on the
spot
as well.
Clid.
Wait, he can't do anything. There's nothing he can do.
No,
he couldn't see. He
no
was
flash.
underground.
Yeah.
He didn't know Rich was there. He didn't know which lane Rich is meant to be in. That's all.
There's too many minions moving around. He got confused between the tremors, but God, this is disastrous from FPX. I mean, look, it is only like...
Wait, Care stayed. Wait, no, he didn't stay. He reset, and then Rookie got him low again. Caster's off in the wings, but I don't think it's going to happen. Caster ended up resetting. Oh, my days. So, while all that was going on top lane, Ultimate was used by Rookie to try and make that play happen in the mid lane. Care has a heal available. Rookie doesn't have much mana. Clid has spent so much time just hovering around these lanes, but he's not able to get anything happening.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to blame Clid. This is where, as a jungler, you're in a horrible spot. Like, look, everything has gone to crap. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. This game is very quickly snowballing out of control. And it's like, right, if I, as a Rek'Sai farm, does it matter? Or can I help get kills? But he's actually going to die here.
Oh, my God. Okay, no, I am blaming Clid as well.
Now I'm a little bit like, yeah, all right. All right, I take that back. All right, you know what? Yeah. I was going to say, it's like, Clid is like, look, you got to make a hard choice. It's like, if I continue to farm and stay even in levels, does that help anyone? No, because the game is still falling apart. So he's like, look, I'm going to sacrifice. I'm taking a risk in the hope that I will get the bigger reward of getting my lanes back in shape, but not able to do so. Now, a kill going across, like, a 10 CS advantage for Karsa. 800 gold as well. Like, I don't know. It's all gone wrong for FPX here.
A bit of a diffy in the Summoner's Riffy. Across the course of this one. Rich now getting dived in the top side. Care is here. Shallahu tanking the tower here. And we'll be able to get away with that one. Nicely done. Okay, FPX. Positive play here. As Rookie going to zip back towards the mid lane.
And unfortunately, V5 weren't able to get back up there. So you can see they're trying to manage... Or sorry, trying to see if they could manage to get into the top lane, but just not quite enough. Rookie even burning that ult on the way. Just a nice job from Care. So at least, as you say, something back. But I think you need to get several of those off before you can really right the ship. Because you've got Rift out now. It's going across to Karsa. You've already got that first dragon as well. And just see here. Oh, Spirit Rush to try and get the charm. Is that what we saw? Yeah.
Ah. But he didn't have vision. So, yeah, it was a good effort. Good effort from Rookie. But can't quite make that one happen. Care down to half HP as half of the cooldown gone on Spirit Rush. Almost a 30 CS lead for Rookie in that mid lane off the back of that play, as well as Rich has found yet another 1v1 against Clid. I don't know how this keeps happening.
I'm kind of impressed. I mean, Rich has just apparently got Clid's number. Just like, I know exactly where you're going to be at all points in time. LWX, though, is getting some good pressure down the spot side as PP God starts to roam. So, I mean, when you look at the gold for the bot lane, despite the the early pressure from V5 on the bot side, LWX is ahead in gold.
So here's the negative of playing Twisted Fate, right? Is the tower's gone at 9 minutes. I'm not sure that's necessarily Twisted Fate's fault as a pick, but that's the second charge as well. My days. That is a huge lead for Rookie. Look at the gold difference in the mid lane. It's already 1,000 with 9 minutes in, and then there's a bonus 1,500 in the jungle on top of it. I mean, the lead for LWX off of the back of those two plates is only 160 gold. Like, yeah, it's just disastrous for FPX.
And here's the thing, if you're Care, it's like, oh, I'm going to be totally fine. I'm going to go make these plays on side lanes. He's kind of leaning now when he has this Destiny up, but how do you try and do that? I mean, Rookie is just going to manhandle you as he's been doing all lane phase long. You've got this extended lane, so you can't even move up to try and contest the wave where it is at the moment, because Rookie will just Spirit Rush you down. So now Care can't actually move to side lanes because he's going to just be shoved in, and Rookie gets full access to map. Look, and they can continue to get vision control on the spot side right before the dragon comes up in 30 seconds. You can't make a pick. You can't do anything as FPX. Maybe Clid and Claire just like lean up to this top side and punish Rich once more, but V5, they're going to win elsewhere.
Yep. Vision deep as well in that bottom side as V5 got the first Drake of the game. Second one coming up in 10 seconds time, and it will be that Ocean Drake as well. So V5 should be able to get 2 back-to-back. With that mid tower gone, realistically, there's no way for FPX to be able to make their way into the river. It should just be complete vision control. Oh, very cheeky little W from Photic to get the cannon. I like to see it. Just AD carry things. It's very satisfying. It's a fat hitbox on the W. Quite often you don't find the target, but either way, Drake will go the way of V5.
I mean, FPX, you gotta see if you can try and do something else. Rich is warding himself out, realizing, hey, look, the only play that you can really make here is FPX is leaning with Care topside, which is what they're trying to do, but Rich respecting it, nice job to have kind of good map awareness there. And now we're kind of back to FPX holding their hands going, well, is there anything that we can do? Is there anywhere we can make a play?
Okay, let's talk scaling, Dagda. That's the go-to for commentators when a team is looking completely lost and hopeless in a game, but we need a positive thing to say about them. So let's talk about scaling. Is there some kind of pipe dream available for FPX? Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So the problem is, like, look, Zeri is incredibly strong, right? And you don't have a huge amount of tools to deal with her. You got the point and click from PP God, which makes it a bit easier, but I think the big problem for FPX is, like, Hair doesn't really have access to side lane. So with a straight up damage point of view, Rookie is going to offer the same in terms of CC, but more in terms of damage. You look at Photic, he's going to be pretty alright. And as long as PP God is literally just pressing ult onto LWX, you've got great tools to dive onto the Zeri. So in this respect, then you're all hands on Xiaolahu, and in a kind of 1v5 scenario, I don't know if this Gwen is big enough right now to do it.
Oh, Rookie's ulting on over. He wants cleared here. He's going to miss his charm, but they're going to get a consolation prize of Care in the middle of everyone. He tries to escape, but there is no escape from the jaws of V5. It's another nice little kill for them. Photic can even get a red buff. Xiaolahu trying to all in the top side. Meganar is there, though. The stuns come on in. Needlework does a lot of damage. Rich forced to flash, but he will escape. Now an all-in on the bottom side as well. Photic in trouble, but he gets a kill for himself. Still surviving on the backside of the players. Hung finishes him off, but LWX zips over the wall and gets himself underneath the tower. I don't think Casa cares, though. Finds himself the Q, hops onto the side of PP. Oh, I can't believe he gets away with it.
This is why you don't give Karsa Sin. I'm going to pretend that that was totally calculated and that he knew exactly what he was doing. But either way, gorgeous stuff from V5. And that was FPX trying to initiate that. They thought, hey, maybe we can get the pick. But you can see there, as Clid comes over the wall, it's directly into the ult from PP God. Hung will get the kill onto Kaisa, but it doesn't matter. Karsa, great job here. Just barely connecting with the Sonic Wave.
Energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no energy, so couldn't go for the
sad.
W at the end. I was wondering why he hadn't gone for the safeguard, right? But had absolutely no
Because
energy.
cool guys don't look at explosions. You know?
True.
It's like, hey, look, if how is he supposed to yell calculated if he doesn't safeguards? Then he just looks like he wasn't sure. But he knew exactly how much damage.
Yeah, he just turned it back and walked away. Casa, beautifully played. Now Rookie getting onto LWX. Good little flash, keep himself safe, but I mean, it's relative safety, you know? Well, ward hop, but it was too late. That time wasn't calculated. If he just safeguarded to Rookie, I think he survives.
Yeah, maybe. I will say, though, I feel like Rookie's charms have not exactly been on point this game so far.
No.
Like both the Everfrost and also the charm missing there when you've got LWX stuck underneath this tower. A little bit odd, but either way, we'll get one back. Rich, though, getting a little bit of pressure on this top side. I don't think it matters too much. They were just trying to see if they could make a quick play onto Rich, see if they could stop this Rift Tail take from V5 coming through, but unfortunately just not able to do so.
Yeah, I think Casa as well, sort of feeling himself maybe a little bit too much on that play going. Like, the last dive worked, why not go for it again? Spirit Rush not available. LWX dodges away from the charm here as Rookie has a control ward over that wall, so can just clear the vision and protect himself in that brush. Is Photic just going to be going for waves and Rookie sitting, waiting for picks?
I mean, again, like, Spirit Rush in, and LWX is stuck against the wall, so you kind of know where he's going, but Rookie just not quite able to get the connection on the charm, and I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a visual bug. There was no safeguard shield there, which I don't know if it got taken off.
You don't get shielded if you go to a ward. That's why I was saying if he goes to Rookie, he gets the shield.
Yeah.
But he was trying to get out before the turret
That is
shot,
true.
but
That is 100%.
didn't pull the trigger.
I completely forgot about that. Yeah. No, you're right. 100% Karsa should have gone towards Rookie.
But unlucky. It doesn't quite work out for him. But hey, they still got a kill for themselves, so can't really complain too much. Photic is 3-1-3 as well. So even if Karsa falls off on this Lee Sin, well, Photic certainly won't later on in the game. And Rich manages to win out in the side lane so far with the Hull Breaker as well. It's not getting any easier for Xiaolahu. Is Drake going to be started off? This would be sole point for V5 if they can take it. Destiny going to be used. Are we actually going to have another 50-50 in this series? It looks like we might. Kick away, though. Nicely done by Carson. No 50-50s here. Rich on the side. He's about to turn Mega. This is bad news bears for FPX. Nara's the wall. Rich 1v3ing while V5 win the rest of the fight. And Rich even walks away. It is beautiful. I mean, Clint kills himself for a bit of revenge. That is some frustrated League of Legends right there. A double for Photic as V5 clean house. Pippy God and Carson just completely whiff everything, but it doesn't matter. V5 have this one in the bag.
Skill shots are not the strength of V5 today. Take care. We salute you. Oh, God. The rookie just hit a charm. Just one. I just want to see one hit. He missed it there. He missed the charm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. He hit a Q. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Today has been so weird, Dagda. I don't know. These games are just bizarre. I don't know what is happening anymore, but this is great from Rich. Rich is playing out of his mind today.
Rich is actually having a monstrous game. Like, he's been doing really, really well. Same with Photic, to be honest. I think Photic's been doing super strong. But again, like, charm here for rookie goes wide. Completely misses. Rich taking on the world by himself as V5 try to deal with the stuff that's going on elsewhere. Then underneath the tower as well, just don't get anything because of the rookie charm going astray as well.
I just love that they all flashed over the wall and then missed everything. I wish that was on the replay. That's my favorite part of the fight, honestly. As Shala, who tried to all in onto Rich on the bottom side while the Herald is taken up top, but Rich flashes away, and he'll be all right. He'll be A-okay on this one. Shala, who at least gets a turret for himself, but oh, hang on. They're committing real hard to this play on the bottom side. Are they going to Destiny down there? It's on cooldown right now. Caster will be able to finish the Herald. Rookie can finish the top tier 1 as well, so not really much gained by FPX as the tower is just traded.
So I did some research.
Oh, yeah.
Today is National Let's Laugh.
Wait a second. Clint's going for the solo dive onto Rich. Does have the damage as well, and Hung tanks the tower. Nicely done there.
Okay. They're able to get a pick. I don't know if we're ending up in this weird base race now, though. Because V5 are pushing in. They still have Rift Herald in this top side. You're going to trade it for tier 2 on the bottom side here, but FPX going to reset. They may end up losing a bit more, but looks like V5 just going to back away. So nice job from FPX to trade back and forth. But when I come back to this, it's National Let's Laugh Day. Maybe that's why all of our games are so strange. Yeah, it's also National Corn Dog Day, National Poultry Day, National Chocolate Caramel Day, which I didn't even know was a thing, and National Quilting Day. So, yeah, there you go.
Okay, well, excellent. Rookie, he's leaning into the Let's Laugh Day here as he laughs at Care's attempt to find a pick onto him. Just get some damage out. It's a 4,000 gold lead. It's 2 minutes until Infernal Soul here for V5. 20 seconds until Baron's onto the map, though, Dagda. This is an FPX game. We always have to respect the potential 20-minute Baron Flynn.
Will that happen, though? Will we get... I mean, honestly, for FPX, it might not be the worst call. Like, I don't think you have the damage to take a fight, but realistically, like, you don't really have much to lose. This game is already kind of getting out of control. And again, like, you don't really have a huge amount of comebacks here. Like, if you try and commit with Shella, who on towards the side lane, you just get outnumbered an awful lot of times by V5. And they've got the opportunity with, I mean, the 2 items, nearly a 3rd item completed for Photic here. Like, they'll be able to, like, poke and siege you out underneath towers as well. So it's just not looking particularly helpful or happy for FPX. So I think, honestly, maybe look for a pick and go for it.
Yeah, I mean, why not at this point? Why not? Because I don't think the slow and steady game is going to do you any favors at this stage with how this has all gone so far. Carl's having the game of his life. Photic actually go for the Nash's Tooth as well. This is going to be the AP variant of the Kai'Sa. So Photic is going to be a nightmare to deal with in this mid game. It only gets scarier as well. And look how squishy the comp is from FPX. Who can tank the Void Seekers? Literally no one. Not even Set, because Set is only tanky from his Haymaker.
We're doing it. Here we are, FPX.
I kind of said it as a meme, The thing is, that control ward, I'm pretty sure, hasn't spotted the ward at the back of the pit. This isn't even sneaky. They're literally doing this in vision. This is tragic from FPX. And in goes Photic to try and one-shot LWX. Splashes over the wall. He actually gets out with it. Clid will go for the ulti. Finishes him off, but it's too little, and it is way too late. Double kill for LWX as Care is finished off as well. Carter gets that one for himself. And it's a Baron gifted on a silver platter to V5.
I mean, what can I say? Sometimes all you got to do is laugh. And
yeah, it's National Have a Laugh Day.
And Shallow try to see if he can get the dragon.
Wait, Baron cancelled the TP!
Oh, no way! No!
What is this game? Oh my god. Daxter, get me out of here. Get me out of here. What are we watching?
I'm so done with today. It's just been such a weird day. And look, I don't know. FPX tried, screw the analysis. This is just so weird. I don't know.
Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. Look at all of the pretty colors on the screen. Explosions, kills. Very exciting. Yeah.
Look, it makes me feel better about my own game.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen your gameplay. I'm not sure. I'd say it's comparable, honestly.
Rookie missed the charm on the cannon minion.
Look, Rookie's having a happy game, okay?
It's a cookie type of day.
He's still actually doing kind of insane damage.
Yeah,
That's the hilarious thing. He's not hit a charm all game, and he's still somehow absolutely bodying people. Something magical. I don't know. This it's not even just this game. This entire day has just been bonkers for some reason. I don't even know why, but here we go. Siege in the mid lane from this AP Kaiser from Photic in the bottom lane as well. That will be a tower taken, but hey, at least FPX, they got a tier 1 top side. I'd say that's a pretty good trade. Tier 1 for an inhib. I don't know. I mean, it's not, but, you know, silver linings. Oh, here we go. Hung in the backside. Gets a bit of a stun off. Gets a bit of damage off. There isn't any damage, actually. I take it all back. V5 somehow just dominate the fight anyway. Ah, well, there was an attempt from FPX. I respect that they're just making things happen to try and get the miracle. But with Baron still in pocket, V5 are just going to end the game. This has been a game of League of Legends. I'm willing to commit to that very controversial statement as Xiaolahu falls underneath the tower. I feel a little bad for Xiaolahu, honestly, in this series. He tried his damnedest, but this was tragic. As V5 continue to dominate the LPL and maintain their first place position.
And with that, V5 will guarantee themselves first place as well. Congratulations to Victory 5. I mean, it has been a long fought season, and only dropping 2 series over the course of the whole split. I mean, it may not have been clean today, but I mean, that's a pretty terrifying V5 going into playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely insane from V5. And, you know, I can understand why they're not taking today super seriously, right? They're against a team that, by all accounts, if they lost that series, it would be the upset of the split so far. And you're going into playoffs, you don't want to show any strategies, you don't want to show off what you're actually going to be doing in the playoff game, so why not have a bit of fun with it? Why not play some silly games, especially when you're as confident in your play as players like Carter and Rookie are. This isn't the first time we've seen them have some silly games, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the people that couldn't afford to have one, though, was LWX, and honestly, this series was not his day. I mean, misstepping a lot in game number 1, 2, and 7 in game number 2, and even, like, not respecting the level 2 hit on the bot side of the map. It was messy. It was very messy from FPX. Yeah, I don't know. Look, there's not a huge amount that you can really analyze in a series like that, where we get like no kills for 25 minutes earlier on today as well. Like, this has just been such a strange day.
This was kind of brutal. And just weird as well. Like you say, very weird games, a lot of shenanigans, a lot of 50-50s. Like, I feel like all of the teams were just like, sod it. Playing safely around objectives, like, no chance. We're just going to burn it and see if we win the smite fight. JJ winning every single smite fight earlier on today. Carlson doing a good job in the second half today, but Care managing to get one during one of those fights as well in game number 1. I mean, it was just nuts. Look at the photic damage. We talked about it in the game. This AP Kaiser, it's rancid, is what it is.
Yeah, the poke is just absolute. But look, V5 now, topping the charts. I mean, it's as we said, like a long time coming for this organization. 2019, they joined the LPL. Doesn't quite go as expected for them, where they kind of finish in, I think it was 13th. Then they have the worst split in the history of the LPL. And now kind of slowly but surely growing in overtime, and now picking up Karsa, rookie, PP God coming back, Rich and Photic joining the squad as well. Like, sitting first place for V5, like, Jordan, I mean, Lyric has just got to be denied.
Yeah. I will say, one nice little thing on that. The damage numbers for FPX descending from top lane to jungle to mid to ADC to support. So
not how that's supposed to go, Mud.
Mildly
That's
satisfying.
not how it's supposed to go.
Definitely not how League of Legends is meant to work, but it was quite satisfying to look at. So there you go. You know, you got to look for the silver linings in a day like today. But hey, V5 managing to get themselves a convincing final win, and they'll be happy to walk into playoffs on that one. Dagda, I really don't know where to go with this conversation, aside from that, like, what on earth do we expect going into playoffs at this point? I genuinely have no idea. I feel like all of our top teams, all of our middle teams, they've shown us a whole smorgasbord of different versions of themselves over the last week.
And I kind of feel sorry for FPX, because looking at this team now, like, they have to beat OMG in their next series. And as you say, OMG had a fair amount of time to practice and to get themselves situated for FPX. If they don't, like, they're already sitting at -1 game difference. OMG have +2 at the moment. If they lose, there's just no way that FPX are going to get out or into playoffs. So that game going to now mean a huge amount. And when they kind of crumbled under the pressure here today, I'm not as sure. Because, like, I can understand if V5 had come out and, like, just did a masterclass of a game, absolutely stomped them, like, macro was on point, you know, playing well through the advantages that they had. That wasn't what we got from V5. This was a mess of a game, and still FPX kind of not able to bring it together. So I don't know. I'm not filled with hope now for FPX coming up against OMG.
Yeah, I mean, look, I actually think that'll be a good series, though. I feel like FPX and OMG will be relatively evenly matched, but then I thought that about RA versus EDG earlier, and I was very wrong. So we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be everything resting on that series, and that in of itself is incredibly exciting. So regardless, I just hope it's a banger, especially since Kaiser seems to be slipping into the meta again. Abel's going to have a whale of a time. Abel loves Kaiser. We've seen Abel absolutely destroy Kaiser. This all leans into OMG's style. I think OMG might sneak into playoffs again, just like they did last year, and go for this full dive style once again, like they did last year. It's all kind of lining up for OMG, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the Samiras, the Kaisers, all kind of Abel's renowned for his ability to play these styles of champions. So I'm excited to see what they can do. And again, only makes me more fearful for the LFPX, because that's not going to be the easiest of times, especially if they are coming in and firing on all cylinders. But again, like, that's kind of like where we stand. I believe, no, because Rare Adam are almost confirmed, but not quite confirmed yet. But yeah, so basically, last 2 spots still up to grabs, but it does feel like Rare Adam should be taking one of those spots.
Yeah, it is possible for OMG to overtake them, I believe, though. Even if OMG loses to FPX, if OMG then wins the other 2 series, they can tie, and then it would be down to game difference, which, if OMG had won those series, they would win. So it's possible for RA to finish 11th, dependent on OMG's results. But let's finish this series up today. Let's finish the day off, Dagda, as we look at our MVP. It was Karsa after a very strong early game. Let's just say that. And even getting a little overzealous on some of those plays, getting underneath the bottom lane tower. But still, I mean, it's Karsa's Lee Sin. What's not to love?
I mean, getting those 2 kills early just set himself up so well. When you're able to reset after doing 1 camp and get a pickaxe, it's kind of broken.
Yeah.
Just completely changes the dynamic of that jungle matchup as well. So Karsa was able to go nuts, and to see it on your screens. I mean, just 2 quick kills picked up off the Sonic Waves, and there's little that FPX could kind of defend it.
I mean, the fact that this game started with this level of just shenanigans says everything you need to know about the rest of the game. But then Karsa, we got to see some of the bot dives, right? Yeah, you know it. As absolute chaos in this game. And LWX, unfortunately for him, was the brunt of that chaos every single time. He felt like he'd got away. And every single time, Karsa chased him down. It was something special to watch, that is for sure.
I mean, look, Karsa on Lee Sin is just such a treat.
Yeah.
Even you can see, like, the flash kicks on point and everything like that. Like, it's a ton of fun. But unfortunately, it was not fun for FPX. So I have to see what the plan is going to be for them. I think for V5, I'm still terrified of this team coming into playoffs. Look, it was a messy day, but Rookie and Karsa, when they're on form, are just the strongest mid-jungle we have by a country mile. Rich, making a name for himself as one of the strongest top laners that we have in the league right now. Consistently performing well, especially since, like, one of the big criticisms we had of him coming over from LCK was his laning phase. Looks like getting pummeled in Chinese solo queue has definitely helped him in improving that laning phase, and now looks really damn good in that laning phase. And the bot lane as well, for Otik and PP God, they're looking terrifying. Fotik in particular.
I've just realized, I was just looking at the standings. I was incorrect about RA. RA are actually now qualified for playoffs because in the scenario where even if FPX 2-0s OMG, they'll still be one game difference lower than RA. So then if OMG makes it into playoffs by 2-0ing their other series, it would be FPX that falls out of playoffs, not RA. So RA are now confirmed. They are guaranteed making it to playoffs. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out for today. It has been a weird day. It has been a confusing day. It's been a really fast day as well. It's only half 12 where I am. 3 2-0s and pretty quick games as well. RNG, EDG, and V5 all continuing to pad their stats at the top of the table.
And with 2-0 victories kind of helping to pad those game difference scores as well in a lot of scenarios. But, I mean, if you looked at these results coming into today, were there really any surprises? No. If you looked at these games today, there was a lot more surprises. So, look, we'll have to see as we roll on to what it's going to be our, oh no, it's our second last vote. Here's our standings coming up on your screen. As you can see, Rare Adam is confirmed, and it's just OMG and FPX battling out for that one last.
Yeah, it's a tight race right now at the bottom of the standings, and FPX and OMG trying to figure out who is going to win it all in the end. But still a little bit of a battle for seeding going on the top side as well. See 3 teams tied on 11 wins, but RNG and Weibo still have a series to play each, so that second seed well and truly up for grabs. Tomorrow, though, we have 3 more series coming your way. BLG versus LGD. Once again, standings implications there for BLG. AL versus WE. I won't lie, there are standings implications, but they don't matter at all. And then we go to JDG versus Weibo. Weibo would love to get a 12th win on the board, but JDG, they could tie everyone else on 11 wins, and they have an insane game difference at positive 12 right now. So if JDG wins that series, they are going to jump massively up the standings.
I mean, JDG are back. I'm so excited for that series. It just looks like it's going to be an absolute banger, and what a treat it'll be to see how we can round out our top of the table bounce.
It's going to be so exciting. Honestly, middle of the table's exciting. Top of the table's exciting. Bottom of the table
exists.
You know, it's there. But that's going to be it from us today. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. A lot of implications on those games. And it's the final official day of the split, aside from the delayed games. That's it from us, though. We'll see you guys in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in chat.